Presenters will be introduced and we start our session. Honorable members, let us humble ourselves and pray. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen. Thank you very much. Let me, without further ado, invite Mr. Henry Waiswa to kick us off.
Thank you so much, Morris. Honorable members, the chairperson of this session, I take this opportunity to welcome you to this induction. And I would like to thank you for being very attentive and punctual. Today we have 3 sessions in the morning. There is another one which we skipped last time on privileges. The chairperson of this session is the Honorable Taylor John. Honorable Taylor John is the Member of Parliament representing Uganda North, Kamai District. He was Member of Parliament, 11th Parliament. He's a lawyer by profession, and he's also an advocate of the High Court and a senior partner of Crystal Advocates. On that background, I take the pleasure to welcome him to kick off this session. Honorable Taylor, you are welcome. Maybe I would also like to invite all other presenters to come in front. Honorable Kakoza, I've seen you in the room. Mr. Chiruda Solomon, please take your seat. Thank you.
Thank you, the Deputy Clerk. Good morning, everyone. Good to have you here and on time. Once again, my name is John Taylor. By the grace of God, I represent the people of Gabula County North, Kamali District, in this august house. I take the singular honor to congratulate you upon being the leaders of today. You have no idea how many would wish to be in this room, but they did not make it. Congratulations. And I also want to thank you for keeping time and honoring this session. My role today is very simple. I will be the chair of this session. We'll have, according to the program, 3 very able presenters. Some, I don't know why they chose that I should be the one to chair this session, because they are very, very senior people. Mr. Solomon Wilson Chirunda is a distinguished legal practitioner and parliamentary governance expert with an experience spanning over 2 decades. That's quite a long time. As the Director of Legal and Compliance, he leads the legal advisory services, legislative drafting, compliance, and institutional legal representation for the Parliamentary Commission in courts of law. He's an advocate of the High Court with over 20 years professional experience. He's a commissioner for oaths and notary public and a certified compliance professional. He's an active member of several professional bodies, including the Uganda and East African Law Societies, the International Bar Association, and the Commonwealth Association of Legislative Counsel. He has also supported parliamentary strengthening initiatives in South Sudan and Ethiopia as a legal expert. He holds a Master of Laws of International Trade and Human Rights a postgraduate diploma in legal practice, and a Bachelor of Laws. Beyond his professional work, he's a Rotarian and Paul Harris Fellow committed to community service. Mr. Chirunda, please stand up for recognition. I am talking about someone these people may not know. A round of applause for him. And I think in the interest of those who will not be here with us, let's first introduce him. He also makes his presentation. Then we'll introduce the rest of the members as they come to present. Without wasting much time, allow me to invite Mr. Chirunda to come here and make his presentation. Now, you know, he comes from a very long family of so many lawyers. So he may speak a lot of information that may be novel to you. So what you do when he mentions something where you need clarity, please write your question down, forward it, give it to one of our staff to bring it to us. Then we'll have a whole answer session for all the questions you will have presented. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman, for your very kind introduction. Honorable members, ministers present, and colleagues, good morning. It is my honor today to talk to you about a topic that is dear to what we do every day. And in this regard, I would like to thank the organizers for blessing us with the opportunity to talk to you today. The topic I'm required to talk to you about is regulatory compliance, what every legislator must know. And this is what will guide us throughout your tenure and to ensure that Parliament leaves a mark in its tenure. Parliament is one of the most powerful institutions in a democracy, but at the same time, it is also one of the most exposed institutions because every resolution, every committee inquiry, every disciplinary recommendation is subject to legal test and consequences thereafter. You will note, as I begin this, I chose to begin with a quotation by Lord Diplock, and he says, government officers and departments are accountable to Parliament for efficiency and policy, and of that, Parliament is the only judge. They are responsible to a court of justice for the lawfulness of what they do, and of that, only the court is a judge. So the parameters are drawn, and it gives me the privilege to speak after my very senior colleague and boss, Honorable Katuntu, spoke to you about separation of powers, and after my very senior boss, Honorable Ariko, talked to you about oversight yesterday. There are parameters that are drawn. The three stones, the analogy of the three stones that was drawn by Honorable Katuntu the other day tells you that for accountability and efficiency of policy of that, Parliament is the only judge. However, for the lawfulness of what you do, the court is the only judge. Why do we do this? When procedure is mishandled, the courts will intervene. And what is the consequence of that intervention? There is a real financial and reputational risk to Parliament. It is no longer paperwork for legal officers or auditors, not anymore. But it is a strategic governance function, and that's why we incorporated it here today. Institutions that treat compliance as an afterthought pay compensation, they lose cases, and they suffer reputational damage. And this, I need not belabor, because we've had a share of that. It is a discipline, and that we should never forget. Now, why does it matter? I am glad that the theme of this induction speaks to building a representative and future-ready Parliament. by strengthening representation, legislation, and oversight for national transformation. Future ready does not only mean digitization or modernization of the infrastructure. Future ready means that Parliament must be institutionally mature and make decisions that are not only politically sound, but legally defensible, procedurally fair, and ethically credible. And that is what compliance is about. It is the mandate of Parliament under Article 79 to pass laws. However, if its own laws or processes are inconsistent, they are arbitrary or vulnerable, then they are subject to court reversal. And that weakens the moral authority with which it supervises the executive and holds public institutions accountable. In fact, one of the greatest contradictions that can occur in governance is that Parliament vigorously demands accountability and compliance from the MDAs, while Parliament itself is weakened by internal compliance failures. That is a great contradiction. We cannot hold people to a standard that we ourselves cannot keep in our processes. So, why do we introduce it in parliamentary work? And why do we tell you about it? It's because, in terms of regulatory compliance, there are basic tenets that you are required as members of Parliament to comply with. And the consistent adherence to them makes your work pass the legal test and legal scrutiny. One of them is the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, the rules of procedure, the administrative law principles, the financial accountability, human rights obligations, and anti-corruption safeguards. Why do we say so? It is because the Constitution is a grand norm and it sets the standards for how we operate. That Constitution gives you power and limits it. As you will realize, there are certain things we cannot do in the Constitution. For example, Article 72 will talk about, you talk about the restriction on retrospective legislation. There is a restriction on financial matters. There is a restriction on a one-party state. There is a restriction against a state religion. Those are lines we cannot cross. And that is why they are important. Therefore, when it comes to the other side other than legislation, which is oversight, compliance is about ensuring that investigations are conducted within mandate, they are free of bias, they are respectful of fair hearing, and are compliant with the sub judice principles. Why do I tell you this? And I will be using examples. The examples I use here are factual. They are lessons we've learned over time in our practice. Example number one, in that court decision, that was constitutional petition, number 7 of 2014, Honorable Justice Joseph Mulangira versus the Attorney General. The good gentleman sits in his mandate as a judge, takes a decision, and the Public Accounts Committee summons him to answer on why he took certain decisions in his court judgment. Of course, the good justice declined. And when he declined, he opted to exercise the only route he knew and sued the Attorney General on behalf of Parliament. And in so doing, it was found that that Parliament does not have the authority to review court decisions. It has no power to investigate or review any matter, completed or pending, before courts of law. Neither does Parliament has power to summon a sitting judge, because in so doing, it would be an affront to the independence of the judiciary guaranteed by Article 128. It would be an affront to the long-cherished doctrine of the separation of powers. You remember the 3 stones on which the pot sat? These 3 stones are supposed to work in collaboration, but within their strict limitations. Another example I will give you, in Walugembe, Daniel, and the Attorney General. Court judgments and orders cannot be inquired into compromised, or interfered with by orders issued by another arm of government. To do so is gross interference with the doctrine of separation of powers and judicial independence. What does this mean? From court judgments, you're not barred from discussing them. You can discuss them, but for purposes of deriving legal guidance out of them. Not to contest them, not to challenge them, not to review them, because you cannot sit in appeal of a court decision. That is a right that is protected by the laws of this country and can only be done within those structures. Therefore, in whatever we do, where we are not satisfied, the remedies are clear. Parliament will examine, it will do that, but cannot reach conclusions that are contrary to what the court decided. Therefore, when Parliament legislates in terms of legislation, it must legislate something that is constitutional, that is harmonized, that is procedurally sound and implementable. The biggest failure in legislation is passing a law that is not implementable. If you remember the marijuana case, the Mira growers, it was partly, the narcotics bill was partly outlawed because it did not pass the test set in terms of being consistent, being harmonized, and being implementable. Therefore, Parliament, as the vanguard of the rule of law, has to make sure it is compliant with the very standards it sets. In terms of administration, we've got what they call the Parliamentary Commission. And in doing their work, they must be alive of their mandate. They must conduct disciplinary actions, recruitment, procurement, and management, contract management, in a lawful and defensible manner. What am I trying to say? Compliance is not a single policy. It is an ecosystem in whatever we do. If we do not comply with the standards that are required of a national parliament, even if you bring a lawyer from heaven, they will never perform miracles in that court. And if we are compliant, we take away the legal risk, we take away the financial risk, and we take away all the reputational damage that can be done because of that. Now, what is the global best practice? Why do we use it as a governance and risk management tool? We have learned that it must be institutionalized, and there is a department in Parliament that oversees this. But it is done on 3 pillars. Pillar number 1, which I term as Pillar A, the tone at the top. The OECD has recognized that compliance begins with leadership commitment. When I talk about leadership, I am not talking about the speaker. I'm also talking about chairpersons. Probably next week or in the near future, most of you will be chairpersons. Most of you will lead these committees. You must set the tone at the top. If leaders ignore procedures, then those that they lead, the members that you lead, will do the same. And you will not blame them because they will be copying from you. If the tone at the top is set properly, then compliance prevails. Pillar B is the risk-based compliance. In modern systems, we don't police everything. We focus on high-risk areas. And the ISO, which is a Global Compliance Management Standard, clearly tells us to identify the non-compliance, where non-compliance is most likely to occur, and where it will be most damaging, and prioritize resources there. So if you're going to conduct investigations, that is a high-risk area. If you're going to legislate, that is a high-risk area, because work that has been invested and done in 3 months can be poured in the drain in a document of 5 pages. Why? Because we are not compliant. Committee investigations, legislation, investigations may be very sensitive. However, where bias is alleged, they cannot stand the test. And Pillar C, evidence-based compliance. Globally, institutions succeed, not because they have good intentions, but because they have documentation. There's only 3 rules. Rule number 1, document. Rule number 2, document. Rule number 3, document. Because it is the documentation that speaks to to the adherence of the procedure and is evidence that you did follow the procedure. Without these records, without minutes, without notices, without written decisions, there is no way of proving that the procedural steps of compliance were legally complied with. And then, what is the reality and why do we take it serious? When compliance is not taken serious, you see that number in blue? A couple of years ago, it used to be 0 this, 0 that, 0 this, 0 that. That is what we have in our docket at the moment, arising from institutional non-compliance. The department, the team that I'm privileged to lead, has noted that these arise because of systemic weaknesses. It has remained fragmented, inconsistent, and often reactive. Compliance is not supposed to be reactive. We are supposed to leave compliance in what we do. If you're legislating, have you followed all the rules? In 2017, Parliament sat and exercised its mandate and passed the Constitutional Amendment Bill. And then it was challenged by active Ugandans. And while in Mbali, an issue came up, was the motion to proceed on second reading seconded. And of course, we were then with the Deputy Attorney General, Honorable Kutana, said, yes, it was. And then Justice Kakuru shoots, I don't see it on your Hansard. What proves it was seconded? And then we were quick to rise and say, in Parliament, seconding of motion is by rising up. The next question was, where is it in the rules? And our rules did not say that you second by rising up. Where is it in the Hansard? And that is what gave birth to documenting. And that's why today the Speaker says, seconded by so-and-so, seconded by so-and-so, seconded by so-and-so, to take away the doubt that could have thrown out the entire bill. So, this number I'm showing you is not just a statistic. It is a red flag that an institutional control weakness, where processes do not consistently, are not consistently followed, you cannot avoid legal risk. Without a stronger compliance culture, then you can be politically active and productive, but legally vulnerable. Why do we exist? We exist to facilitate members of Parliament. And we do this in several ways. In briefing committees, when you're going to start an inquiry, every committee has got a secretariat. That secretariat is headed by a clerk assistant. It is supported by a lawyer. It is supported by a researcher. It is supported by an economist. And part of their mandate, and hold them to account, if they fail in these jobs, we are here. Reach out to us, is to brief, preparing briefing notes on the implications of the inquiry, on the terms of reference. Every inquiry we conduct will have clearly drawn terms of reference, and they must show you the implications on the terms of inquiry. When it comes to questioning witnesses, we prepare members and expose legal and administrative loopholes. That is our job, to facilitate you in doing this. We do not submit in committees. We do not interrogate, but our job is to make sure you are ready to execute your mandate. Also, ensuring procedural fairness. Are the rules being respected? Is privilege being respected? Is natural justice being respected? Our Constitution in Article 44 clearly tells us that the right to a fair hearing, whether before an administrative tribunal of quasi-judicial nature or before a court, is sacrosanct, it is non-derogable, and any violation of that will be found to be unlawful. I cite a few examples to illustrate this. Stephen Henry Munyonyo versus Attorney General. If all you remember the NSSF probe, Henry Munyonyo, the committee made recommendations against him without hearing him. The High Court was very fast in saying that the findings that were done by the committee were ultra-vires because it was procedurally unfair and in breach of natural justice. And therefore, the resolutions were annulled. 3 months of work gone down the drain simply because we did not hear one individual. If you do not hear that individual, do not make mention of him in the report. You want to make mention of that person in the report, make sure I've given him a chance to tackle the subject, a chance to defend himself, adequate notice to prepare, and all that. And what is the lesson we learn from here? A committee's moral conviction is never a substitute for lawful procedure. You might be morally right, but procedurally wrong. And in our legal ecosystem, that becomes illegal. Zake Francis versus Attorney General. You remember when he was impeached from being commissioner? He was removed. A committee sat, did a beautiful report. Parliament sat, dedicated resources. However, Parliament was faulted for breaching rules of natural justice, for conflict of interest, for procedural irregularities. And this was very embarrassing because you read the Hansard and they are citing Honorable Magola said this and it portrayed bias. Honorable so-and-so said this. They were biased. They had a preconceived mind in making this decision. Of course, what happened? We lost and costs were awarded. Who suffers the burden of costs? The taxpayer. So it is imperative that we draw lessons from these cases. And when we cite them, it is not to condemn, but to show, to give you a practical explanation of what happens and the consequence of our failures. The lesson here is that courts scrutinize decisions touching members' rights very seriously because they believe you're the vanguards of procedure, you're the protectors of the Constitution, you're the protectors of the citizens. And if it is unconstitutional, they will come up and hammer you with a lot of force. Muhammad Alibai, I saw my senior colleague, Honorable Muiru, in the House today. When we were investigating the custodian board, again, matters came up. And while some committee members were not happy with some decisions, with how the minister had exercised his authority under the Act, the court came in and said that investigation in certain instances was found biased, it breached natural justice, and violated the sub judice rule. The sub judice rule dictates, and that is Rule 75 of our Rules of Procedure, that if a matter is active, we should not go there. If a matter has been decided by a court, other than deriving guidance from it, we should not interrogate it. As a consequence, the report was quashed. The chairman then was my good friend, and we had this argument in the committee. And of course, they took the day. Then he called me, he's no longer in Parliament, unfortunately. Said, we must appeal this decision. I told him there's nothing to appeal, because this is the debate we had in the committee, and the court has told you that debate carried a lot of water. What is the lesson? Bias and procedural shortcuts can only cause trouble to your work. Ali Sekatawa versus Attorney General, I'm sure you all remember the handshake. When they were moving the motion to have this committee, the ad hoc committee that investigated the handshake, it was a motive because people felt it was morally wrong. And as people's representatives, they were probably right. Where was the mistake? In constituting the ad hoc committee, the same people who submitted on the floor, the same people who castigated these people on the floor, ended up on the committee, and they had already pronounced their guilt on the floor. There was no way Ali Sekatawa was receiving a fair trial before that tribunal. And they said there was prejudgment before the hearing in breach of natural justice. Now, we also support you in evidence gathering and analysis. That one, we analyze the complex legal documents. We uncover conflicts. And we also help in assessing compliance with statutory requirements. I cite this particular decision of Betty Kamia to Rome versus Kosase. Why? There was a supplementary request that was processed. Money left the consolidated fund. It was spent and put to the proper purpose. But she was indicted for originating the supplementary request. Little did we know, the minister does not originate a supplementary request. It is the Ministry of Finance. And the court was quick to point out that the process was flawed. And PAC Kosase, that is Commissioned State Authorities and Enterprises, meant that the entire process that was impugned should have been investigated since they approved the passing of the money. We were investigating something that Parliament actually passed, we were investigating ourselves, or you were investigating yourselves. And therefore, the decision against Honorable Betty Kamya was reached through a flawed process, flawed analysis, and evaluation of evidence that she kicked off the supplementary request. We also help, and this is the work of the Secretariat, in drafting documents and reports. Committees are supported in drafting summons and other sensitive documents to make sure they pass the legal muster. It entails translation of complex documents, discussions into formal, legally accurate committee reports and recommendations. Those findings should be able to withstand judicial scrutiny. Why am I telling you so? Because the quotation you see down there is clear, and that is Rule 7A of the Judicature Judicial Review Rules. And it says, the court shall grant an order of judicial review where it is satisfied that the decision-making body or officer did not follow due process in reaching these decisions. As a result, there was unfair and unjust treatment. Parliament and parliamentarians have privilege, but they don't have privilege and they are not insulated against the tenets of the Constitution that guarantee a fair hearing. Therefore, these cases are not just stories, and I love storytelling, but losing means erasing your record. It means reputational damage to yourselves as an institution. It means financial loss. So, what is the truth? And what should every member understand? One, if the process is unlawful, the outcome becomes vulnerable, no matter how correct it appears politically. You can do a very good report, 300 pages, 400, but as long as it is vulnerable, it is wasted effort, however correct it looks. Two, compliance that we preach is not a technical barrier. It is a protective shield that ensures that your decisions survive the test of time. Because Parliament can only lose legitimacy in two ways. One, corruption, and two, procedural injustice. Procedural injustice is fatal to the credibility of your work. When you look at the quotation down there, McFoy in United Africa versus United Africa, it is very clear. If an act is void in law, it is a nullity. It is not only bad, but it is incurably bad. It is automatically null and void without any ado. You don't even need a court order to say so, but we do so for convenience. And every proceeding founded on it is also bad. Why? Because you cannot put something on nothing and expect it to stay there. It will collapse. We emphasize this because it doesn't go to the merit of the decision. It goes to the process you used to reach to that decision. And that is instructive to us. So, it helps us in safeguarding the reputation of the institution, of one of the arms of government. It is not good when it is only one arm that is being bashed all the time in the media, on social media, in the advent of TikTok and all these other things. We have an honest duty to safeguard the reputation. Parliament as a lawmaking body should set standards for compliance with the constitutional provisions and its own rules. If any of the stages is flawed, that vitiates the entire process and the law enacted as a result of it. Those are not my words. Those are the words of retired Justice Remi Kasule in Oloko Nyango versus Attorney General. When courts quash parliamentary action, it is not merely correction. It is an indictment of your authority before the public. You lose credibility before the public. When they were determining the 2017 decision I told you about, the famous Toji Water Court decision, they came to a finding that the rules of procedure that you were all given at the occasion of swearing in emanate from the Constitution in Article 94. A breach of any of those rules is a breach of the Constitution. And therefore, the outcome will be a nullity. There used to be a misconception that compliance is work for legal counsel. No, ours is only to support you. And you're the custodians of these rules. You're the custodians of this Constitution. You're the custodians of the statute book of Uganda. We point it out, we support you so that you lead from an informed point of view. So, what expectations? In committees, it is very simple. We must ask ourselves, was summons properly issued? Was summons properly issued? Was there adequate notice? Is the committee acting within its mandate? Is it respecting the sub judice rule? Has everyone been heard? Has there been prejudgment? And once all those questions are answered in the affirmative, then the work of that committee will pass the test. In legislation, is the law constitutional? Is it consistent? Is it clear? Is it enforceable? Was the regulatory impact assessment done? Was there involvement of the public? Article 32 is very clear that legislators act for and on behalf of the people that elected them. That is the spirit in Article 1, that is the spirit in Article 2 of the Constitution. Were these people consulted? Did they have input in the legislative proposal? And were the rules of procedure complied with? If that passes, then we go to the ethical part. Are conflicts of interest avoided? Did we meet the set ethical standards? And as I was being introduced here, you were told I'm a Rotarian. I have found that being a Rotarian comes in handy in our daily life. And I implore those who have not to look at the 4-way test. It will tell you and it will guide you on how you can be an effective legislator. We have the 4-way test, and the questions are simple. Is it the truth? If I'm to compare to the work you do, are you being honest? Are you being transparent and accurate in your reporting? Second, is it fair to all concerned? Are we applying the laws, the policies, and procedures consistently without favoritism? Third, will it build goodwill and better relations? Does your conduct promote trust, integrity, and respect among your colleagues and in the public and other stakeholders? And last, will it be beneficial to all concerned? Does it comply with the rules? Does complying with the rules and policies protect the organization, the public, and all stakeholders? That is the 4-way test that we follow in Rotary, and to speak to the ethical context of Parliament. What culture must we breed? We must breed a culture or a habit of asking 4 simple questions. Do we have the mandate? What does the law and procedure require? Have we given a fair hearing? Have we documented the process? Most compliance failures are not caused by lack of laws. They are caused by a failure to respect laws and procedures that already exist. These habits are simple, but they are the difference between institutional excellence and institutional embarrassment. Now, we come to how members conduct themselves on the floor, because this is subject to scrutiny as well. I cannot say it better than was said by the Constitutional Court in Twinobu Sinje Severino versus the Attorney General. Members of Parliament are independent and free to speak on the floor of the House, but they are obliged to exercise their powers and privileges with restraint and decorum in a manner that honors the institution and those who elected them. In fact, they went on to say, the Speaker, as the head of the House, has a big role to play in guiding parliamentarians not to use unparliamentary or reckless language that may infringe on other people's rights, which are entrenched in the Constitution. By calling them to order, don't be angry with the Speaker. He's only doing what is mandated by law to do. Parliament should avoid acts that are akin of mob justice, because such undermine the respect and integrity of a national parliament. As a national legislature, Parliament is the fountain of constitutionalism. Members are bound by its tenets and the deliberations and actions. The Speaker guides away from anything that will bring disrepute to the House, and we must avoid that. In conclusion, Honorable Chairman, if the 12th Parliament is to be remembered as a transformative Parliament, it must be both productive and credible. It must legislate boldly, oversee firmly, represent strongly, but in doing so, operate lawfully, fairly, and consistently. A parliament that fails in compliance becomes vulnerable to judicial reversal, while a parliament that strengthens compliance becomes resilient, it becomes trusted, and it becomes future ready to fit within the theme of this induction. It is not about avoiding mistakes. It is about ensuring that the institution remains legitimate in the eyes of the electorate. The call to action is clear. Let compliance be reactive. Let compliance cease to be reactive. Let it become the daily discipline of Parliament. I thank you for your kind attention.
Wow. Another round of applause for Mr. Chirunda. Did he touch the gist of our coming here today? I think this should have been the very, very first session to listen to before we even entered the chambers. I think we need to appreciate him more. Thank you, sir, for the job well done. We couldn't ask for better. Take home evidence-based legislation, evidence-based debate. I think we agree with the presenter on those principles. But there's something he mentioned last. Safeguarding institutional reputation is our duty as members of Parliament. I want to thank you for this presentation. I had requested you earlier that you keep writing your questions, send them at the time of question and answer session. When they read your question, you stand up for recognition to know that you are still around and ready to take on the answers. Now, first of all, he was exceedingly on time. And I know the next presenter I am calling will even be more on time than even the previous one. There's a gentleman who has been in the Parliament earning from the Consolidated Fund for the last 30 years. 3 decades. Wow. That is none other than Honorable James Kakoza. And he's here with us. I think it deserves a round of applause even before I say more about him. 30 solid years. Wow. Honorable Kakoza is an accomplished legislator. He has been a public servant, a business leader with very extensive knowledge in governance. I would speak so much about him, but in the interest of time, I'll only tell you that he represented Kabula County for 15 years, has been a member of the East African Legislative Assembly. He's now representing persons, advanced persons. I think that's how the Honorable Jacqueline would love me to call them. Advanced persons. And they're advanced in everything. Age, memory, knowledge, everything. We cannot ask for more than having the Honorable Kakoza speak to us. The topic he's going to handle, and I think it was rightly chosen. Tools of effective representation of the constituency. If we need to live in the footsteps of the 30 years, we need to very cautiously listen to Honorable Kakoza. I don't want to waste much time. I'd like to invite you to come and speak to these people who are anxiously waiting to take knowledge from you so that they represent their constituencies, also for more than 30 years. You know, in Christianity, they say the glory of the current church will be more than the previous one. I welcome you, Honorable Kakoza. Please, a round of applause as he comes to speak to you. Write down your questions. We will ask after this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Taylor. Of course, honorable ministers around, honorable colleagues, staff of Parliament, and other dignitaries. Good morning. First of all, I wanted to salute you. You know, anybody who takes an oath to become a member of Parliament is not a joking subject. Because what you go through, nobody can believe. Because every constituency has its own dynamics. And the moment you go through and become a member of parliament, please, it's God's mercy. Because there are over 40 million people, but to become one of them, that you are number 17 in the country, I think it's not easy. People take it easy, but I don't think it's easy. Of course, as you've heard my topic of the tools for effective representation of the constituency, I'll give an overview of what are the minimum basics. But of course, most of the contributions you make as a person, plus those ones which are basic, I think makes you to be an effective member of parliament. One, I'll go with overview. The effective tools to enable the MPs to perform their tripartite roles, representing their constituencies, interest in the legislature, exercising oversight on government, budgetary representation, and fostering development at the local levels. Effective tool for Uganda MPs to help them serve their constituents involve a combination of physical infrastructure, direct engagement strategies, financial resources, and digital communication to bridge the gap between local needs and national policy. The key tools include establishing constituency office, holding regular consultative meetings, leveraging development funds, and utilizing social media outreach. I think I wish we had commissioners and the clerk here. I think we should do, it's quite important that members of parliament should have offices in their constituencies facilitated by government. Because that's when you will go to the constituency and get every detail of the information when you are legislating in Kampala. It was an oversight, but this time around, this parliament needs to go with it, because one of the facilities that enables a member of parliament to be effective on the ground. World over, in democratic dispensations, it's believed that while voters cast their votes and elect their representatives to various offices, the voters retain with both the duty and the right to hold the MPs accountable. This is based on the fact that under the theory of social contract, it's presupposed that persons' moral and all political obligations are dependent upon a contract agreement among them to form the society in which they live. This is therefore implied that even where no formal written contract exists, MPs are duty-bound to give feedback to constituents, and the constituents should seek to know what MPs are obliged to do. I go to the background. This is the information paper for the MPs about the contemporary views expressed in the doctrine of effective tools to be used in order to effectively and efficiently serve their constituencies, as well as executing their parliamentary roles. Legislation, oversight, representation, and budgetary. In the same breath, this presentation brings out measures of success for being effective and efficient. This induction paper is designed to provide to MPs both practical and ideological orientation in providing techniques for effective management. The paper forms a fundamental stage before MPs assume their formal roles. Therefore, this induction paper is all about what do MPs need to know about their roles in Parliament and beyond. It's a crucial process which ensures that MPs are well prepared to fulfill their roles effectively. The effective tools for the MP to use. One, they are essential tools to be used by the MPs in order to effectively serve their constituents and ensure that government policies and action are aligned with the needs and aspirations of their communities. Consultative meetings. MPs need to hold consultative meetings with their constituents to update them, government activities, programs, bills, and their views on issues affecting their welfare, regardless of consultation by members of parliament in democracy. Of course, there has been a problem with government security and members of parliament. You are legally, as a member of parliament, entitled to know and make meetings to find out what is happening in your constituency. But security mixes it with political affiliation and they stop you from doing your oversight work. When you look at the ruling of the Constitutional Court petition of 49, 2017, of legitimate petition in Uganda, one of the grounds which part of the law was nullified, that there was no consultation and participation of the common man. The court agreed that consultation and public participation is a mandatory requirement of all legislative processes, especially in the Constitution is concerned. The court went further to define what consultation and participation means in this context. Having discussions and meetings and consultative talks as a process of sharing information in a free environment. Therefore, participation is looked at as a process of involvement, contributing and having input of the most ordinary voter. You remember the third terms issue, where all members of parliament, we are told to go back in the constituency to articulate on the issues of a third term. The law, the Constitution as it is, as we talk, there are some sections of the Constitution which are entrenched, others are not entrenched. So where members of parliament are given a role to consult, I think that's where we miss a point. Because that's their law, they are supposed to get views from the locals so that they can come and make a very good law. I can give an example. I remember in 2001, government had resisted on the Budget Act. I was a member. But after some time consulting the timeline, the local governments and whatever, we came out with the private members bill, which have stood the test of time for almost 15 years. And that law we passed, even other countries in Africa, they are using that Budget Act. They come here to benchmark. But it was through the participation and going to the locals to find out what is best for them to be effective. I want to allude that by this ruling in representation democracy, leaders are obliged to be transparent in the execution of their mandate while giving feedback to the voters is very vital. Constituents, office, and staff tool. Physical office, a permanent accessible office, serves as a visible hub for the MPs' activities, allowing them to meet constituents and for the staff to manage a casework. As we are currently, I think this 12th parliament should borrow a leaf from other countries. I went to benchmark in USA. Every member of parliament in USA has an office whereby information is delivered and there is a political assistant for you. In case you come out from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you go back for consultation. There is an assistant paid for you to get the information while you are away. And this is quite important that members, as we are going to pass our financial budget, we should include that cost that we must be facilitated, because that's when you are going to become effective. In addition to that, we need also to have inclusion of dedicated staff. Hiring competent local staff, constituency assistants to manage daily operations and handle casework and act as a liaison between the MP. You know the environment in politics today, that when you're in office, they always call you, come and bury, there is somebody who has died, there is a wedding, all those issues. You must have a liaison officer to help you out, to get information and how you can deal with it. Because most of the people now, they look at a member of parliament as a problem solver of everything. That's what is on the reality is. They think that we are like a Bank of Uganda. You have to facilitate everything. So the best way to go about that and to reduce the number of those communications, you reduce them at this point, where staff can get all the information. And by the time you go back to the constituency, they will know, you will know the information how to deal with it. Community mobilization. MPs mobilize communities to support and participate in government programs and campaigns such as immunization campaigns and malaria prevention efforts, parish development medal, Emyoga, and among other government programs. I was a Minister of Health one time. You remember the polio vaccine. People were decampaigning it. But for last year in that ministry, we used members of parliament to facilitate them to go and mobilize, and we scored 105%, which has never happened in these immunization programs. So, members of parliament, you are a human resource that can be tapped by government by facilitating you and do the well program to be effective. Monitoring and evaluation. MPs monitor and evaluate the use of government funds allocated to projects and programs in these their areas. The monitoring tool, consultation, evaluation, and bills, and feedback to voters inform business conducted in the parliament and decisions taken by parliament. This is quite important, even government service delivery. Where there is no monitoring, you're wasting your time. I wish the ministers who are here, please, like somebody said yesterday, technocrats wait for you to receive a PowerPoint report and you think it's real. But when you stay in the office and you don't go in the field, I can assure you can't perform. That's why you have fake constructed buildings. Somebody brings a report and you think it's correct. But when you go on the ground, it's quite totally different. There is how we proved. I can give a case study. I was the Minister of Primary Health Care, and with my Dr. Malinga and Nduhura, we found out that the ghost health centers were more than the ones which are real on ground. Because what we did, we said, you can't be in the office. Let's go and find out what happens in the field, whether the PowerPoint report they are reporting to us, it is what is happening on the ground. One day, I go to the office, I get the archive, I go to the DHO in Kampala. The PowerPoint report was saying there are 7 health centers in Kampala, in the center. One was at the post office. Another one was at Queen's Way, where fire brigade is. Another one was in Seiring. Another one was at Ikotorio. So I went to the office. I got that report. I went to the DHO. I told him, can you sit in my car? We started with Kampala Road. When I went to Kampala Road, we found post office. But there was a demolished building there. Then the DHO, you know, this was here. Then I told him what happened. We're still on the books. And every health center was picking 1.2 million every month on essential drugs. I kept quiet. We ascended to Ikotorio. You know when you are sloping to Chikubo down there, there is a clinic which is of Bank of Uganda staff. When we reached there, the DHO said, you know, this is the clinic. I said, but this is Bank of Uganda staff, I know. I kept quiet. We went to Queen's Way. Queen's Way, there was fire brigade. I said, where is the hospital? Am I blind? I kept quiet. When he opened the door to go to the other one in Zambia, the man took off. He never came back to the office after 3 months. So what I'm trying to say, the point is, please, honorary ministers, don't be in the office and accept PowerPoint reports. If you want to perform, be hands-on. And this is what MPs want to do. If you want to be effective in your area and to become relevant, whatever project, a minister should inform you and you'll be there when they're opening it. Because you will know the money given to them, whether there is value for money. This is quite important that really, and it helps politically. Members of parliament, you know that your rivals at the ground are there every day. You are here, they are waiting for you. Chairman 5 want to take over your seat. To become relevant, let him not own those projects when you are not there. Because you are the one who are allocating money. You know everything. The moment you become relevant in monitoring, that's a trick that voters can vote you again. And I'm telling you, members, as the presenter said, that have been 30 years in parliament, it's not simple. But once you become relevant to the voter, they vote for you many times. Because every time you are with them, you have somebody communicating with what you do. And this is a serious note that how do you serve for only one term as a member of parliament? How? God has given you an opportunity among the chosen few. And you lose that opportunity. And the worst for MPs, once you lose a term, nobody is going to employ you, my friend. I'm sure of that. So hang on there. Don't give space to your opponent. Be relevant in the constituency. You'll serve 20 years. I'm telling you the truth. Yeah, by the way, if the lion is still around and the hyena is still hunting, you hyenas, where are you going? When I hear people saying that for us, we serve only 1 term, 2 terms, and go where? And go where? You are still 55 years. That's when you are going to do the best to the government. You want to resign, I want to do what? Direct engagement and consultation tools. These particular tools comprises of advice, surgery clinics, regular scheduled meetings, where individual constituents can discuss personal problem or local issues directly with the MPs. That's why to have an office and discuss. And by the way, you members of parliament, you can tune your constituents and it becomes personal grata. Why? When the constituents know that you are coming back on Friday or Saturday, people will wait for you to know what is happening at the center. And there you are creating a bond with them. By the time they come to know that 5 years have elapsed, they know this man has been around. This is ours. You get what I'm saying? So that's one way of the trick to anger in a constituency. And you become very important to those voters. But when you disappear and take a long time, your opponent will come and say, please, when you voted for him or her, has never come back, he has come back for elections. If you want to be visible, be there. And the members of parliament who are here for the first time, please, if you want to come back at the second time, start now. Start to plan, start to create a vibe. You know, when we were coming in, there was too much vibe that people voted for you. So create a rapport that vibe can push you to the next election, 2031. And those people will vote for you. when they know you are theirs. Public forums. Large-scale meetings to update the public and parliamentary activities and gather a consensus on policy issues, especially on topics discussed in Parliament. Take your time and manage it properly. And you appear in the constituencies, especially where they have called meetings, and you be there, you air out. You are the person who is accountable. Those local people, they don't know anybody. They know you because you come to the center. They want to know what happens. And they want to get it from horse's mouth. So whatever happens in Parliament, they think that you know, you are the Omega and Alpha, so please find time and be there. You'll find it easy to score the second term. Stakeholders meetings. Targeted engagements with local leaders like the LC1, LC2, attending the district and sub-county councils meetings where the MPs are members of district lords committee, culture institution leaders, community-based organizations, and interested groups to understand sector needs, especially youth, agriculture, youth, women's groups, social service institutions, area security personnel, area resourceful persons like professionals, elders, investors, entrepreneurs, employers, lobby jobs, employment for constituents. Engagement with both political and technical heads of various ministries, departments, and agencies for purposes of lobbying and advocacy, using their position to influence MDS, all accelerate infrastructure, social service projects, and economic empowerment programs in their constituents. Dear colleagues, we have a problem and which we need to sort out as we've joined 12th Parliament. Instead of lobbying to a colleague who has been appointed to a minister, he starts fighting you. That's what happens. There is somebody who mentioned teamwork. There is no way a district where they appointed a minister, you start fighting with elders because you want to weaponize your post and you perform better. For us in the past parliaments, we used to pass a rule. It was a regulation that every minister, once you go to my constituents, you must alert me and be there. Because what happens, your opponent is there, will work with the minister who is appointed. Instead of lobbying for service as a representative of the area, the minister weaponizes you. And that's area of conflict. Actually, when you look at the Constitution, it would have been better for a cabinet minister not to be a member of Parliament. Because he will concentrate on the work, not having a conflicted loyalty. Because he wants to be in a constituency to perform, he wants to be in cabinet. Therefore, it cripples the ideology of being a minister to push a policy agenda of government. This, I think, is a word of thought that this time we might think otherwise, that the mandatory 21 cabinet ministers should not be members of Parliament to push the agenda of government. Because whatever messes in the district, quarrels, internal conflicts are created because of that, and they cripple the service delivery. Because for me, as a member of Parliament, passing money, appropriating it for service delivery, to go to lobby minister and say, please, I'm lacking A, B, C, D, we pass this money in the policy statement, he will think otherwise when he is coming from the same area. Because he thinks he wants to be the Alpha and Omega. So he wants to suppress everybody who is coming up. And I want to tell you, I'm happy with my senior Honorable Minister Jacqueline Mbabazi. You people who are appointed in offices, don't think that those are permanent offices. I saw the confession of my senior colleague, Honorable Mbabazi, when she was saying, please, when you lose, that's where you know where the world is. Budgeting, oversight tool, reviewing and debating the national budget to ensure equitable allocation of funds to their specific constituents, listening to our site visits, active ongoing visits to schools, health centers, and community projects to witness local conditions firsthand is quite important. Communication and outreach tools, digital platforms and social media utilizing Facebook, Twitter, and WhatsApp to provide immediate updates, share information about government programs, and receive feedback. Newsletters, bulletin tool. Distributing regular print electronic newsletters to inform constituents of their activities, voting records, and available opportunities are quite important for members. That whatever you speak on the floor of the House and you send it to the constituents, especially there is what they call Hansard. We used to get Hansard every session. I don't know what is happening today, Bwana Kilak, because it helps you. People will go and give fake information to your constituents. That we send a member of parliament. We don't see this person when he's debating on the floor of parliament. But when you have a record, you supply it. And it becomes simple as that. Media engagement tools, using local radio stations and community newspapers to reach a wide audience and explain their legislative agenda. Yesterday, the Minister of Finance said they use quarterly release. The moment that quarterly release, they give us a copy, what has been provided for that particular quarter, and you go air it in the media and your local stations. People think, those who are implementers, they will think twice. Because the money will be known, what will be subject to that amount of money provided. So you as a member of parliament, you've done your job. And the community will know that the problem is not with you, is with those local governments. Oversight and accountability tools. Monitoring and evaluation actively monitor the implementation of government projects in their constituencies to prevent corruption and misuse of public funds. This is one of the tools you use. You know, most of the people think that corruption is money. No. Even not doing what you are supposed to do is corruption. One way, I was training in anti-corruption methods. When you air out the information to the public, somebody who wanted to do it, he hesitates to do it. Because you've preempted what he's going to do. Like the law in local government, they tell each every district to put a copy of the money submitted each every district. But how many do it? Because they don't want to know the amount of money provided for them in local government. Measures of success being an effective MP. In carrying out your various duties, you must be able to balance your work in parliament and constituency. The following are the measures success of how MPs can be effective in dealing with the constituent, staff, and other parliament, and media and civil society organizations. Develop trust and atmosphere of collaboration. In order to work well, government requires a level of trust between citizens and their representatives. Developing trust requires understanding, patience, and awareness of common purpose and goal. Every MP should try to appeal to the best instincts and with colleagues and be able to discuss principles they stand for and objective they intend to achieve during their term. It's quite important, you colleagues in the same area, to be consulting each other how you strengthen yourself on ground. But if you go and don't do that, you find that when it comes for elections, everyone takes his route. And there, the opponent comes there. He finds the gap and penetrates. Internal regulation. Being an effective and efficient MP depends on familiarity and firm grasp of the internal regulations of Parliament. Understanding and respecting regulations give power and legitimacy to an MP when the legislative chamber and parliamentary committees. You've heard the last submission of Honorable Chirunda, that MPs should have easy access to the internal regulation so that they can refer to the regulations oftenly. With time and exposure, the regulations will begin to make sense and become easier to follow. It's also advisable to get to know more experienced parliamentarians and seek their advice on a regular basis to adhere to the Code of Ethics. The constituents entrust MPs with important responsibility, and they must fulfill these obligations honorably. MPs should ensure that they should understand legislative etiquette and their ethical responsibilities. In this regard, there are important pointers to assist MPs in adhering to the Code of Ethics, and these include avoid anything that could be interpreted as a conflict of interest. This is what Honorable Mr. Chirunda said, that when you have a conflict, I think then the rules, it's there, that when you call a committee and you have a conflict of interest, declare it early. Because the moment the witness knows that you have a conflict of interest, that report is null and void. Adhere to the rules as agreed upon practices and norms in order to be more effective as leaders and in debate. Know when and how to speak in public. A big part of MPs' work involves making speeches. Well-received speeches are those that use simple language, are brief and to the point, and that do not try to speak on everything. Because if you speak on everything, you can mess up. So you be careful to use your words and be on point. It's also best to do some research and assessment before speaking on the floor. A speech should always be well balanced if MPs want to reach as many people as possible. Discussions with the media. The media is the link between the public and their representatives in government, are thus important integral part of any democracy. Therefore, maintaining good working relationship with the media, MPs should use the media to disseminate information and announce their position on issues, activity they are involved in when dealing with the media. The MPs need to be professional and discreet in order to earn the respect and the confidence in the public. Know where to seek information and legislative assistance. MPs cannot be experts in everything and thus should work on topics in their own particular areas of interest. Actually, the Chief Whip is not here. It's quite important that all of you members of Parliament, you are experts in your own fields, you are professional. It could have been better to go in that particular committee where you feel comfortable. Because you enrich the report, you enrich the debate because that's what you know. But when they move you to go to a lawyer when you're an accountant, my brother, it will be a hurdle to understand. So the Chief Whip members have applied on the committees they understand better, and depending on their professional background. I think it could be good that members are given an opportunity to serve on the committees they feel better themselves. This will enable them to become experts on specific issues. This will also help MPs building their reputations as serious lawmakers among colleagues and the larger citizenry. In searching for information, solicit the help of various interest groups and Parliament staff. Using the information and advice provided by civil society organizations is a good example of one area where MPs can seek relevant information. Also, working with the legislative and commission staff of Secretariat will be a great benefit to the MPs, not only in getting information, but also in taking advantage of the research and briefing provided by parliamentary staff. Manage your time well. The MP's time is a scarce resource that must be well managed. Organizing, prioritizing, and demonstrating commitment to issues of importance are key in the management of the MP's time. The way in which MPs manage their time reflects on them as an individual. The time in the Legislative Assembly is limited and should be used wisely in dealing with issues of importance to MPs and their constituents. Every MP also has a personal life that demands time, and it's equally important to attend to non-legislative responsibilities so as to maintain a balance between work and private life. Develop leadership and diplomatic skills. Controversial issues will often be brought in Parliament, and some will occur in the MP's constituents. MPs must always consider the consequences of whatever course of action they choose and should use skills and position as parliamentarians to find solutions. The MPs should ask questions, conduct research, and be a positive influence of both on fellow parliamentarians, on communities at large. Seeking solutions involves building consensus and being willing to compromise. Adopting new positions as a result of new insights is a mark of strength and not a weakness. And thus, it helps to approach issues with an open mind rather than with a set position. MPs should develop reputation for being straightforward and honest, expect to be treated as they treat them with whom they disagree. Maintain an open relationship with the constituents. MPs should remember that they are ultimately responsible for the constituents and that voters will respect MPs for thinking through issues and consulting them before arriving at the decision. Returning phone calls, answering letters, having meetings, and doing whatever it takes to ensure that constituents are aware of what MP is doing. It's imperative in the maintenance of open and constructive relations with constituents. I'm almost concluding. Maintain gender sensitivity. MPs who seek to be effective in Parliament work need to be gender sensitive. When analyzing implementing laws and policies, it's important to consider in which ways men and women will be affected, because more than like this will be a different. It's also important to consult and engage both women and men in constituencies and promote women and decision makers in order to instill confidence. Other ways in which to be a gender-sensitive MP include identifying opportunities to promote gender equality, allocating adequate resources to address gender issues, monitoring commitments on achieving gender equality, and using gender-sensitive language. Vote according to your conscience. MPs should be careful about measures by they choose to support bills and motions to be analyzed in advance in order to avoid the embarrassment of having voted against the bills and motions which are already agreed to. After MPs having promised to vote certainly, they may get fresh insight information that leads them to change their minds. When this happens, MPs should make their own new position known in order to maintain credibility. In conclusion, before I conclude, I think there are some techniques which you use in a constituency which makes you to be a member of Parliament for 15 years, for 20 years. I'll give you a tip of the iceberg before I conclude. You members who want to come back the second time or third time, start planning now. 1, you see that pay slip? The money you see there, that money is cashed. Because everybody is waiting for it and is waiting to spend. So you, as a person who is wanting to come back, save money for campaigns only. 2, invest somewhere where you will have a fallback position. In case voters don't vote you back, you have a solution. On a serious note, because most of the people, what they have achieved in the first term, they go to money lenders, they mortgage their property, and they come back. You find that somebody who has been a member of Parliament with that small earning, you find it really, you can't believe that he has been a member of Parliament. 2, fight very hard to become a member of Parliament for the second time. I can tell you the advantage. We created a bill for you. I want to thank the President, because when I told him these members of Parliament after 5 years, They have appropriated money. They go back with nothing. We created a pension. I moved that bill for the purpose. And the president said, oh, you mean these people are contractual services? Yes. When the voters, you go back with nothing. So we created a pension, a contributory scheme of 15%, now it's 20 and 30%. When you get a second term, you'll be earning up to the end of your life more than 4 million. So how do you lose that? God has given you an opportunity to become an MP. And 5 years you say, I'm going where? Yes, this is a reality on the ground. I've told you that nobody is going to employ you after losing a member of parliament. They will think you have Rugezgezi, you are Waizeka, and you go back to zero. So please utilize that opportunity. In conclusion, I'm ready. In conclusion, therefore, the requirement for legislators to observe the doctrines of effectiveness while executing their performance in their respective constituencies, it has been ably elaborated earlier in this paper. However, in summary, the MP's effectiveness to perform involve the availability of the key tools like combination of physical infrastructure, direct engagement strategies, financial resources, digital communication to bridge the gap between local needs and national policy. The key tools include establishing constituency office, holding regular consultative meetings, leveraging development funds, and utilizing social media. With those few words, I beg to submit. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much. Is that the round of applause it deserves? Do you know what it means being a legislator for 3 decades? Now, I'd like to thank Honorable Kakoza for that very wonderful presentation. Him and others, I've seen the Honorable Remy Gio here. Please stand up for recognition. We are now talking about legends in the House. I have seen the mighty Honorable Matia Kasaija is here with us. Very young and energetic. Please stand up for recognition. Don't talk about the money. Please, please, please. I have seen the Honorable Crispus Tionga is here with us. Way back from UPM. Hey. No, I'll insist that you stand up for recognition. These new members don't know you. I will be telling you more legends present with us here today. But we also have some legends who come from another world with a wealth of knowledge. The Honorable Mbadi is here with a very small cup of tea. Please stand up for recognition. General Mbadi is here. He also comes with a wealth of knowledge from another field. Very, very astute gentleman. Even Honorable Florence Hakik is here. She comes well. You remember her? Oh, Honorable Florence Hakik. And several others that will keep mentioned. Now, in the interest of time, the Honorable Santa is also here. Congresswoman. The Honorable Minister Santa is here with us. And several others. Now, in the interest of time, we need to rush very fast. We need to have one last presentation. For the staff, please, when you see honorable members raising their sheets, please pick them up from them and present them to the respective people who are supposed to answer their questions. I encourage you to keep writing those questions. We are going soon into another question and answer session. Now, parliamentary powers, privileges, and immunities. The presenter is Mr. Wabwire Paul Gamusi. He's a former clerk to Parliament. He comes in as a distinguished public servant and parliamentary administrator with an extensive career spanning several decades in the Parliament of Uganda. He retired from public service in 2023, having risen through the ranks from clerk assistant to the prestigious position of deputy clerk, which the Honorable Mr. Waiswa is holding now. You know, Mr. Waiswa was my secondary school teacher. I take pride in him. He taught me the English I speak now. He holds a Bachelor of Arts degree from Makerere University, a postgraduate diploma in parliamentary institutions and procedures from New Delhi, India, and a postgraduate diploma in public administration and management from the Uganda Management Institute. Throughout his career, Mr. Gamsi acquired extensive experience in parliamentary administration, legislative practice, and parliamentary procedures. He has made significant contribution to the strengthening parliamentary processes, institutional governance, and legislative operations. His wealth of knowledge and practical experience has earned him recognition as a seasoned professional in parliamentary affairs and public administration. Who else can speak about parliamentary privileges than him? Let's give him a round of applause as we welcome him to make his last presentation. Then we shall go into the question and answer session. I'll only accord him very few minutes because we're supposed to be taking off a break shortly. Thank you so much.
Honorable ministers, honorable members of parliament, the clerk to parliament, and members of staff, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it is a great honor and pleasure for me, through the grace of God, to have an opportunity to interact with you today. Let me congratulate you upon your having been elected to this legislature, and I wish you a very productive time in the Parliament of Uganda. Perhaps let me congratulate people from my times. I've seen Honorable Crispus Kionga, who was there with us, they mentored us. Honorable G.P. Kasaja, who was in the civil service and then a member in the NRC. I've seen Honorable Kabasharira. Those are people who stretch back to the NRC. It is very pleasant to see them. And also my friend and brother, Mr. Fono Pondo, now Honorable, who was a public servant and is now representing us, the elderly. So my presentation will go through an introduction, define parliamentary privileges, the origins and application of parliamentary privilege, sources of parliamentary privilege, and then limitations on public privileges. And then I think the time is so short. My presentation actually is 22 pages. I've given out the handout to the organizers, and the PDF I think will be very detailed, so I'll just go through very, very fast. But also perhaps to thank also the clerk and his team for the good work they have done since the beginning of this parliament. So what is parliamentary privilege? No, first the introduction. You know that Article 79 gives legislative authority to Parliament, and in addition to the legislative authority, Parliament conducts oversight, representation, budgetary control, and accountability functions, which is very important. For them to be able to do this, Parliament is vested with special powers and privileges and immunities so that they can execute this. These privileges and powers help to promote institutional independence and effectiveness of Parliament. Without that privilege, Parliament would not be able to be very effective. And this privilege also helps Parliament to be able to punish those who act contrary to the rules, regulations, whatever, so that the image of Parliament and dignity is always promoted. Now, honorable members, you will realize that this animal privilege is foreign to us. We inherited the system of Westminster Parliament, which has been there for over 700 years. Our system here is only 6 decades or so, but this privilege matter has been there for a very long time, arising from contestation of power between the monarch and the commoners. And in the UK at that time, about 7 speakers were executed while jostling for power. But later things stabilized and Parliament got the privileges to be able to do its work. And so what's privileges? When you look at Erskine May is the writer of you can equate it to the Bible of Parliament. And it is called the Treatise on Law, Proceedings, Usage, and Privilege of Parliament. That's the book. If you want to understand Parliament, you have to read Erskine May, a very voluminous document. He defines it as the sum of peculiar rights enjoyed by each house collectively as a constituent part of the High Court of Parliament and by members of each house individually, without which they could not discharge functions and which exceed those possessed by other bodies and individuals. So it means that privileges are enjoyed by Parliament and then the individual members. These special rights help Parliament discharge its functions. If we go to the origins of privilege, it dates back to 397 when Thomas Hesse was prosecuted for treason. He was trying to sponsor a bill to curtail royal household expenses. And he was saved by King Henry IV, who pardoned him. Shortly after, another member called Richard Strode in 1512 tried to advocate for miners because they were having very bad working conditions, and he introduced a bill. He was also prosecuted and was in the process of being prosecuted and detained. The Parliament at that time passed what was called a Strode Act, outlawing all the proceedings of that matter. But thereafter, so this Strode Act said that all issues to do with prosecuting members with regard to defamation or treason was void. But in 1629, another gentleman, honorable gentleman, was prosecuted, and the court denied him protection under the Strode Act because Parliament had passed the Strode Act outlawing that type of thing. Then in 1667, Parliament again passed a general law saying that they were privileged and any matters to do with treason or defamation could not be entertained. So they passed a general law extending privilege beyond defamation and treason. Then in 1689, that's what we have the Bill of Rights, which codifies this freedom of speech and debates in Parliament, establishing common law privilege. I will not, because I don't have much time, we'll just rush through. Defining powers and immunities of Parliament. The power of Parliament is the authority or function that Parliament is legally entitled to exercise under Constitution or any other written law, whereas immunities are legal protections granted to members of parliament to perform their functions independently without fear, intimidation, retaliation, or undue interference. So, parliamentary immunities, members of parliament cannot be sued. These are the major tenets of parliamentary privilege. Members of parliament cannot be sued or be prosecuted for statements made during debates. So there's total freedom of speech. These privileges allow parliament to function independently without interference from other bodies, that is the legislature or judiciary or even parliamentary individuals. And then this privilege also allows parliament to have those powers to compel witnesses to come, to gather evidence, to produce documents, and punish contempt. So these powers are part of the ordinary law. And then application of these immunities also involves that courts have prevented violation of parliamentary immunities and upheld parliamentary powers, including the power to punish contempt. So courts cannot interfere with the matters to do with contempt because that is a preserve of parliament. So sources of parliamentary privilege in Uganda, first one is the Constitution, which is the primary foundation of privilege for parliament. Then the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act, which codifies privileges and immunities, Cap 274. Then the rules of procedure and common law principles, which include the doctrine of reasonable necessity for discharging, for effective discharge of business. Parliament privilege is enjoyed collectively, that is between, collectively as parliament or its committees, but also individually by members, parliament, individual members, parliamentary staff, people appearing or before the committees or those who have to give it documents. So those are privileges enjoyed by those are the categories of people to enjoy privilege. Now, when we go to the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act, Section 2 protects members from civil or criminal proceedings for parliamentary actions. It means members are free to talk as much as they want, freely, without interference from everyone. But this does not mean that you can talk carelessly. You need to be decent. You can even tell lies if you want, and you will not be prosecuted. But I think it is right that you talk the truth, you talk decently, and when you err, the speaker or other members will always bring you to order, or you may be charged for contempt or whatever. I want to talk a bit of this because we have been talking about seniority here. For me, I was here, but not as a member. I had more than 7 terms in Parliament. And so we used to see what was happening. When you talk on, you present any matter on the floor of Parliament, please avoid going to radio. Going to radio, this privilege is confined to you in Parliament and its committees. There you can say, well, there was a corrupt man and so on, but when you go out to the radios, community radios there and so on, my friend, you may be charged. You may be sued for defamation or whatever. So you must be very careful on what you say elsewhere. You will not be protected. But you could perhaps, if you have an authoritative document, perhaps the Auditor General's report or whatever, you could talk about it, but be careful where you tread. Speaking freely in Parliament, Honorable Kakoza has been talking about being re-elected many times. And I'm telling you, honorable members, one of the key performance indicators for you to come back to Parliament is only when you have spoken in the Parliament. When you are elected, see that you have spoken in the Parliament. And how do you do that? I think one of the tricks, for you have very little time. You don't have time at all. In the NRC, members would speak up to 20 minutes, and they would exhaust whatever they want. If you go to the debates in the 60s, one time Honorable Baka Mayanja talked for 2 days. During the debate on the Constitution, he talked for 2 days. For you, you don't have that opportunity. So, another thing I would like to say is that you have to prepare so much to be outstanding, to be recognized by the Speaker. I've served under 12 speakers, and I've watched them, including the President, when he used to chair the closed sessions of NRC. When there is an impasse or a very controversial matter, the Speaker will not give what Honorable Katuntu was saying the other day, those other members. No, he will never. He or she will be looking out for particular people because they are the ones who will have solutions. So the trick is prepare adequately, research so much so that you have answers or solutions to many of the problems. Once you have those solutions, you will always be given an opportunity to speak. But if you are speaking in general terms, the Speaker will never give you an opportunity, especially at the stage of resolutions or key matters to be handled. And within the first 1 year, the Speaker knows whom to pick when there is an impasse. He'll just look this way. Oh, Honorable Watcher there. Oh, Honorable Kanyomozi there. Oh, Honorable. So that's the trick. But then the other trick also is use committees. The committee of the whole house. There you can speak as many times as you want in a committee of the whole house. Or the committee on, what do they call it? Committee of supply during the budget. You can speak as many times as you want, but the issue is you must have the points. Otherwise, you will be looked for by a certain organization called the AFRI, whatever it was, AFRI. They used to publish a list of those who are speaking or not speaking in the House. Let me also just quote for you what late Honorable Olanya did say during a plenary sitting of 21st August 2021. And this is very educative. The era of gambling with speeches is over. The era of throwing figures and statistics whose sources are us is over. We want that when the people read the Hansard of this House, they should read it as an authoritative document that can be quoted by such as students and other people interested in knowing what is happening in this country. So you must be very particular with what you say. As Honorable Katuntu was saying, you must be precise and concise. Section 3, members, as one of the privileges, members cannot be arrested for civil debt during sessions. That is when you are coming or going for committees or parliament or you are returning to your constituencies, you cannot be arrested for civil debt. But if it is criminal, you will be arrested. And members, honorable members, I know you have been having a lot of trainings and exposures right from Chankwazi and so on, and then the orientation. The major problem members have is on the criminal on the criminal aspect is finances. If you don't manage your finances well, you will be in trouble. In the 9th and 10th Parliament, there are members who are hiding there in the Parliament. Occasionally, they would walk up to 10 or 11 or 9 and ask the policemen manning the building, am I the last one here? Said, no. There are members there. There are members here who leave at 1 a.m. because they have dates. So manage your finances well, because issuing a bouncing check is a criminal, such that civil suits in Parliament when it is operating. So that's also one of the privileges. Section 6. Sorry. No, it's not section 6. Yeah, section 6. Is the withdrawing of just a minute. No, section 7, Speaker can order for any strangers to leave Parliament. When you want to cut out your work very well without interference from strangers, the Speaker can ask for the withdrawal of strangers. Section 8, Parliament has the powers to order the attendance of witnesses. So you can call any person you think will be useful to the debate or to the committee report and so on, and they appear. Or section 6, sorry, I was looking for it, was section 10 is the Speaker can issue a warrant if witness fails to appear. There are some times when the witnesses or government officials may become stubborn. And so the Privileges Act in section 10 allows the Speaker, through the clerk, to write a warrant and summon any witness to come and appear without fail. Then section 11, power to examine a witness on oath. This is also a privilege where members can put a witness to be examined under oath in Parliament. Really, when you are interrogating, not interrogating, but investigating, and so on and so on. Then when you go to other privileges, this is contained in Article 79 of the Constitution, which gives the Speaker, members of Parliament, and the others the privilege to carry out their work. Parliament can make laws on, oh sorry, now I was confusing, no. Article 79, sorry, is 79.1 is Parliament can make laws on any matter for Uganda's peace, order, development, and good governance. Okay, sorry, that one is 79. Then the rules of procedure. Parliament also can make rules to regulate its own procedure and committee procedure. This is very important. So that's a privilege vested only to Parliament through that arrangement of the rules of procedure. Then compelling witnesses. Accountability. Parliament can discipline members for misconduct and breach of conduct. That is contained in the rules of procedure. Compelling witnesses. Parliament and committees can compel ministers and witnesses to answer questions. That's also there. Then the privilege, as I said, of inviting persons, persons involved in parliamentary proceedings are granted privilege to perform roles without fear or reprisal. This is mostly the staff of parliament. The witnesses are free to do their work without any fear. The power of committees, very, very important. Under Article 90, you can call ministers, you can call any individuals to appear and submit memoranda. You can co-opt members of parliament or employ qualified persons to come to do the work. You can cause the attendance of witnesses. You can cause the production of documents, you can also issue a commission for those who are experts. Clerk can pay for an expert to come and give information, but because at times you may find that there are no people who can provide such information on any matter. I remember one time there was the Atomic Energy Bill passed in Parliament. That bill, there was no debate. The Speaker called the members come and speak on this bill. No one could speak on it. After the minister moved the motion for second reading and justified it, the Speaker put the question, the question that members debate the bill. No member could debate the bill. So in such instances, perhaps the clerk can invite experts and they be paid some fee to give clarity to such legislation. Also, the parliament can order for the arrest or confinement of stubborn witnesses. But as told by my friend, Honorable Kirunda Solomon, the Director, Legal and Compliance, you must take caution, otherwise you may fall into problems. And then the committees also can cite any person for contempt. Then let me rush quickly. Oh, but I think there's something problem with this slide. Okay, no, sorry. No, sorry. Sorry. You know, some of us are not very high-tech savvy. Sorry. But anyway, what I was saying is that, okay. I'm sorry about that. We need to talk about contempt, because we have said Parliament has those powers, privileges given to it to do some things. But in a way, Parliament itself is again empowered to discipline those who carry out contempt. And a contempt is any act or omission that obstructs, impedes, affronts the dignity, interferes or undermines Parliament, its committees, its officers in the performance of their duties. And those, I think, the areas of how someone can be brought to contempt of Parliament when you interfere with the parliamentarians' privileges and immunities. No, sorry. And you'll read that yourself because I have very little time. But then there's limitation of parliamentary privileges. One is through the Constitution. Parliament cannot override constitutional provisions. Any custom act or whatever that is contrary to, you will read that yourself again. Those are the limitations on privileges. You cannot be whatever. Then let me just, and there's a bit of law there. I'm not a lawyer, but in my reading there, it's a very interesting, I've cited cases which have clarified on parliamentary privilege. 4 cases. One of them is the rebel MPs, the case against General Tumukunde, Attorney General, and the others. You'll read them. But then let us now go to the last part, which is etiquette. Very, very important. Honorable members, you are VIPs. And therefore, you have to behave and act in particular manner. If you had not known, honorable members, you are about the only 700 people on the top of Uganda. 700. You are the very important persons. Did you know that? For that reason, you must behave, act, and always behave like a VIP. A VIP cannot be seen on the streets reading a newspaper there. That reading a newspaper on the streets, that would be wrong. A VIP cannot have his car flashing double lights because there is no fuel. And it has happened. So as you begin your VIP tenure, especially for the new members, you must conduct yourself befitting that status. And to earn a status, you have to work for it. You have to work for it. You just don't say I'm a VIP when you are not acting like a VIP. But now in Parliament, there are things which guide you, the etiquette, the norms, the standards, which you have to use, the courtesies that govern behavior so that you can behave well. One of them is the dress. You must dress in a good way. Please dress well. Also at times, put on some cologne. There are some of us naturally have bad smells. Yes, I'm telling you. So at least put something there. So that, but also there are those who put on the cologne which is too strong. Some of us have allergies. Put a little there. So that those near you should not what? Be disturbed. The etiquette centers on dress, respect to the speaker. Please give due respect to the speaker. You cannot just stand to speak when the speaker has not given you opportunity. When the speaker says sit down, you must sit down. You cannot raise any matters, so that respect to the speaker is very important, because without the speaker's presence, there will be disorder in the house. So that etiquette is very important. Behavior of members when they are speaking. You have to follow certain etiquette, and these are in the rules from Rule 88 and so on. Going on there, you'll find those rules of procedure. Members not speaking. There are also ways in which you should behave. You should not be talking too much there loudly. You should not be doing what? Crisscrossing, and they're all outlined in the rules, and you should read them. I think, in order not to waste time, I want to conclude by saying that parliamentary privilege, immunities, and powers are indispensable elements of Uganda's constitutional democracy. They protect parliament's independence, facilitate legislative deliberation, and enable effective oversight of government. However, these privileges and powers are not ends in themselves. They exist to serve constitutional governance, democratic accountability, and the public interest. Their exercise must therefore remain subject to constitutional limitations, judicial oversight, and the principles of the rule of law. Then, when you will read the 4 cases which were cited, you will understand that the jurisprudence of Uganda's courts demonstrate that while Parliament is an independent institution, it is not above the Constitution. The enduring challenge is to maintain an appropriate balance between parliamentary autonomy and constitutional accountability, thereby preserving both the dignity of Parliament and the supremacy of the Constitution. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wabwire. A very big round of applause for him once again. We're now getting into the question and answer session. But just 2 takeaways from Mr. Wabwire's presentation. When he talked about people who were executed in history of the Commonwealth, he simply says, whereas there is guaranteed freedom of speech, what you speak exactly guarantees your freedom after speech. I think that's what it tends to speak to. Now, there's a very difficult subject which he has hit on, etiquette. And it's very wide. And I'm sure we'll be getting a lot of information about it as we go along from different presenters. Now, I know so many of you have been writing in your questions. And we'll start, I think, with Mr. Chirunda. You'll answer your questions from there. You have up to 6 minutes. And then Mr. Kakoza, who has fewer questions, will have up to 4 minutes. But if you have questions, especially for Mr. Wabwire, who has just finished his presentation, please write them down and send them up here. Mr. Clark, you'll permit me, though we are short of time, but somebody whispered to me when we were talking about legends in the House. The Honorable Nathan Byanyima walked in, and his photo appears over there with some of the legends of this country who have legislated for this House. I think he also deserves a round of applause. And he has stood the test of time. He looks fresh and younger than before, than he appears in the photo, actually. So thank you for keeping it strong. We have also other experts from different fields whom we are recognizing. We have other experts from other fields whom we are recognizing. How do you talk about taxes in Uganda and you don't talk about Katesh? The man has been a tax expert everywhere on the globe. So we also thank you for bringing that wealth to Parliament. Mr. Neil Saba, are you here? 22 years of public service. That gentleman has a wide knowledge of so many things. You can't exhaust when you inquire from him. Is Emily Kugonza here? Dr. Emily Kugonza. Charity World, ask him anything. Whether in the morning, in the night, he has all the knowledge. Once head of the bar, Honorable Ruhindi. Please stand up for recognition. You are a senior lawyer, and these people, you cannot go without being recognized. Thank you for keeping the standards very high. Without wasting much time, let me welcome Mr. Chirunda to answer his questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I've received 11 questions, and I'll try to do justice to all of them. Honorable Mafabi asked about balancing.
Now, sorry for the interruption. When they mention your name, please stand up. We have so many new colleagues who do not know you. When they're answering your question, you stand up for recognition. Thank you.
Honorable Mafabi Aisha asked 4 questions. 1, in balancing constituency expectations with the legal requirements, what guidance can you offer when public pressure conflicts with statutory obligations? And my answer is simple. Statutory compliance is not negotiable. That's 1. However, you study the limits within which the statute places you, educate your electorate, engage stakeholders and call upon them to help you navigate the problem. Once they understand that you are limited by legal constraints and by procedural constraints, you can then work around it with them once they understand, and they will help you, because overzealousness can cause a problem. There is, they told you I'm almost 20 years in March. One of the most disturbing cases I've ever had, and it's still in the docket among the 41 I told you. By the way, when I showed you 41, it didn't mean we lost those cases. Those are the active cases that we have now. Oliver Namieka versus Attorney General. This is a case we've argued, won, they have appealed, won, and we are rehearing it. What happened? Committee on Social Services many years ago. There's an allegation that this NGO was trafficking children. The members become overzealous. They are biased. They have them arrested. The member transports them in his car to ensure they are locked up in CPS. They are charged in courts of law. The charges are dropped. We are sued, malicious prosecution, unlawful arrest, and all that. But just because the member thought they were executing their mandate of protecting the children of this country. There could have been a better way, but that was a little bit overzealous. We have a sergeant at arms, we have facilities at parliament, we have security. You don't have to carry a person in your car to go and ensure they are arrested and all that. So once you work around with the stakeholders, they could be able to help you in that. 2, what practical advice would you give newly elected members who want to build long-term reputations for integrity, professionalism, and effective public service? Well, simple, research. Research, that's one. And Mr. Wabud has talked about it. Honorable Kakoza has talked about it. Yesterday, Honorable Ariko talked about it. And the Speaker spoke about it. Research, because an informed legislator will catch the eye of the presiding officer, and in turn will be recognized by citizens. That once that one stands up, it is a valid point. The other is use the resources provided by the Parliamentary Commission. In terms of resources, I'm talking of staff. We have very, very well-qualified staff in many fields that I can't even imagine. Just depending on the subject, you will get a resource person or a staff to help you. So utilize them. We have a very robust research department with various professionals. We have clerks on procedure. We have lawyers on these other things. We have budget office. Budget office is a statutory office, by the way, with qualified economists. And what makes us proud is, for example, when some of our colleagues go out there and represent us properly. The Director Budget of the Republic of Uganda used to be a staff in the Parliamentary Budget Office. One of the staff who came here with the chairman of NPA used to be a staff in the Parliamentary Budget Office. The Solicitor General of this country used to be my boss as the Director Legal and eventually General Counsel. So that shows you that the Commission invests in recruiting the best staff to support you. So utilize them, and I believe, coupled with research, you will leave a mark. 3, how can Parliament strengthen continuous ethics compliance training throughout the parliamentary term rather than induction? We've got a department called Corporate Planning and Strategy, and they have a work plan to last 5 years. The only problem is when members are summoned, they do not show up, but there's always a program to keep refreshing. Even our staff are trained through that department. Lastly, she asked, as newly elected members, we face pressure to deliver results quickly. How can we balance urgency and addressing public needs with constitutional obligations to follow every procedural requirement, especially when political pressure is to expedite decisions? Like I told you, stakeholder engagement is vital. Build a reputation of being non-confrontational, but create partnerships. There is a member of parliament I know. Unfortunately, he lost the last election, but he was in parliament for 25 years. And I asked him, you are opposition. How come you get all these services to your constituency? He said, I have built a reputation When I want to do roads in my constituency, I go to Works and they ask me, can you fuel the trucks? And all the machinery is at his disposal. I go to the Attorney General and I do this, and the Attorney General facilitates me. I go to this ministry and I negotiate. When there is a storm in my constituency, I go to relief and disaster. I talk to them. They facilitate me. So partnerships, it is not about confrontation. The late Honorable Manuel Pinto taught me in my early years in the service in 2007 and says, my son, you don't attract bees with vinegar, you attract them with honey. The Americans like to say, if you meet me with a fist, I'll meet you with a fist. If you meet me with a handshake, I'll meet you with a handshake. You go with a handshake, the executive will help you, they will listen to you, and that way, services will be delivered to your constituency. Then I got a question from Honorable Nsamba about why is it a common practice for presiding officers to always allow suspending rules whenever they conflict with the ruling party interests. Now, suspension of rules is provided for in the rules of procedure. It does not empower the presiding officer to arbitrarily suspend the rules. However, the presiding officer is moved by yourselves. It is you who moves the presiding officer. And what does the presiding officer do? Put the matter to vote, and he only communicates the result of that vote. So it is not actually the presiding officer who suspends the rules. It is you parliamentarians who choose whether to suspend or not to suspend the rules. And it is not necessarily that it must be at a time when you're conflicting with party interests. No. They are put there for expedience of the parliamentary function, that rule of suspension. Then when I put up the 41 mark statistic, I want to assume it was thought that we lost all those cases. No. And he was concerned that why are we losing cases? As a matter of fact, the Office of the General Counsel, under which I serve, has a very stellar record. People out there know that suing Parliament is risky business, especially in administrative matters that the Parliamentary Commission has control. I am saying that deliberately because in your legislative business, staff are not decision makers. Staff are advisors. And it has been interpreted by a court of law in Kabagamba Sol that advice is advice. It can be taken or rejected. So where a staff renders advice, the discretion lies with the members to follow it or not. In most cases, unfortunately, where they have not followed, we have ended up with those cases. And that's why most of the cases I cited are against the Attorney General. Why? Because they emanate from the legislative function. If it was administrative function, they would be against the Parliamentary Commission, for which we are solely responsible to represent and to advise. So, what is the humble appeal here? Staff are not monsters of omniscience. They don't know everything, but at times they take time to read to facilitate you better. If you cultivate a relationship with them and at least weigh, we're not saying follow, but at least weigh what they are telling you, then we can walk a path of compliance and therefore reduce the litigation risk of Parliament. And that goes also to answer the question of Honorable Munyonyo Joseph from Burahia. It was on similar terms, and I think I've answered that. Then Honorable Onyertho Emmanuel, I hope I didn't murder your name. If I did, please forgive me. Is it right to believe that reports with minority reports are ripe for legal contestations? Not at all. Minority reports are provided for in the rules of procedure. By the time a member is prepared to author a minority report, it means he has disagreed with the majority membership of the committee on a certain issue. By the way, there are minority reports that disagree on only one issue. He agrees with the majority report, but on the one issue. So what do the rules of procedure do? They afford you a mechanism of presenting your point to the House for its consideration and eventual decision. At times, minority views have taken the day, while at certain times, the majority views have taken the day. And that is why, even in the rules of procedure, the relevant departments are mandated or directed to afford reasonable assistance to any member who has a minority view. So it is not that where there's a minority, it is ripe for challenge. No, it just signifies a variance at with certain points at certain intervals, and to give you an opportunity to present to the House for consideration. Then I got a question from Honorable Faith Nakut, not one actually, around 3 questions. And question 1, on the matter of the sub judice rule, some people run to court the moment they hear that a committee is investigating a sector. Is it sub judice to process a case that was filed past the date of the commencement of committee inquiry? This is a matter we have litigated again. Honorable Mwiri is here. When the COSASE was investigating custodian board, there is a notorious man called Muhammad Ali Bai. The moment he saw that the committee had started, he ran to court, and the High Court said it cannot be sub judice if the parliamentary inquiry commenced prior to the court challenge. We have that precedent. And Honorable Chavez, that's one of the cases we won. So we lifted off the shackles from the hands of the legislators. You cannot try to stifle the legislative or oversight mandate of Parliament simply because you've run to court. In another case, Miriam Matembe versus Attorney General, the Constitutional Court of this country said, and there had been a habit, whenever a legislative proposal would be brought, a person would run to court to challenge it. They said, no, that is a premature challenge. Wait for Parliament to finish its process, and then you can challenge the outcome of that process. So you don't defeat by merely running to court. However, if a matter was filed before the parliamentary challenge, that should not be entertained. And then she also asks me what constitutes a fair hearing. The fair hearing is guaranteed by the Constitution in Article 28. And it guarantees a fair, speedy, and public hearing before an independent and impartial trial. In my presentation earlier, I appealed to you to avoid bias because it connotes lack of impartiality, denial of a right to defend yourself. When you're inviting witnesses or stakeholders to committees or officers of the executive, give them ample time to prepare. Let them know what they are coming to interact with you, what they are going to interact about. If it is criminal or if it is investigative, what is the charge? Give them adequate time to prepare their defense, because a failure to do that offends the right to a fair hearing. 3, do not try people in absentia. Summon them. And that doesn't mean that if they don't come, you don't proceed. The Constitutional Court of this country, again, in Fox Odoi versus Attorney General, has interpreted and said what matters is affording that particular witness an opportunity to address the issue that is before the committee. So if you invite a person once, twice, and they do not come, then you can proceed because you have afforded them the opportunity. 4, disclose the evidence. Disclose the evidence that is against this person. They need to know the case that is against them. And to conclude this point of fair hearing, I saw my member of parliament here, Honorable George Musisi. I pick him out because he was the head of laity in my church prior to becoming a member of parliament. And I believe you'll appreciate this. One of the clearest illustrations of a fair hearing comes from the crucifixion of Jesus. Jesus was crucified with 2 sinners. One of them mocked him, and the other admitted wrongdoing and acknowledged Jesus and innocence and pleaded to Jesus, my Lord, remember me when you come into your kingdom. Jesus listened before responding. He heard the man's confession and request, then replied, and I quote, I truly tell you today, you will be with me in paradise. What is important here? The man was listened to, was not interrupted or dismissed. because of his past. He was given an opportunity to speak, and his case was heard. Fair hearing does not necessarily mean acquittal. It means allowing a person to present their side before a decision is reached. It means an opportunity to have somebody who has admitted guilt listened to with dignity. It means that to form a good decision, decision makers must listen before they conclude. Whether in parliament, a workplace, or any other institution, decisions are stronger and credible when they have genuinely been heard. I received some more questions here, and
I want to thank you. I know you still have more questions. Since we know the respective members of parliament who have raised those questions, especially those which came in later, we can respond to them individually. So you conclude, and then we go to the next presenter.
okay, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. For the questions I've not answered, I'm still here, and I'll be at the back, and we can individually share. Otherwise, I wish you the very best in your tenure as members of parliament, and we hope we can forge as staff a collaborative relationship for the future of our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chirunda. Let me invite Honorable Kakoza in 5 minutes also to respond to the questions. You choose out the very, very eye-catching ones. The rest you will answer to the individuals who asked them individually.
Hello. Yeah, thank you. Of course, I've got many questions, but I will answer some, others because of constraint of time. But I will deal with some, others I will approach them and talk to them. One, somebody was asking, you spoke about the honorary ministers going to constituencies to perform their ministerial roles, and that it's important for a sitting MP to be present. By the way, this is quite important that, you know, when you are in teamwork, Parliament is an institution that enables government to work, and it should be good that the courtesy of ministers going to constituencies, they inform the member of the parliament of that constituency. Actually, it was Professor Nsibambi, late Professor Nsibambi was a prime minister. He told us that there are 3 arms of government: executive, parliament, and also judiciary. But it's quite important that all these arms, those who are there, you work entirely reliably so that you have harmony. So for a minister to go in a constituency or a member of parliament is the one appropriating money for those projects, and you are going to launch is not there, you are disorienting that person from the constituents. So it's just quite, we beg that ministers who are appointed have courtesy to colleagues, because you will need them. You will bring your policy statement in the committees. They are the people given an opportunity to allocate money. They can do a disservice to you. When you look at Article 155 of the Constitution 4, the only mandate that somebody appropriates a man of government is a member of parliament, not anybody else. So please, ministers, have courtesy, you work together, and we achieve the same goal, since we are working towards public service delivery. And even if a sitting member of parliament is from opposition, it doesn't matter. If he doesn't appear, it's okay. But a call away, somebody to be there. And also, it goes to visiting MPs of the neighboring constituencies. Please, first solve your problem in your constituencies before to go to the other. Because the dynamics of constituencies and the politics there is local, you might not know, and you mix up things, and you enter into conflicts which you cannot manage. I think also it's quite important that sitting MPs, when you go to a constituency of someone else, give him a call. We are colleagues. What's the problem? Unless you have a hidden agenda, and which I want to tell you members. In my life, blackmail, hatred, lies, it's like borrowing money in a bank. Time comes and you pay with interest. Either you want it or not. Avoid them. So, Nanzana is saying an MP also is supposed to engage. Yes. This is what I've talked about, to engage myself in launching government projects in the constituency. Yes. You are supposed to be there if the minister are called so. With the opposition, because when you're appropriating money, you're appropriating for public service delivery. They make a road, they open up a hospital. Is it for only NRM MPs or opposition? All of you are working as a team. So please, it's quite important. Actually, in the past parliament, the resolution came up with the late Prime Minister's family. He said, any minister going to a constituency without informing, there is a whip. And we passed that resolution. Another one is the same question from Kitugumu district, or Yem Simon. How can an MP build productive working relationship with the minister who appear unwilling to engage with the elected constituency? Please, I beg you kindly that we work together. We have teamwork. We work for government. So the best way, when we have teamwork, we shall do better. When you don't do it, I think we are doing a service to the citizens. Someone was asking, that is, you talked about government paying office staff in constituencies, as now parliament pays constituency allowance. I don't think so. Maybe I took a sabbatical leave. I don't think you are paid allowances. You are not paid those allowances. I have not seen any. What they are giving you, those are facilitations to go, to enable you, go monitor. They give you mileage. It's not an allowance. It's only the committee, sector committees which are going in the field to look at the work there. And that's why we had an argument when Ola was saying that. You know, the public perception thinks that you get a lot of money, including your facilitations. In law, you look at the income tax law, section 21, I think FOH. What it means to have an income is the net pay, is your salary. But the facilitation of government is for me to do the work. And the law is clear about it. So please, don't go with the perception of the public that your facilitation is a pay. No, your net pay is 6.8. They give you gross 11 million. They get away with 20% now. Pension contribution, and also 40% now on your gross salary. That is the net pay you take away home. But the other facilitations, please, don't go with them and ignore. Because if I get employed, you are recruited by parliament. And those facilitations, you must find them there to enable you to do your work. So members, there is no allowance given apart from committees to go into the field and you do a joint work. Right now we have 500 MPs leading to limiting opportunity to talk adequate on parliament. Can sitting boss? Sitting, this one is saying we can sit morning and the afternoon. It's possible, depends on discretion of the speaker. We used to do that in the past. Even we used to extend time in the evening. We sit from 2 p.m. up to around 7 for effectively. Parliament is performance. If the bills you pass in that session and the resolution and pension, that's where you are judged your performance. So it can be possible depending to the speaker, time he avails to parliament. Then somebody was asked, that is Nabulo, representation is often measured by visibility in the constituency and frequency of how many times you stand to speak on the floor, regardless of the quality of submission, rather than by legislative effectiveness. How can parliament develop performance indicator that? Anyway, I don't know what happened in the last parliament. We used to have an institution which could take a scorecard from parliament of every session. That's the 1 year. It was brought by, I think it was one member. It's called protocol. For us, we had a parliamentary term
called Purcell syndrome. Actually, it caused us a problem because that Purcell syndrome could assess and say, this MP in a year he has talked 3 times. This time he has talked, but in all times where we are in the past parliament, you could speak any time you want, but now it reduced even speak for 3 minutes, and which is not possible for 500 minutes. I mean MPs. So what used to happen, the speaker could say, please, according to members last week spoke, we can get so that everybody gets a chance to speak. That was the time of Right Honorable Kada. Because she used to say, all members want to be heard, and they must represent their constituents. So if you've spoken last week, so another week we pick those who have not taken a chance. I think there are many, but I've picked some. The most important one, somebody is asking about, he's saying, you talked about government, no. He said that how did I survive being a leader of the 3rd term and then the age limit to come back all that time. I think it's quite important as a politician to be consistent of what you want. That term limit, we went to constituencies and they told us, please, because of the situation, leadership we have, we cannot change to move from a single party system to go to multi-partyism, and then we change a leader at the same time. So some of us, we are consistent with the idea. We said, no, the leadership should be maintained. Others who went in a different direction, I don't know the voters, what they did to them, but my constituents said, please maintain the current. And when I came to Parliament, I argued that for me, they have said they are comfortable with the current leadership. With those few remarks, I think I've got all the copies. I'm going to interact one by one. Time does not allow me. I think.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Kakoza. A round of applause for him. He's really shared with you his long time experience. 30 years. It's no small time. Now, we're getting responses from our last presenter, Mr. Wabwire. There's a gentleman called Robert Sewagude. Do you know him? Do you know Honorable Robert Sewagude? I request him to stand up for recognition. He represents PWDs. I know many of you did know him. Affirmative action dictates that you know him. Now, let's invite Mr. Wabwire to make his responses in 3 minutes, because yours are fewer. Please ensure whoever has asked you a question, interact with them physically so that they get a response. For those who will not be able to respond to now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. There is a question with regard to African wear raised by Honorable Amongini Jane Francis of Kabelemaido, who is a Pan-Africanist. It seems unfortunately that no, it's not unfortunate, but I'm saying, I'm sorry. The rules of procedure have been amended recently. In the past, African wear was permitted for the ladies and even gentlemen. Now it is outlawed. So once you come with the African wear, with bitengi, whatever, the speaker may tell you to get out of the chamber. You read Rule 88. There's a whole detail of the type of dress code you should have in Rule 88. Then there is the issue of raised by Honorable Mafabi Aisha Nagulo about personal attacks and parliamentary privilege and then public interest. I think the issue is that parliamentary privilege is that right given to you to speak freely, and you cannot be sued or be prosecuted anywhere, whereas so long as you are in parliament, parliamentary proceeding or a committee. But as I said earlier, it is not, this freedom is not total. The speaker can call you to order if he thinks you are going beyond the boundaries. If you are having personal attacks against someone, you are producing, uttering unsubstantiated statements against a personality, definitely the Speaker will rule you out of order, and you cannot be permitted to do that. That's why they say this privilege is restricted for Parliament. I mean, this freedom is restricted for Parliament. The courts cannot come and interfere with our own internal matters. Then to do with the public interest, I think it's very wide. But matters of public interest, usually you go to the Speaker, who will determine whether that matter is of public interest and will give you an opportunity to speak on that matter. Then there's a question from Honorable Ekoro Alex Ikoran about traffic offenses. The privilege extends to civil matters. If it is anything to do with the criminal, traffic offenses, you have careless driving, you have hit someone, that one you are not covered. Anything that is criminal, you are not covered. You know, you may be excited being a new VIP. I mean, a VIP, you have a gun and you know me. You know who I am. Threatening violence, my friend, you may also suffer. So, as you have that arm, please use it carefully. So anything criminal cannot be entertained. Oversight work of the committees, so long as it is official and the Speaker has allowed, in my view, the privileges extend there, the freedom to speak and without hindrance is allowed, because it is an oversight visit, it is of a committee, and is permitted by the Speaker. That particular ground perhaps is declared a parliamentary precinct, it is okay. Then there's the last one of Honorable Kiwanuka Sulaiman from Nakikufuma about land issues and being intervention of land issues in a school or a church, and then security operatives refuse them to operate, to introduce themselves or to work there. Honorable members, you should know that you are part of government. Whether you are in the opposition or in the ruling party, a member of parliament is in the government. And so, once you are trying to carry out your work, either oversight or meeting people or whatever, involve the government authorities. If you are going to handle a matter of land wrangles, involve the district security officer, the police, and all those people. You will not have any problem. But if you go it alone, you may be misunderstood, and that's how the harassment may come in. But take it that you are part of government and you should engage government authorities in the work you do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Abwire, and to all our very able presenters who have given us their presentations this morning. A fine round of applause to them. Thank you so much. I think they have done us justice, haven't they? Before I hand over the microphone to the Deputy Clerk, I take cognizance of the members of the East African Legislative Assembly who have graced the morning rain to be here on time. Thank you so much for coming. Honorable Veronica Kadogo, Honorable Siranda. Thank you for being around into this session. I also recognize my chair of Soga Parliamentary Caucus, Mr. Chisa Stephen. He's around. Please stand up for recognition. People don't know you. Hey, he has again stepped out. Thank you so much. To It was an honor being your chair for this session. Thank you. I hand over to the Deputy Clerk.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you so much, honorable members, for being attentive and for your questions. For those questions that have not been answered, please, they will be answered. You approach the members individually, they will explain the issues. We are going for a short break for tea, and I request that this takes us 30 minutes, and after that we come back here for the second session. Thank you so much for your kind attention, and may God bless you.
The critical milestone of compiling and preserving this legislative history of Uganda was achieved during the tenure of Mr. Adolf Kasaija Mwesige as the Clerk to Parliament.
Long before the British colonial authorities created the Legislative Council in the Uganda Protectorate, many of the various tribal communities had rudimentary forms of parliament. These included
the Luchiko in Buganda and Busoga, Orkurato in Bunyoro and Toro, then Eishenjero in Ankole.
The non-kingdom areas also had councils, even if they were not as organized as the ones cited above, and the most enduring proof of the existence of these councils are the various courts of arms found on the main gates of Uganda's parliament. The significance of these barazas would, however, manifest itself decades later when our first native members to the Legislative Council emerged from these units. They simply can't be ignored.
By an order in council dated 29th June 1920, the Uganda Protectorate got its first executive and legislative councils. However, the order said nothing about representation for any entity or even elections to those bodies. The first Legislative Council, or Legico, which sat on 23rd March 1921, was presided over by the Governor of the Uganda Protectorate in the role of Speaker. It had 6 other members, 4 of who were government officials, while 2 were private individuals. Numbering just over 1,000, the Europeans held all Legico positions, while Uganda's 5,000 Asians and over 3 million Africans held none. To borrow from George Orwell's Animal Farm, some of the British Empire's subjects were clearly more equal than others.
24 years after the birth of Legco, the first native Ugandans were finally appointed in 1945.
Buganda was represented by Katikiro or Prime Minister, the Honorable Michael Kawalia Kagwa. Bunyoro, Toro and Ankole were represented by the Honorable Petro Nyangabyaki, Omhikirwa or Prime Minister of Bunyoro, with the provision that the seat would periodically rotate among the Prime Ministers of the 3 Western Uganda kingdoms. Busoga, Bugisu, Bukedi and Teso were represented by the Honorable Yokonia Zirabamuzale, Secretary General of Busoga, but representation would rotate among the Secretaries General of these Eastern Uganda constituencies. And at last, in 1949, the first native Ugandan representative for Northern Uganda, the Honorable Anthony Opua, entered Legico.
Official records at Parliament Library show that by 1955, Legco membership had risen to 60. but there were still no signs of actual democratic representation via elections. It must, however, not be forgotten that Uganda was still a British colony.
You will certainly wonder why this period records no political party activity and may even assume that there were no parties. But in 1952, Ignatius Kangave Musazi unveiled the Uganda National Congress, and 2 years later, in 1954, the Democratic Party was formed with Joseph Kasolo as President General. As we shall subsequently show, these two parties would play a crucial part in the development of Uganda's parliament. In 1958, colonial governor Sir Frederick Crawford appointed Sir John Bowles Griffin to be Speaker of the Legico. Griffin, who had earlier served as Chief Justice of the Uganda Protectorate, began presiding over council meetings instead of the governor. Indeed, Uganda's modern parliament was emerging.
1961 was another watershed in the story of Parliament, for it is when the Uganda People's Congress and the Democratic Party first faced each other in a national election.
Of the 82 Legico constituencies demarcated, Benedicto Kiwanuka's Democratic Party won 43, Apollo Milton Obote's Uganda People's Congress 35, Ignatius Musazi's Uganda National Congress just 1, while 2 of those elected were independents.
The first international assignment involving Uganda's directly elected legislators was the Uganda Independence Debate, which saw them flying to Britain for the famous Lancaster Conference. Among them was Uganda's first Chief Minister, Benedicto Kiwanuka, and Uganda's first leader of opposition, Apollo Milton Obote.
On 1st May 1962, Milton Obote's UPC formed the government that would lead Uganda into independence on 9th October and after. One of the first things the 92-member National Assembly did was to elect a speaker rather than have one appointed as in the past. And the lucky man was none other than Sir John Griffin, who had been Legico Speaker since 1958. The tradition of electing a speaker from directly elected MPs would come later.
Many Ugandans who see this new structure climbing into the skies beside the old Parliament building might think that legislative business in Uganda began at Parliament Avenue in Kampala. That is not true. The first session of the Uganda Legislative Council, or LEGCO, sat in the High Court buildings at Entebbe on 23 March 1921. It soon moved to Entebbe Town Council chambers. Records in our Parliament Library show that LEGCO moved to Kampala in 1945. Its new home was the High Court buildings, which still look elegant to date. In 1950, the LEGCO shifted to what we today know as City Hall Kampala and continued legislating from the very place where today's Kampala councillors conduct business.
Let us look at the distinguished ladies and gentlemen who have presided over Parliament since Uganda's independence in 1962.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here, in the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey, in the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. in the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
I'm feeling cold. I feel tired.
Adui wapi? Adui yako.
Always believing in God that all things are possible.
Welcome to one of Africa's highest, most remote and unknown mountain ranges located in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, bordering the Democratic Republic of Congo. The Rwenzori Mountains are stretched out over 120 kilometers long and 61 kilometers wide. They are called Mountains of the Moon, or even the Rainmaker, especially as she produces up to 350 days of rainfall annually. 13 Ugandan mountain climbers are about to set off on a journey to climb the highest peak of this pristine mountain range called the Margarita Peak.
This expedition, funded by the United Nations Development Program, is intended to showcase the beauty of the Rwenzori Mountain.
Flagged off by the United Nations Development Program country representative and Joshua Cheptegei, the fastest long-distance runner on Earth, the team will attempt to summit this unique peak while discovering the wonders of this mystical and demanding mountain range.
To the people of Rwenzori, you have the best place in the world. Treasure it, keep it.
I'm so excited. I'm so thrilled to have this opportunity to summit Rwenzori.
Watch out!
Look at this. This is amazing. This is Mount Rwenzori, and this is the national park. We will unveil to you the beauty of Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
The best never rest.
Our prayer is to reach on the top.
So I'm very proud to be part of this Rwenzori expedition. I'm proud to be doing this with Lily. We are the only 2 females who are doing this.
The sun is out right now, and all is going well. Oh, Rwenzori, beautiful place to be.
Formed about 3 million years ago, the Rwenzori Mountains are a relatively young mountain and still growing. The mountains of the moon are blessed with a wide variety of flowers and plants. With every hour and every altitude gain, the landscapes, colors, and views are ever changing. You can find different layers of vegetation: bamboo zones, mossy heather zone, lobelias, alpine zone, and eternal snow at the top of the mountain. This UNESCO-protected national park contains unique biodiversity and breathtaking sceneries such as eternal glaciers, snowfields, mountain lakes, and tropical rainforest. The wide diversity of flora and fauna make it the ultimate trekking experience.
It's an adventure. It's life. It's fun.
Very scenic. Amazing, amazing, amazing experience to go through the waterfalls, the hike itself, the boggy places. It was just amazing. But also a little bit more difficult, but I guess that is what the experience is all about. Beauty about it is that we are all working as a team.
I'm doing very well today. Last night I had a bit of a running tummy and a headache. I think it's an effect of the altitude sickness. And then I noticed this morning that my lotion is frozen. So I think we are at quite an altitude that is getting colder and colder. But I'm feeling great right now, and that's a good thing. My headache is gone and I'm looking forward to the day.
Everyone in life wants to get on the top. But what are the techniques? What's the way of reaching to the top? I have just come to realize reaching at the top is not easy. You have to pass so many things. It has never easy way. But when you believe in yourself, when you prepare your mind, I have a saying of saying that nothing is impossible.
The Kilembe Trail is a marvelous but challenging 82-kilometer hike that requires an 8-day trek with 6 days to the summit and 2 days of descent, depending on the weather conditions and the endurance of the hikers. Tiresome yet rewarding, this hike starts at 1,800 meters and culminates at an altitude of 5,109 meters on Mount Stanley, where the Margarita Peak is the highest point in Uganda and the third highest peak on the whole African continent after Kilimanjaro and Mount Kenya. All accommodation, paths, bridges, woodblocks, stairs, and rope sections have been built over the years by the local community who now serve as guides and porters. They provide incredible knowledge, assistance, and safety on the way to the top and back down.
So here we are at the height of 4,000 meters. And in the background, if you see straight, you will see the green buildings. That is Bugata camp.
I must have strained my ankle. It was not only a long walk, but it was quite steep coming down to camp. So this morning, I just couldn't put my foot down. It was very difficult to walk. This is really helpful. I'm getting a celebrity massage.
According to the local community traditions, two main spirits inhabit the Rwenzori Mountains, one man and one woman. Kita Samba, the spiritual god, is there to give blessings and protection. People pray to him for daily rain, the source of all life on earth. His wife is called Nyabagole, also known as Nyabinji. To enter into contact with her, one must spend time praying in the mountains and bring food and crops. People pray to her for fertility, love, and good fortune. One of the sayings is, if you respect the mountain, she will give it back to you.
Everyone, ready for the mountain tomorrow?
Excited.
Yeah, so what we are going, no sleeping today. Thank you for being strong. Thank you for having gone through the mud up to this point. So we are here to give you the briefing for the summit tomorrow before we go to the rope practice. We have 3.6 kilometers just from here to the top of Margarita. But that short distance takes time. It takes around 5 to 7 hours. We've decided that we leave here at 1 a.m. So roughly from here to the first glacier, it may take us 2 hours. So getting to the first glacier, we shall need to have the crampons getting connected to the ropes. If there's any crevasse fall, if one falls into a crevasse, then we are able to pull you out so quick.
You transfer your hand. You push, you pull yourself up, you push, you transfer your hand, you put it this way. If you want to lock, because this one is locking.
I'm feeling cold, I feel tired. But I have to go and get to the peak of Margarita. It's believing in God that all things are possible.
Your body's gonna feel like breaking down. But your body's the only thing that can ever give up on you. You're the only one who can give up, your mind. So mental power is gonna play a vital role. your heartbeat. Every single beat moving, you have to reserve as much energy as you can.
I am limitless. We are going on the top.
You're not competing with anyone to climb that hill, up that mountain. You're not competing with anybody. This is you, and you against yourself.
Let's go, guys. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. It's getting late. Let's go.
I've not got such kind of experience in my life. I'm a fighter, I have fought, I even fought my shadow. But this Rwenzori is becoming a hard blade.
Oh, I'm exhausted. Oh.
Take on the phone!
I do you work.
Protocol team. Can you mobilize members?
Oh Lord.
Hello?
We are climbing to the peak.
Protocol team. Can you mobilize members who want to resume? Protocol team. Please mobilize members who want to resume. Coach Bob, yes. Can you take the stage? Can you take the stage? Protocol team, mobilize members who want to begin. Want to manage time.
Honorable members, may we stand up, please? As the chair said, we need to be mindful about the time, but before that, we need to get some body movements. Let's start with those who are here, please. All of us who are here, let's stand up. We do some simple body movements so that we catch up with the time. May we stand up, please? Time management, time management. We sing that song, time management. Time management, time management. We say that together. Time management, time management. Time management, personal management. Personal management, time management. Okay, we are going to count slowly, all of us. Keep the hands up straight like this. We are allowing blood circulation to move. We shall count together as a team of the 12th Parliament. When I count to 1, you respond. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, and 10. So we punch out stress, we go like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 8, 8, 9, 9, 9, and 10. Okay, we go on the side, we sing that song slow. You move like this. When we heed a certain call, let's say we hear the words. Together as one. There are people dying. Oh, when it's time to lend a hand to life, the greatest gift of all. We can't go on pretending day by day that someone somewhere will soon make a change. Move your body slowly like that. God's great big family, and the truth, you know, love is all we need. Round the world, singing. We are the children. We are the ones who make it brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we make a better day, just you and me. Well, send them your heart, so they know that someone cares, and their lives will be stronger and free. As God has shown us, by turning stone to bread, and so we all must lend a helping hand. We are the world. We are the children. We are the one to make a brighter day. So let's start giving. Singing. So we are the world. We're saving our lives. It's true, we make a better day, just you and me. When you're down and out, and there seems no hope at all. But if you just believe, there's nowhere we can fall. Well, let's realize all that a time. That's your shoulder. When we stand together as one. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. We'll make a better day, Singing, singing. Let's keep moving. DJ, give me another song. Stay in action 2 more minutes. Stand and do this. Stand and do this. All of us look in our palms. We are going to count 10. We look in our palms. We look in our palms, both of them. 1. We count together. 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Your hands on the side, we breathe in. Brother, out. Brother, out. 2 more. Brother, out. Final one. Brother, out. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Coach Bob. A big round of applause. Thank you very much, Coach, for stretching us up as we prepare for the next session. Our time has already been fast spent, but we had a very comprehensive morning session. I just have a few pointers to put across. There's an ATM card that was lost earlier in the day, a Speke ATM card, in case it belongs to you. You can pick it from me. I'm just going to be around the desk there. And there's an invitation to you, honorable members of parliament, to attend the East African Community Parliamentary Week to take place from the 8th of July to the 10th at the Parliament Building in Conference Hall A and B. Program starts at 9 a.m., goes through the day to 5 p.m. And for the honorable members of parliament who would like to go for their afternoon prayers by about 1 p.m., the masjid that has been set up is at Nalubale Conference Room on level 1, just up for the honorable members of parliament under the Muslim community. Would also like to remind you that there's a SACCO desk at the entrance in case you haven't yet registered to join the SACCO and you'd like to, or in case you took a form and haven't yet returned it, you can use the chance to return it to the officers at the main entrance. And finally, for now, there is iPad distribution still ongoing. We have brought it closer here for the honorable members who have not yet received their iPads. You can find the ICT staff in Semoliki Hall. It's at the ground floor when you take the corridor towards the right when you exit this main conference hall. When you go to the ground floor, you take a left at the Semoliki Hall. That is where the iPads are being distributed. For now, let me invite Mr. Waiswa again to lead us through this mid-morning session of the induction program.
Thank you so much, Simon. I take the pleasure to welcome you back from that health break and to the second session. I'd like to use this opportunity to invite the chairperson of this session, Honorable Muiru, take your seat, and the presenters, Right Honorable Dr. Crispus Chionga and Honorable Mapendus, take your seats, kindly. As they take their seats, we shall, our modus operandi will be as it was in the morning. If you have a question, jot it down, your name, and you pass it over. During the question and answer session, they read your question and answer your name, and you will be required to stand up for recognition. Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, Right Honorable Deputy Third Prime Minister, honorable members of Parliament, I have the pleasure to introduce to you the chairperson, the session chairperson, Honorable Paulo Muiru. Honorable Paulo Muiru is a member of Parliament of Jinja South Division East, and this is his third term in Parliament. He's a distinguished lawyer, an advocate of the High Court. He's the Opposition Chief Whip, and was a member of the Public Accounts Committee, Chairperson Public Accounts Committee in 9th Parliament, and a member of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee in 9th and 10th Parliament. Honorable Muiru, you are welcome to take us through this session. Please, you can take the mic.
Thank you, the Deputy Prime Ministers in our midst, honorable colleagues, our distinguished Deputy Clerk, our distinguished presenters, and our staff, ladies and gentlemen. Paul Muiru is my name, and I'm here to chair this session. And without wasting time, I want to start by introducing our distinguished presenters before us here. And I will start with the Honorable Dr. Crispus Walter Chionga, who is a Ugandan medical doctor and seasoned politician and diplomat with over 4 decades of distinguished public service. Born on 19 September 1952 in Kasese District, Western Uganda, is the current second Deputy Prime Minister and Deputy Leader of Government Business in Parliament, having been appointed by His Excellency the President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni in May 2026. In this role, he supports the Prime Minister in coordinating government ministries, departments and agencies to ensure efficient service delivery and successful implementation of national development programs. Dr. Chionga holds a Bachelor's of Medicine and Bachelor's of Surgery from Makerere University in 1978 and a Master's of Health Science in Population Dynamics from Johns Hopkins School of Public Health, USA, 2004. He began his political journey as a Member of Parliament in 1980, where he was the sole winner on the UPM ticket and has since served in several high-level cabinet positions, including Minister of Finance, 1986-1992, Minister of Health, 1996-2001, Minister of Internal Affairs, 1994-1996, Minister without portfolio in the Office of the President, 2005-2006, and the Minister of Defense, 2006-2016. He also served as Uganda's ambassador to the People's Republic of China, and in 2024, he was appointed Chancellor of Makerere University. A committed public servant and alumnus of Makerere University, Dr. Chiyonga brings deep experience in governance, health, defense, diplomacy, and economic management. I beg to present the first. Then the second presenter is Honorable Ojala Martin Mapenduzi. Honorable Ojala Martin Mapenduzi is a seasoned public servant, a legislator, development leader with extensive experience in governance, public accountability, and local government administration. He currently serves as a Member of Parliament for Badej Laibi Division, a position he has held since 2021. He previously chaired the Public Accounts Committee, Local Government, and as chairperson of the Committee on Public Service, Local Government, as well as chairperson of Public Sector Strengthening Cluster under the Presidential Advisory Committee on the Budget. But also, he was a chairman LC5 of Gulu. Before joining Parliament, he served for a decade as district chairperson of Gulu District, following other leadership roles as a district councillor. Honorable Mapenduzi holds the Masters of Arts in Conflict Transformation Studies from Gulu University and has a background in education, media, project management. He also is a commercial farmer and the founder of Mapenduzi Foundation, champion community development and the peace building. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this singular honor to invite our first presenter, the Honorable Crispus Chiyonga, to present on the topic, Understanding Uganda's National Interest and Common Good. But as a preamble, Uganda's national interest revolves around safeguarding sovereignty and promoting socio-economic prosperity and ensuring regional stability as anchored in Article 8A of our Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. Whereas common good demands that state organs and citizens prioritize inclusive development, national unity and welfare of all Ugandans over a partisan and individual interest. Without wasting time, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Honorable Crispus Chiyonga, a seasoned Pan-Africanist, a person who has served humankind with humility, a man who is very knowledgeable, without pride, of impeccable integrity, and also experienced in matters of public affairs. Honorable Chiyonga, I invite you to speak to this congregation. I thank you.
Honorable Mwiru is my brother and friend. So in some of the things he said, there is some conflict of interest. Take them with a pinch of salt. The Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister, the chair of this session, Honorable Mwiru, my colleague, Honorable Mapenduzi, honorable ministers, honorable colleagues, members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen. As has already been said by Honorable Mwiru, the subject we are going to consider now is the common good and the national interest. In our recent history, Uganda has emerged from a period of instability to now stability. That has been possible because of the focus on the common good and the national interest, but also by building structures that facilitate that, so that forces that would want to push us otherwise from the external and the internal are not allowed to prevail. After 1986, as many of you will recall, when NRM took over power, led by His Excellency Yoweri Museveni, the government was described as broad-based. If you take political parties, more or less all the political parties we had by that time were included in the government. People with the traditional functions were also put in that government. And in my judgment, I think that arrangement worked very well. We then changed to the multi-party system in the year 2005. And in my view, at that time, we were prompted, although we had this broad-based governance under the NRM, we did not intend that this would be perpetual. Nevertheless, the timing when we went to multi-party was not of our own choice. This was a conditionality given to us if we were to continue getting financial, I don't know whether to call it help, if we were to continue getting money from outside, because most of that money is loan, we pay it back. Part of it is grants. So we were told in no uncertain terms that unless at that time we moved to multi-party, we should forget money from outside and other assistance. That's critical, honorable members, because it teaches us that unless we create our own wealth, we are going to be trampled on. We are going to be given conditions which we would otherwise not accept. Nevertheless, although that happened, we looked out for ways how do we keep the country together. We go to multi-party, but how do we keep the country together? And again, I will give you some points in history. In the 60s, we had two main parties, the Uganda People's Congress and the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party, whenever they needed money, they went to Europe, mainly Germany and other related countries, to get money to run the party. The UPC mainly went to the east. So both parties had no money. To run their business, they went to outsiders. And that has its own negative implication on us. So when we were moving to multi-party, we were conscious of that. First, we created an organization that would give us a forum to interact outside the parliament. Your DP, your NRM, your UPC, your NOP, in the parliament, procedures and all that, and the cameras. So we said, okay, let's go to multi-party, but let's create this national consultative forum. And as you know, it even has a law to govern it. The intention was, let us have a forum as nationals where we can discuss our common interests in peace. Also at that time, the government decided that political parties should be funded by the state, so that this question of running to Germany or some other country could be curtailed, although I see those elements re-emerging. For honorable members of parliament who are coming second, third, fourth time, you know very well that now we do appropriate money and give that money to political parties. In my view, the only omission we made in that distribution of money is to say that only parties who are in parliament should get that money. In my view, that's an error. Because in Uganda now, to register a party with the Electoral Commission, you really meet high standards. The number of districts you must go to and how many people you must get from those districts in order to be allowed to register a political party. So even if you have no members of parliament, in my view, once you are registered, the state should help you. And as you know, recently, you colleagues who have been in parliament for now third, fourth time, recently you enacted the National Sovereignty Law, again emphasizing that this is Uganda, we must be centrally on our own and interact with other people on our own terms. So let's now go specifically to the subject matter that I was asked to lead. The national interest. The national interest refers to a sovereign country's priorities, which include security, economic prosperity, and preservation of the sovereignty and the cultural identity of that country. Those interests can be further broken down into core components of the national interest. National security, the foundational need to protect physical borders, defend against external threats, and ensure the survival of an independent state. In those core components also is economic sovereignty. The third one is sovereignty and independence, maintaining the freedom to govern our domestic affairs without interference from other nations or international bodies. We can further classify interests in this way. One, vital interests. The interests are broad, but the interests can be further defined. Vital interests. These are conditions strictly necessary to safeguard the fundamental survival and safety of the nation. Then we also have peripheral interests. These are goals that are advantageous to the state, but not critical to its immediate survival. For example, certain foreign aid programs or cultural exchanges. The second element in peripheral, the third element in the classification are permanent interests. These are long-term, enduring objectives that rarely change, such as maintaining territorial integrity. Then what about the common good? The common good refers to shared facilities, social conditions, and benefits that promote the well-being of everyone in a community. It prioritizes collective welfare and mutual benefit over individual self-interest. The common good relies on institutions and resources that serve everyone regardless of the personal status. Common good can also refer to a resource that is available to everyone but is limited in supply. If one, for example, consumes and uses it, the resource declines. Take like the lake, the fish in the lake. It's for all of us, it's a common good, but some people go there and perhaps want to fish excessively. reducing our resource and putting it at risk. The common good exists to address problems that an individual or business alone cannot solve. What are the everyday examples of the common good? Public infrastructure, roads, bridges, etc. Shared services like education and public transport. Environmental resources, clean air, safe drinking water, etc. Public school system and the judicial system, these are examples of the common good. Having defined in that brief way the national interest and the common good, now I go back to us, we the members of parliament. I believe that most of us, when we are campaigning to be relevant to the people who elected us, we addressed local issues. If I become MP, I will bring a road. If I become MP, the schools will get a better help, etc., etc. Those are obviously legitimate, and I have no doubt that each one of us knows that is the date. But those interests at the constituency level have to take into account the common good and the national interests, which I have defined, and I will go back to. So in the case of Uganda, what do I consider as the national interest and common good? Now I merge them, common good and national interest. I address them together because it's not easy now to separate them. I think as members of parliament, and I think that's why even this retreat was organized, we need to have a wider appreciation of our country, a wider appreciation of forces that impinge on us as a country, as a region, as a continent. Because things are interlinked. You cannot just survive as a constituency. You cannot just survive as Uganda. We must link with other people in the neighborhood. So there is a subject called political economy, and as Honorable Mwiru said, I play some limited role at Makerere. We have decided that all the students who come through Makerere will study political economy. Whether you are doing medicine, you are doing engineering, you must understand the basic source of survival. So I think it is in our national interest that we, the leaders, have a wider appreciation of the political economy, what I'm calling political economy. How does economics interact with the politics? What are the forces in the world which determine distribution of wealth or to be disadvantaged, etc., etc. So I think point number one in our national interest is to get that education. And I think people who have spoken before me have talked a lot about reading, etc., etc. National interest number two is our sovereignty and territorial integrity. Linked with that is security and stability. Honorable Mwiru and other colleagues who were with me in the parliament will recall the constant criticism parliaments then made of government. You are giving too much money to the army. We need to do other things. And even me, I used to argue that before I went to the Ministry of Defense. But for us to survive, for us to talk about territorial integrity, we need an army which is strong. We need an army which is strong. And to have an army which is strong, in my view, you need three things. First, an army that has national ideology, that understands how forces move, how the world moves. Two, an army that is disciplined. Three, an army that is facilitated with equipments and other things which they use to defend or to deter those who want to attack us. You can see, if I give one or two examples, I start with my second home. My second home is in Congo, DRC. My ancestors are in DRC. DRC is a very rich country by natural resources. But if you look at the GDP of Congo, compare it with us, a small country, you laugh. Recently, I don't know if they left, they brought a peacekeeping force. The UN brought a peacekeeping force to Congo, who were spending on the alleged peacekeeping in Congo $1 million every day. In Congo, you can see the problem. So you need a strong army to ensure your sovereignty, your territorial integrity. So in our consideration of the budget and other resources, because we want stability, we want to be protected, that is of national interest, that we keep it uppermost. The army and other security organizations. Now, in discussing security, because we are talking about transparency and openness, all matters of security cannot be discussed in the open, because then those who would like to hurt us will hear and know our plans. Maybe Mwiru knows, but when Mwiru and I were in Parliament, we used to have a special committee of Parliament which would consider in the Parliament the budget of defense has something we call classified expenditure. So that special committee appointed by the Speaker would retire behind the cameras and look now at this classified budget. You people, which guns do you want to buy? Why? Because we must be accountable. But to ask that, no, even that should be done in plenary would be acting against our national interest. So, in the security, we must have a strong army, we must have strong intelligence resources, but also we must mobilize the population. The population, even for security, should be mobilized. First, so that they understand the determinants of security, but two, that they allow their sons to come and serve in the security agencies, and three, themselves to participate in security keeping. the LODUs, etc., as you know. So the fourth interest is wealth creation and economic strength. So this target of National Development Plan 4 to take us to $500 billion GDP is very, very central. And I would appeal to all the colleagues to really focus here. This plan of the executive, let's dissect it. Let's see its possibility. If it has weaknesses here and there, let us give proposals so that this obtains, that our economy reaches that level as soon as possible. But also we must ensure that we don't just create economy only in the size. You can have a big economy, but when the people on the ground have nothing. So this growth we must work for must be broad-based and inclusive. And I think for us who are MPs, that is of interest. The economy is $500 billion. What part of that economy is in my constituency, is in my district? This GDP, in terms of in what form it is, can be broken down even regionally. The GDP in Western Uganda, the GDP in Uganda, etc., etc. We must work to end poverty. We must not accept poverty. Yesterday, the professor, the chairman of the National Planning Authority, you saw her saying that we aim to end poverty up to 5%. And my intervention was that no, we should leave nobody behind. 5%, who are you leaving behind? It must to end poverty completely, zero poverty. And this is feasible. Some people have done it. In China, where I was, as Honorable Mwiru said, I saw them struggling with the last percentage of poverty in their country. So we must end poverty, not to leave 5%. Point number 5 is market access. We must produce products, but where shall we sell them? It is in our interest as a country, our national interest, to have market access. And therefore, we must be in the forefront to support blocks like the East African Community. But that East African Community, we need to work quickly and make it a federation, because things will become much easier than just being a community. So in the community now, we are 8 countries, as you know: Burundi, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Kenya, Rwanda, Somalia, South Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda. This is really our home. And we must support President Museveni to make sure that no stone is left. Every stone must be removed so that we form this block, because that will give us a bigger market where we can sell our products. You will remember 2 little stories. One time, I don't know whether it is still the problem, we produced so much sugar here, and the Ugandans couldn't consume the sugar. But people in Tanzania needed that sugar, people in Kenya. Maize, We were having some differences with our brothers in Kenya. So we need a larger market, and I think the starting step is to consolidate these 8 countries in the East African community. But higher and stronger is the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is now functional. But I think we, as members of parliament, must ask you, executive, where is the institutional basis for the African common market? What progress are we making? etc. etc. National interest number 6 is in the education sector. The NRM brought UPE. I have met children myself in my area. A child is in P5, P6. If you ask him the mathematics tables, 2, 3 times 9, he can't answer you. Then children are being chased from the schools. All of us, I'm sure, I would be surprised to find an exception. So this is the place where we must discuss that issue and have it corrected. Otherwise, many of our young people are being left behind. And that can be said upwards, other levels of education. Then public health. Public health, national interest number 7. I think to appreciate public health, I should quote the recent epidemics we have had. You remember Corona. More recently, Ebola. Those diseases, when they come, is a crude reminder that our health system is still weak. If we can't handle them, they come, they kill people, it means there is something lacking. And the literature is awash that some diseases we thought we had defeated will come back. Here in Uganda, we thought we had defeated polio. It has come back. Measles has come back. So what is it that we need to do to deter the old diseases coming back, but also ensuring that new diseases, which will definitely keep coming, there is no doubt. More diseases, more new diseases will keep coming. But what is our state of preparedness to detect them and quickly work out a solution to deal with that? My proposal is that, and I had hoped that Honorable Cheng would be here, the immediate former Minister for Health. You see our health care system, Health Center 2, Health Center 3, Health Center 4. You should ask, why is there no Health Center 1? Yes, because Health Center 1 is the village. That's where the people are. So why are we not at Health Center 1? And these critical comrades, I want you to think about your villages and think through. When an old woman or even a young person falls sick in the village, the decision to go to a health center is a factor of many considerations. I go, it's 5 kilometers. It's 10 miles. I will not manage. My little money is going to get finished. Let me wait. I may get better. And if you plot, even in Mulago, if you go to Mulago, and they give you all the records of people who attend every day, and you plot on a graph how far away from Mulago are those patients. The majority are from around, because it is a cost to go. So the nearer the health center, the better. And my view, that's why I was asking about Honorable Cheng, is that we should formulate a minimum health care package to be available at the village level. Minimum, low cost at the village level. I hear people talking about high quality health care. For me, I know Uganda. I can never use that terminology, that Uganda can afford high quality health care. You can't. Because high quality means in my village, in Wera, there should be a CT scan. That's not possible. So we must prescribe what we can manage within. So we must have a package, a minimum package, which should be available not at Health Center 2, at Health Center 1. And do whatever it takes to ensure that that is delivered. My friend is now chasing me. I will comply. He is my chairman. So public health, environmental health, justice, the justice system. The justice system should be simplified as much as possible, should be consistent with the traditions of our people and be close to the population. The issue of affirmative action needs no emphasis, leave nobody behind. Then infrastructure, again, I don't need to go through that, but water, I think water, we should really focus on this issue of water. There are areas you pass through, you find our people with jerry cans drawing brown water. In many areas, even here in Uganda. This is not acceptable. We must change that. And then irrigation, given climate change, we need to focus. Power supply, electricity should reach everywhere. To provide jobs and other amenities. But on power, the calculation, the Minister of Finance didn't say this, the calculation shows that we are going to exhaust our hydro option very soon. Solar, we shall exhaust. Now we must go to other forms of energy to grow. So we must move to nuclear, and we need to understand that yesterday. So colleagues, not to delay you, and also to comply with the chairman, in my conclusion, I make 4 points. In seeking votes from the constituency, an MP most probably articulated local issues. On arrival at Parliament of Uganda, these matters will probably still be relevant. I am glad that this interaction, this retreat, has given us the opportunity to examine the relationship between the constituency, the country, and the continent of Africa. Our local areas can only move forward if the whole country, and indeed the continent of Africa, achieves social economic transformation. I thank you all. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, the Second Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Chionga, for the elaborate presentation. And I only want to emphasize one thing, that it is not only the responsibility of government it's not its sole responsibility to ensure that actually national interest is protected. We also have a duty as citizens so to do. And there are some small things which we don't do, like respect of the national symbols. It is a simple thing. It is within your responsibility, protecting the vulnerable. It is within your responsibility, paying taxes, among others. So before I invite my brother, Honorable Mapenduzi, I want to recognize some of the colleagues who are here. The Honorable Minister Norbert Mao, you are welcome. He's here with us. We are in the same race with him. The rest is history now. I want to recognize Honorable Balam Barugare, and I want to underscore the importance of our being here. You see, I've been in Parliament for that time, but the relations you create also, answers don't fall in these papers. At times they also fall in the relations you create here, like Honorable Balam there, when you call him as a minister, when there is an issue, he acts immediately. And I want to commend him for that. We had an issue of election of the speakers of the lower local government. When an NUP speaker won, they said, no, you need 51%. You don't need simple majority. When I called him, he called the Solicitor General for an opinion, and the issue was handled there and then. I want to thank you for that. Then I also, there are colleagues who have been here. I think it's only fair during my tenure as a chair that I recognize them. Like Honorable Marshall has always been here all through. Though he's not a minister, but has given a lot of importance to this. Then there's also Honorable Minister Jacqueline Mbabazi. She has been there very attentive. There is Honorable Nakwede Harriet, the Deputy Chief Whip. Honorable Zahara, Honorable Minister Maria, Honorable Maria Chambade, the Honorable Itho Naluima, then Honorable Fono Pondo. He has been here attentively listening. It is important. Stay there with Honorable Wakida and Honorable Naume Kabashari. Why I emphasize that I should recognize these guys, so that you know them. Then Honorable Saula, Honorable Malende, among others. Then we also have the UPC whip, Dr. Eunice Apio. I want to thank you. I'll keep on recognizing more as I take note of them. I want, without wasting time, invite my brother, Honorable Mapenduz, to make the presentation. But as he comes, you can start writing up questions so that we pass them to Dr. Chienji, sorry, Dr. Chionga, because the president had been set.
Thank you very much, Chair of the session. The Right Honorable Dr. Crispus Chionga, the second Deputy Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Rokia Nakadama, third Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers, Members of Parliament, the Clerk to Parliament and your team, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I have been requested to make presentation on the topic strengthening strategic synergies, enhancing Parliament local government collaboration. And as I start that, let me begin by thanking the clerk and the organizers of this induction seminar for giving me the opportunity to make this presentation. I have made the presentation very simple. There are slides that will be running through, but I'll also request you to give me your attention because the slides will give you only a summary of the main issues. And to me, this is a very interesting topic being someone who worked with the local government as district chairman for 10 years, I fully understand how much it means for parliament and local governments to have a good understanding of each other and a strong working relationship. And in the course of the presentation, I'll be able to share some of my own experiences. But let us first get back to the main subject of this topic and ask very simple questions. And question number one, what is collaboration? In simple terms, when two or more individuals or organizations or institutions work together to achieve or produce better results. And in this case, what better results would parliament and local government produce when they decide to work together or collaborate? I have put in the slides, when parliament and local governments decide to work together or collaborate, we will have better governance, we will have improved service delivery, we will have stronger accountability, and those are good benefits for the country. But as we look at that question, we also need to first know, if we are talking about parliament and local government collaborating, then we need to know who plays what role. And of course, we already know the core functions of parliament. I will not take you through that again. It's also important for us to know the functions of local governments. Number one is political representation. The councillors you elect from the parishes or wards to go to the sub-county councils. The councillors you elect from the sub-counties or division councils. The councillors you send to the district council or city councils. Those are people who represent the voters in their respective areas, and so they do political representation. The second function of local government is local legislation. When you look at the Local Government Act, Section 38 of the Local Government Act, Cap 138, provides details on the powers of council to make laws. But the same Local Government Act emphasizes in this section that the councils will make laws that are not inconsistent with the Constitution or any other law made by Parliament. And so these local governments make laws such as the bylaws. Bylaws are made majorly by district councils and city councils. Those are the higher local governments. And for lower local government, not bylaw, ordinances. District councils and the city councils make ordinances, while lower local governments, whether municipalities, sub-counties, those ones make bylaws. And so the local government has a duty to make local legislation. The other function is revenue mobilization. Before 2015, local governments would generate local revenue, plan, budget, and spend. But after the Public Finance Management Act 2015, now local governments have to mobilize local revenue and send to the consolidated fund. And the monies have to be sent back to them through a process that I will explain later. The other function is provision of essential services. You know the services that local governments provide. They run primary schools, secondary schools, health facilities, maintaining roads, and many other services. These are functions within which local governments have to operate. In performing these functions, it is important to understand how local governments work. The local governments have two layers, just as I stated before. We have the higher local government, I have mentioned that, the cities and the district councils, and we have the lower local governments, starting from whether city divisions, municipalities, sub-counties, and of course, the parishes and the villages are referred to as administrative units. And let us also have a look at the number of local governments. I think many of you may not know how much or what we are talking about. In Uganda today, under the higher local governments, of course, you know we have one capital city, that is Kampala, and there are 10 regional cities and 135 districts. Those are higher local governments. And the lower local governments, we have 25 city divisions, including the 5 divisions in Kampala, 31 municipalities, 580 town councils, about that number. And there are about 2,191 sub-counties. Now, when you go to the administrative units, the parishes or wards, parishes in the rural setting, wards in urban settings, and then the villages and cells. In Uganda today, there are about 10,717 parishes and wards. And the villages are 71,214, about that number. Now, looking at the above breakdown, Uganda appears to have a very detailed and most structured governance system where state presence would be felt right from the village. Now, when you look at countries like Kenya, countries like South Sudan, our details like villages and cells, like in Kenya, they have wards, they have sub-counties, and then they have the counties, about 47 counties, and about 290 sub-counties. While in Uganda, you'll start from the district. You have districts, 135. You have counties, you have sub-counties and town councils. Then you have the wards and parishes. Then you have the villages. That structure. And when you look at the administrative units alone, and you look at the number of leaders we have in this country, in Uganda, you look at the villages and the parishes or the wards alone, that brings a total of about 901,241 leaders. Because every ward, parish, or village has an executive team of about 11 people, including the chairperson. Now, that number, the number I've given does not include the leaders we have at the district, at the municipality, or cities, or sub-counties. So you can imagine the number of elected leaders we have in this country. Now, that takes me to the next question. How relevant parliament is to local government. Now, in the context of Uganda, local governments cannot function effectively or even exist without the support of parliament. I'll refer you, first of all, to Section 7 of the Local Government Act. That outlines clearly the roles of parliament, the role parliament plays in as far as the boundaries of local governments and the creation of new administrative units. We are talking about if we intend to change boundaries, it will require parliament. If we want to create new administrative units from the old one, it will require parliamentary approval, especially for districts, for cities, for municipalities, for sub-counties. That would require the approval of the minister based on resolutions from the respective local governments. The other thing is that parliament considers budget for local government or even supplementary budget for local government. Just as I stated earlier, previously, local governments would collect money, have their own budget and spend, but the Public Finance Management Act now requires that even when you collect the local government, the local revenue, you send to the consolidated fund, and it requires the approval of, even when you collect money in excess of what you had planned, you don't have any power to spend as a local government. It requires the approval of a supplementary by parliament. So those are some of the changes that have been made. Again, when you look at the Public Finance Management Act, Section 32 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 provides that an accounting officer shall not pledge or otherwise encounter the land or any other asset of a vote without permission of parliament. I have, as a committee, in the 11th Parliament, we move around the country and realize many local governments, you find accounting officers of local governments disposing of land, selling land. There are many cases. And that's not in line with the laws, because the law requires that if you want to take decisions or dispose of land, it requires the approval of Parliament. It's in the Public Management Act, Section 32. So that explains to you how much role Parliament has in ensuring effective operations of local government. Now, that takes me to the next question. How relevant are local governments to Parliament then? I'm happy my Honorable Minister is here, Ladid Balam. Local governments are the core providers of essential services to the citizens. However, budgetary allocation remains low. I'll give you the example of this financial year that has just begun. This financial year, 2026-2027, the budget given to local government is only 9% of the total 84.3 trillion. Now look at how much local government have to provide in terms of services and how little you are provided. And then you will expect a lot of services from them and give them, even your cows, when you expect to have a lot of milk, you need to give it water. This is so insufficient that it cannot meet grassroots service delivery demands. The appropriation that Parliament does should reflect the level of attention Parliament gives to the plight of the citizens at the grassroots. In other words, when Parliament does not care much about local governments, the local government will have little to do with the grassroots or the citizens down there. Now that will take me to the next question. How can Parliament effectively collaborate with local governments? I will refer you to Section 10 of the Local Government Act, Cap 138, that looks at the composition of the District Council. Now, Section 10, subsection 2 provides that a member of Parliament may attend meetings of a local council in his or her district as an ex-official member of the council. I am not sure whether members of Parliament find time to attend district council meetings. Of course, there are always excuses. Some people will say, but I am not informed. I don't know when they sit. It's important that you need to build some level of, communication so that you follow what happens. Because if you are a member of Parliament for a particular area, you represent the people in that area, including those leaders. And so you have to be interested in knowing what they discuss. You have to help them, because when you attend council meetings, you don't only sit and listen. You are an ex-official member, and so you have a duty to even guide them as a national leader. This is important because the attendance by a member of Parliament helps to bridge the gap between Parliament and the local council and population, in that the member of Parliament finds the opportunity to capture the needs or pertinent issues from the council that may require the intervention of Parliament or even the center. I will give you my own experience. When I was chairman of GULO, of course I know members of Parliament are very busy, but I instructed the clerk to council and the speaker to make sure that when we have council meetings and when they are giving notices, the members of Parliament receive their notices and emails are sent to them. And when they are not able to attend, we have to extract the council minute and highlight key resolutions. And some of them would require their intervention. So we capture that and send to members of Parliament, email to them. We used to do that a lot. And at times I would also arrange meetings and we would invite Honorable Regan Okumo, Honorable Beta Olochan, those members of Parliament from Gulu. We would initiate quarterly meetings with them to take them through how our district is performing, how they can come in and support, and where they would want us to improve. That working relationship is very important. But sometimes you find members of Parliament and local government leaders are in constant conflict. People are struggling to determine who is more powerful, who is who. It doesn't matter how much power you have. It matters what you can offer. to your district, to your people, to your council. And so as members of parliament, I would really plead with you to take responsibility and attend those council meetings. At least you can try. You cannot be busy throughout 5 years. You can find time and do it. But if you are not able to, you can always get in touch with the accounting officers to share with you details of some of those decisions so that you are able to guide them, but also pick some of the critical issues that you can pursue. Now, that takes me to the next question. How can Parliament make this collaboration more effective? Number one, we know how Parliament works. We have got committees of Parliament. So through the different committees responsible for local government and others, Parliament can enhance the level of involvement and participation of local governments in the decision-making processes. I'll give you examples. Until a few months ago, I was chair of a committee, that is the Public Service and Local Government, and we made it a practice as a committee that we would interface with local government leaders, either through the association or inviting them. So time and again, we would invite them when we are having discussions on critical issues so that we are able to hear from them. We are able to understand how they feel about it. It's important that we do that. Again, in playing its oversight role, Parliament has always done more of postmortem than proactively supporting local governments to do better. And I will tell you, as someone who has been in the local government, the perception local governments have, the way they look at you and the committees, is different from what you think. Some of them think when you go, you turn your committee meetings into torture chambers. The accounting officers, when they're coming to appear before you, they leave their spirit outside the door. They are not sure whether you are going to lock them in and all that. I think that should not be the way. And then we do a lot more postmortem. We only want to lament, we want to say they have eaten this money, they have done that. But we have a lot of time to make sure we are able to constantly play our oversight role. So it's important that Parliament tries to move away from doing more of postmortem than proactively doing the oversight role with the intention of correcting and supporting local governments to perform better. There is also a perception that has been built that Parliament is a backing dog. When you interact with, especially the political leaders at local government level, they'll say, even the committees that come, they will come here and get their allowances. They are not going to do anything, okay? Because time and again, when the Auditor General reports are ready, the committees take it up, the accountability committees, they go to the field. When the committees come back, they make recommendations, and the recommendations end there. No actions are taken. You find an accounting officer has mismanaged billions of shillings from one local government, and the committee recommends that this one should be taken through disciplinary steps and recoveries made. Then the next month you hear this accounting officer has been moved to District A to District B. You are recycling problem. And so some people think that the recommendations that committees present, and when Parliament, adopt those reports, the recommendations end there. So how do we appear to be walking the talk? When you make recommendations, you take decisions, do they get implemented? I think it's also demoralizing for committees. The other thing is that oversight should be taken more seriously and field work done effectively. There are some districts in this country, I have always seen committees of Parliament running to different, doing field visits. But I can tell you there are some districts in this country that have never been visited by committees of Parliament. I think committees appear to favor easy-to-reach districts than the hard-to-reach districts. So there are districts like Amudat, there are districts like Kabong, there are districts like probably Kisoro, and because you are too busy, you don't have a lot of time, you want to hurry, and so you end up just appearing to be doing your field work and leaving. So there is need for us to reach to every part of the country in doing our oversight role. The other one is that Parliament needs to recognize the local governments as engines of service delivery. It is therefore important that Parliament pertinent issues that concerns the welfare of local governments are attended to by Parliament. For example, remunerations. When you meet local government leaders, you will see from their faces the kind of anger they have. They look at you as the source of their problem. You members of Parliament, they will say, for example, local government leaders, the chairpersons, will tell you they are paid, I think, 2.3 million gross. And when it's taxed, they get about 1.7 million shilling, and that is all. And that has been for over 20 years. And so they look at members of Parliament as people who do not care, and then they look at how much work they need to do. A district chairperson is the political head of a district, and you can imagine what it means. They provide both political and, administrative leadership. So so Parliament needs to interest in itself and begin to look at some of the critical needs of local government and push, so we are able to support them as we would expect them to offer effective services. Finally, supporting the Ministry of Local Government to effectively perform its function should be taken as a priority by Parliament. There are many challenges that the Ministry of Local Government would want to address, but what happens if Parliament doesn't treat that ministry as a priority? For example, I am aware that for the last 6-7 years, the Ministry of Local Government has been pleading with Parliament to give them just about 2 billion shilling so they can do a review of decentralization and come up with, a lot more detailed amendment. There are so many gaps now in the Local Government Act. But the Minister of Local Government is saying we cannot do it in piecemeal. We want to do it this. We need this. If we are not able to, for example, now we are implementing the PDM. You would expect local governments to be more effective. But if the ministry does not have what it takes to effectively do its part in ensuring effective implementation. So we need to put a lot of attention where we require most. We expect the local government to do more. We should then be able to furnish it with what they require to perform. I have been warned. I think I have to conclude. In conclusion, I'll refer you to a quote by Henry Ford. And he says, "Coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, working together is success." I think local governments and Parliament can work so well, collaborate, and that collaboration will propel the provision of service delivery to the citizens of this nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ojala Mapenduzi, for that wonderful presentation. Colleagues, before we proceed to the question and answer, I've received some concerns about the mode, about the precedent which had been set by my colleague, the former chair, Honorable Teire, that we had set a precedent that we were receiving questions when members were writing, and I would encourage you to do so. Though I have a lot of concern that since in Parliament you will not be writing cheats to the Speaker, members of the considered view that they be allowed to ask a question other than writing these cheats. I have these petitions. But the danger also of that is that as a chair, we have interacted for a few months. I may know you by face, but I may not know you by name, and I may fail to pronounce. But having said that, I think we are going to apply both methods. We right? Okay. So before I invite you the questions, I will After I invite the presenters to answer to the question raised, I want to recognize some of the colleagues who are here, but it's not that if I have not recognized you, I may not know your name. But I know you by face. In the interim, the third Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Nakadama, she's here with us. I saw the Honorable Minister, Simon Mulongo. I think she's seated with Honorable Namuganza. And they're also colleagues. I saw the Deputy CDF. I saw Honorable Muchibi Eria, Honorable Namatende, Honorable Bagole, Honorable Maseruka, Honorable Freedom, Honorable Aisha, Honorable Porotazi. We thought it is important. Honorable Cheyune of Nakasongola, the Honorable Caps, Honorable Didani, Honorable Bruce, Honorable Bakashaba, Perez, Honorable Esperanza, Honorable Chirumira, and I also seen Honorable Mutatsingwa.
Are you going to read all the names, Honorable Chair?
No. I'm not reading all the names.
And do we have the time?
So I will do. Now, I don't know whether you have submitted all the questions. We start with those questions which are there. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My concern goes to Honorable Mapenduzi. Honorable Chair, first of all, let me thank him. I sit with him, but he has never given me all those wisdoms that he's been presenting today. My major concern about local government is the facilitation of the chairpersons. I have been in Parliament for 10 years. I have tried to push through the Budget Committee. My name is Anthony Akol, Member of Parliament, Kilak North. For the salary of the chairpersons to be increased, because in a situation where the cows get over 10 million as salary, and then the LC5 chairperson gets less than 2 million net payment, how can LC5 chairman be in position to supervise somebody who earns more than you? My concern number two, the level of education, especially in the LC3 system, where some LC3 chairpersons can't even write their names. A case in point is my sub-county, where one of the sub-county in my district, where the chairperson for 10 years was somebody who could not write his name. Now he's supposed to supervise the sub-county chief who is a graduate. Sometimes they're even master degree holders. How can that work? Why don't we put a minimum qualification of senior 4, at least somebody who can read a report, can see figures, understand? Because we tried that, but it was rubbish some time back. But I think that is something that is affecting the service delivery, much as we are talking about the lack of budget in implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Honorable Chionga to start with the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. The first question I have is from my sister, Honorable Jacqueline Mbabazi. And this is how she says the question. It's not fair to task, but we need to look into ways of solving the problem of some youth classified as NEET, not in education, not in employment, not in training. They are 5 million plus, 50% of the youth aged 18 to 30 years. How shall we attain the tenfold growth by 2040 if this group is not contributing to economic growth. We have what I would call a contradiction. In Uganda, the information at UBOS, the information at Ministry of Agriculture is that 50% of our arable land is lying idle. It's not being used. That's one side. On the other side, Uganda, as we speak now, is food insecure. Uganda is food insecure. There are some homes where people go without a meal the whole day. Then you have a range, those who get 2, others are able to get 3. That's a very bad situation. But as Honorable Jacqueline Mbabas is saying, we have this blessing of so many young people, 18, 30. Those are the people with the energy to work. So the real challenge to solve this contradiction is these people must get engaged in production. So we, from the executive to parliament, we must work out program. A poor country, a young country like Uganda cannot afford to have the most active members of society lying idle when there are problems to solve. I think there are some steps which we need to take. In the 60s, under President Milton Obote, there was the idea of national service. I was then very young. So the people in my village were saying, this is very bad, that this is slavery. But I think that concept was right. We have idle land, we have needs. So if we create what are called agro-industrial parks, these big chunks of land we are talking about, we organize them. For example, we can say we are going to produce maize here in this idle land. But the maize we shall produce scientifically, we shall process it and pack it and take it to the market. If that plan works, many people will be absorbed along the value chain to use this land, to employ these young people and get more money from what we are. So really, in brief, it is our responsibility to come out with programs. We must interrogate National Plan number 4 in this respect. How does it address this issue? Second question is about national insurance. 2 colleagues asked that question. Dr. Simwe Florence and my brother Kasaja George from Bulamogi, Patrick. That what is national insurance? The last time I heard about national insurance, a statement was issued, I think on the floor of the last term parliament. The minister explained that there are processes that need to be undertaken to get that to be effective. So while we wait, let's continue questioning how this will work. I will give you the example of the road fund. The road fund was put in place, a source of money where the money would come from was also availed. At the time this was being talked about, we got the impression that once the road fund is in place, the road issues are solved. They have not been solved. For me, at the moment, I don't think health insurance for the country, the whole country, can work in the present setting. Because health insurance means, first, you have enough money. Secondly, institutions. Thirdly, that whether I'm in the mountain on Rwenzori, I am in the health insurance, I will go to the mountains to some service to pay for and present my card. The health insurance can only work now in the urban setting. You go to Nakasero Hospital, etc. My opinion is that health insurance can partly help, but it is not the solution to our health problems. Honorable Kasaja, yes, was also talking about health insurance. Honorable Tumuramie, Genencio. How can Uganda promote her national interests while ensuring that every citizen benefits equally from national resources and development? Precisely, that's why we have parliament. Every area is represented. It is we, the MPs, to see what is available, to see how the budget is set, and when we see gaps, we point them out and insist that where gaps are, they must be solved. I think challenges will be, for example, we have oil resource. It is from Munyonyo, and I think partly Apache as of now. That's going to be a fund that's going to bring us money. We must debate. The executive must come to the parliament and say, as far as the oil resource is concerned, although it is from Munyonyo, this is how it will be used. And I remember, I think we were passing some kind of law on how to exploit the oil resource. My colleagues from Munyonyo insisted that when that money comes, first the Banyoro sub-region must benefit first. Then the balance we can share equally, the rest of us. So really, as far as this case is concerned, let's interrogate the budget, let's see gaps, and keep pointing out where gaps are so that everybody can be reached. The second question, yes, the second question is about Karamoja mainly, that some places are in instability and there is not enough concentration on it. That may be true, but I can testify that as far as Karamoja is concerned, we have come a long way. The situation before was very bad, but I agree that the Karamoja question is not fully resolved, so we must keep it under scrutiny and keep moving. Then, yes, my friend here is asking me about patriotism, democracy, and Pan-Africanism. I think he says these have not come out clearly. Patriotism is contained within the national interests. We are defining our national interests as people who love our country, Ugandans. Let's pursue those national interests. Democracy, we have a parliament, we are participating, but let's make sure it goes down to the grassroots. Pan-Africanism is about our survival, and I think I did talk about that. Yes, regions lagging behind. I also agree with that. We need to do more work. We have things like NUSAF, Northern Uganda Social Action Fund. Is this well framed? Is it, because if you go to the north, we from the south and the east, if we go to the north, go to Acholi, go to Lango, and you take the index of the type of housing, you find a lot of grass-thatched houses there. The frequency of grass-thatched houses in the north is not matched in the south. Those grass-thatched houses show us that there is a structural problem which we must solve. So I agree, and I think that's why the president has been appointing regional ministers. Minister for Northern Uganda, Minister for Busoga, Minister. So this is a responsibility we must follow through. Then here, my friend Karim Musa, he's talking, I think, about two things: witchcraft and traditional medicine. My view is that these people should be brought out. We should encourage these people to come out. And I think on traditional medicine, we have done very well. Some have come out and they are being helped. But I think even in witchcraft, instead of just saying, if we find you, we'll kill you, let's bring them out. Put them somewhere. We hear that you kill people. In my village, in one campaign, I said, I hear about witchcraft. I am here. You throw your instruments, I die. So I think we should bring all of these institutions of ours up and engage in an honest dialogue and collectively find the way forward. Common good and national interest, sometimes they are about the same. They can be different because common good can operate at different levels. Can be in my village, we have some common good issues. But national interests are clear and more articulated. Health insurance, I have commented on that.
Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Grace Chum is saying that some countries, even in their parliament, they discuss issues of other countries. So we who believe in Africa, who believe in Pan-Africanism, we should engage more with these brothers. They may be having a point. We need to hear them. And we should use IALA and the African Parliament, yes, and the African Parliament to discuss those issues. Yes, the issue of not enough drugs in the health centers, I think this is critical. We must insist on that. Even the president, on a number of occasions, he has said maybe we don't have enough calculation of how many drugs we need. Really, this is a big embarrassment to government that citizens, poor citizens that go to health centers after walking 5 or so kilometers, and they go home with a paper that you go and buy medicines. They have no money. So this we really must keep under examination and sort of. There must be drugs and staff in health units. I think in the interest of time, the chairman is saying I should stop, although he gave me more questions. I think I will end here. And those questions the chairman gave me last, I will pursue them with the people who asked them during our break time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, State Deputy Prime Minister. I think the Deputy Prime Minister deserves a big applause as a result of the presentation.
So, as I invite Honorable Mapenduzi, even the chair of parliamentary group is here with us. He has to wave to me and then I have to catch my eye. Honorable Mapenduzi.
Thank you very much, Chair. There are many questions, but I'll try to run through them very quickly. Question number one is from Honorable Auma, Janet. And she says, what are the effective ways or approach of collaborating with the local leaders like LC5 COW councillors without them thinking that you have come to interfere with their work? First, you need to realize that you are a leader elected by the people and you have full mandate to execute your duties. And part of that is to ensure that the citizens get the services they need. And so if you are going to be guided by fear that you are going to offend somebody, then you are going to fail in the performance of your duty. You have been mandated and you have to work without fear or favor. But there are better ways of doing it. However powerful you are, you can still make things happen in a very polite way. It's about learning how to work with people. I'll give you my example. I have already had meetings with the councillors. I have met the councillors. I have taken time to talk to them because I've been a local government leader. So I have had engagement with the councillors, even the division councillors. I have also had meetings with LC1, including a few days ago, when we were informed that elections would take place, I very quickly went back and had to gather my team and talk to them and sit with them. So it's about building that good working relationship. The moment you start that way, then you are not mistaken. You will always, and number two, you shouldn't fear even writing to the accounting officers. You have a duty to demand from them. Like when we were in Chankwazi the other day, the president said accounting officers should furnish members of parliament with details on all the projects being implemented. Have you taken time to sit with your accounting officers or inviting them or writing to them to explain or provide details and all that? You have a duty. Sometimes when you call people on phone, they may tend to have certain behaviors, but you can make it formal. Write to them. And if they don't, then you can engage. There are people who supervise them. For example, you're a member of parliament. If you have an accounting officer or leaders at your district who are not cooperating, you sit in the same parliament with the minister. You can raise those concerns with the minister. So it's important that you need to engage them. But you see, it's also not only about oversight. You have a duty to build the capacity of the leaders down. I'll give you an example. In the last parliament, the moment we had elections, I had meetings with my leaders. I invited the mayor of the city, the division mayors, and we came to Kampala. We went to different ministries, paying courtesy call, but also starting to build relationship. Even now, in the next few weeks, we will be moving with my mayor and maybe the town clerk because we have to strategically find ways of, engaging people who can support our city. So you can also do that. I think it's two-way. You should be able to reach out to them, and that helps in building a good relationship. The second question came from another member. This one I have responded. While at Nale, the president emphasized that accounting officers should provide details on projects. I think you shouldn't wait. Write to those accounting officers, ask for those projects. The other question came from Honorable Agnes from Bududa. And she said, why are there pending gaps for employment in some local government compared to other districts where all posts are fully occupied? There are about three things that we have to consider. First, the processes involved in recruitment. For you to recruit, one, there must be an approved human resource structure. If it's not in the structure, you cannot recruit. Number two, there must be wage bill. And then number three, you have to go through the processes of writing, getting clearance to recruit once you have the wage bill. You have to follow those processes. But there is also a bad practice in many local governments. There are some positions that are ring-fenced because they need this job for a particular person. They don't want to advertise until when somebody has the papers. So there are also tendencies of ring-fencing positions, and as long as the favored person is not yet there, they would keep that position. They would put people to continue acting. And pick interest in your district. There are some positions, like we went to Arua as a committee, we went to Ubongo, you find in a district a position has been on acting for 10 years or even 15 years, and you wonder what is happening. So those are things that you have to interest yourself in as a member of parliament. There are many factors involved, so you need to interest yourself to understand. Sometimes they will tell you, we have written to the ministry seeking for clearance and we have not responded. Demand from them so that you have copies of those letters. So that once you prove that they have actually done it, then you can make follow-up with the honorable ministers. The other question is from Honorable Ongieto. How can we strengthen the position of local government PAC to be able to improve the oversight functions of parliament? By the way, there is a provision in the Local Government Act where reports from the local government public accounts, the DPAC, could be provided to the Honorable Minister, and the Honorable Minister tables in Parliament. That has not happened. I have never seen it in the 5 years I was in Parliament. I'm not sure whether other people have seen. So the work of public accounts committees in the districts are not taken seriously, but they're also underfunded to the extent that they don't meet, and sometimes they're at the mercy of the accounting officers whom they have to hold accountable. So there is need for us to look into that. The other question is a member, Honorable Kasaija George, emphasized the need to enhance resources that should go to the districts, but he also emphasizes the aspect of corruption in the district, especially with the District Service Commission. There is a motion we are working on, and I've already given notice to the Speaker, and this motion is seeking for a resolution of Parliament urging government to look at the welfare of members of the Service Commission, harmonize, and probably consider charging that on the consolidated fund. Because members of the Service Commission in the district and cities, only the chairperson is paid monthly emolument. The members are paid allowances and retainer. But these allowances come from locally generated revenue. Now, that depends on how much each district generates. You will find a district like Kabong paying their members of the Service Commission 150,000, Gulu City is paying 450, maybe Mukono is paying about $1 million because they are able to generate more money. So the question is, they play the same role. We expect them to all be effective, but their life and work depends on local revenue. How do we deal with that? And that will help in addressing issues of extortion of money, bribery, and all that. So there is a motion we are bringing. In Article 179 of the Constitution, establishes local government. Where does genuine local government autonomy begin and parliamentary supremacy end? And again, this is not far from another question that was asked. A member asked and said, locally generated revenue is collected to the center and getting it back is difficult. Are we not removing powers of local government? That takes us back to the law. There is the Public Finance Management Act that requires that money comes to the consolidated fund. If we want to reverse that, let us follow the processes. Let us amend the law. The Honorable Betty Nalima moved a motion in the 11th Parliament for a resolution of Parliament urging government to reverse the decision to collect all locally generated revenue from the consolidated fund back to. But you see, you cannot change the law by just a resolution of Parliament. So we need to go full extent and amend so that that decision is reversed. Otherwise, it's in the law and there is nothing you can do about it. Somebody asked about the 9% remittance from the center to local government. And he said, may I know the breakdown of this 9%, because I know that salaries and wages are about 9%. Now, the 9% I'm talking about is not what you are going to pay in form of salaries. The 9% I'm talking about is the total amount of money that will go to local government from the total budget approved for this financial year. So we have about 84 point something trillion, about 7.498 trillion will go to local governments. How much will go to salaries and the rest, I cannot tell. Maybe that you can interest yourself and find the breakdown. But I'm talking about the total amount that will go. If it's 100% and you pick only 9%, looking at what they have to do, I think there is need to push so that local government can have more than 9%. Maybe if we can push one day to 15%, that would be good. Why do we insist on 20% of the locally collected revenue of the previous year as political oversight budget for decades for local? Just to make clarification on this, the law requires that what councils spend, district councils spend on their allowances, on their facilitation, on service commission, on land board, on district park, should be only 20% of their local revenue generated the previous financial year. And that tells you why many local governments are not able to even have the mandatory number of sittings. If a local government generates only 100 million in a financial year, what is 20% of that? That is just 20 million. Can 20 million facilitate council meetings, pay service commission, pay land board, pay park? That cannot. So again, that can be reviewed and the Minister of Local Government can be supported to work on that. Another one from Honorable Judith is that, are you aware that many MPs have been accused of micromanaging or interfering when they try to follow up projects? And my honorable sister, when you go to a district where you are accused of interfering, you have to be more interested. Because the people who begin to frame you as interfering and all that would be having some hidden agenda, some motives. So you shouldn't fear demanding, because that is your duty. And nobody is doing you a favor by providing those information. So when they begin to create excuses that this is not your role, why are you demanding for this? You are supposed to play your oversight role. Playing your oversight role means knowing what has been given to your local government, whether they have received or not, whether they are using it correctly or not, whether it's serving the intended purpose, whether your people are getting the good out of it. You need to be interested. Otherwise, why are you a leader if you fear demanding for accountability from those who are charged with the responsibility of spending resources for the citizens? And then the other question is from Honorable Otobe. Parliament through central government line ministry is not supporting district service commission. Why don't we have parliamentary collaboration with local government in facilitating or paying the district service commission? I've already talked about that. How can we address the notion that of local government in Uganda, severe systematic underlying and lack of physical decentralization? Local government lacked the financial independence. Again, I've already talked about that. That when you see...
Should be concluding.
Thank you. I have already talked about that. These are provided for in the laws. If we want to change them, we have to amend the laws. How best can we address the persistent capacity and induction gaps in the district and municipal leaders? And again, honorable members, I will give you the example of the 11th Parliament. When the local government leaders were elected in 2021, up to 2024, the Minister of Local Government was still struggling to get money for induction. Are we going to have a repeat? Induction should be done at the start of the term. But how do you do that? So again, it comes back to Parliament. Can we prioritize and empower these leaders so that they know what to do? And you will not blame them because they will be doing things correctly, but only if you can build their capacity at the start of the term. I'm about to finish just in 2 minutes. Another question He's saying if Parliament and local government are collaborating effectively, how do we explain the reported return of Uganda shilling 325 billion in unspent funds? There are many factors involved. Number one, if the Minister of Finance decides to release money late, how do you spend money that has been, for example, if you release money in May and you expect the financial year ends on 30th of June, can they do procurement? I mean, can they do meaningful work within 1 month and they plan for a full year? So it goes back to the timeliness in terms of releasing funds. But the other thing is that there is also some component of incompetence. There are local governments that plan, but they delay to execute their plans. It takes us to building the capacity, but also making sure that plans are executed within the required time frame, and also releasing the money timely.
Thank you.
There are still a few more questions, but we will interact at our own level. Fortunately, I have the details of the members. We can find time to interact. But there is one from Honorable Remigio that I would like to conclude with. Honorable Remigio. I needed to read this because it's very important for all of us. Well, there are many. But just for emphasis, the Honorable Remigio, I think I'm about to get it.
Okay.
I could have misplaced.
But let us give Honorable Jala Mapendus a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, for the session. And I'll hand over to our Deputy Director. But before I do, let me recognize the presence of Honorable Professor Ephraim Kamuntu, Honorable Rion, and Honorable Tabaze, and our former Speaker, Honorable Margaret Nantongo as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chair, and our presenters. It is time for lunch. I would request that we go for lunch and we come back for the afternoon session. Already the presenters for the afternoon session are ready. Thank you so much for your kind attention and for participating. May God bless you.
Hello. Honorable Vincent Opito, I have your iPad here. Honorable Santa Harum, I also have your iPad here. You can take them as you go for lunch. Thank you.
I'm feeling cold. I feel tired.
How do you work? How do you work?
It's believing in God that all things are possible.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Just a quick note on time. We are requesting that we reconvene by 3 p.m. We request that we reconvene by 3 p.m., so 30 minutes for lunch so that we can kick off our afternoon session expeditiously. Thank you.
"13 Ugandan mountain climbers are about to set off on a journey to climb the highest peak of this pristine mountain range called the Margarita Peak.
This expedition, funded by the United Nations Development Program, is intended to showcase the beauty of the Rwenzori Mountain.
Flagged off by the United Nations Development Program country representative and Joshua Cheptegei, the fastest long-distance runner on Earth, the team will attempt to summit this unique peak while discovering the wonders of this mystical and demanding mountain range.
To the people of Rwenzori, you have the best place in the world. Treasure it, keep it.
I'm so excited. I'm so thrilled to have this opportunity to summit Rwenzori.
Watch out!
Look at this. This is amazing. This is Mount Rwenzori, and this is the national park. We will unveil to you the beauty of Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
The best never rest. Our prayer is to reach on the top.
So I'm very proud to be part of this Rwenzori expedition. I'm proud to be doing this with Lily. We are the only two females who are doing this.
The sun is out right now, and all is going well. Oh, Rwenzori, beautiful place to be.
Formed about 3 million years ago, the Rwenzori Mountains are a relatively young mountain and still growing. The mountains of the moon are blessed with a wide variety of flowers and plants. With every hour and every altitude gain, the landscapes, colors, and views are ever changing. You can find different layers of vegetation: bamboo zones, mossy heather zone, lobelias, alpine zone, and eternal snow at the top of the mountain. This UNESCO-protected national park contains unique biodiversity and breathtaking sceneries such as eternal glaciers, snowfields, mountain lakes, and tropical rainforest. The wide diversity of flora and fauna make it the ultimate trekking experience.
It's an adventure. It's life. It's fun.
Very scenic. Amazing, amazing, amazing experience to go through the waterfalls, the hike itself, the boggy places. It was just amazing. But also a little bit more difficult, but I guess that is what the experience is all about. Beauty about it is that we are all working as a team.
I'm doing very well today. Last night I had a bit of a running tummy and a headache. I think it's an effect of the altitude sickness. And then I noticed this morning that my lotion is frozen. So I think we are at quite an altitude that is getting colder and colder. But I'm feeling great right now, and that's a good thing. My headache is gone and I'm looking forward to the day.
Everyone in life wants to get on the top. But what are the techniques? What's the way of reaching to the top? I have just come to realize reaching at the top is not easy. You have to pass so many things. It has never easy way. But when you believe in yourself, when you prepare your mind, I have a saying of saying that nothing is impossible.
The Kilembe Trail is a marvelous but challenging 82-kilometer hike that requires an 8-day trek with 6 days to the summit and 2 days of descent, depending on the weather conditions and the endurance of the hikers. Tiresome yet rewarding, this hike starts at 1,800 meters and culminates at an altitude of 5,109 meters on Mount Stanley, where the Margarita Peak is the highest point in Uganda and the third highest peak on the whole African continent after Kilimanjaro and Mount Kenya. All accommodation, paths, bridges, woodblocks, stairs and rope sections have been built over the years by the local community who now serve as guides and porters. They provide incredible knowledge, assistance and safety on the way to the top and back down.
So here we are at the height of 4,000 meters. And in the background, if you see straight, you will see the green buildings. That is Bugata camp.
I must have strained my ankle. It was not only a long walk, but it was quite steep coming down to camp. So this morning, I just couldn't put my foot down. It was very difficult to walk. This is really helpful. I'm getting a celebrity massage. According to the local community traditions, two main spirits inhabit the Rwenzori Mountains, one man and one woman. Kitasamba, the spiritual god, is there to give blessings and protection. People pray to him for daily rain, the source of all life on earth. His wife is called Nyabagole. also known as Nyabingi. To enter into contact with her, one must spend time praying in the mountains and bring food and crops. People pray to her for fertility, love, and good fortune. One of the sayings is, if you respect the mountain, she will give it back to you.
Good evening, everyone. Ready for the mountain tomorrow?
Excited.
Yeah, so what we are going, no sleeping today. Thank you for being strong. Thank you for having gone through the mud up to this point. So we are here to give you the briefing for the summit tomorrow before we go to the rope practice. We have 3.6 kilometers just from here to the top of Margarita. But that short distance takes time. It takes around 5 to 7 hours. We've decided that we leave here at 1 a.m. So roughly from here to the first glacier, it may take us 2 hours. So getting to the first glacier, we shall need to have the crampons getting connected to the ropes. If there's any crevasse fall, if one falls into a crevasse, then we are able to pull you out so quick.
You transfer your hand. You push. You pull yourself up. You push. You transfer your hand. You put it this way. If you want to lock, because this one is locking.
I'm feeling cold. I feel tired. But I have to go and get to the peak of Margarita. It's believing in God that all things are possible.
Your body's gonna feel like breaking down. But your body's the only thing that can never give up on you. You're the only one who can give up, your mind. So mental power is gonna play a vital role. Your heartbeat, every single beat moving, you have to reserve as much energy as you can.
I am limitless. We are going on the top.
You're not competing with anyone to climb that hill, up that mountain. You're not competing with anybody. This is you, and you against yourself.
Let's go, guys. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. It's getting late. Let's go.
I've not got such kind of experience in my life. I'm a fighter, I have fought, I even fought my shadow. but this Rwenzori is becoming a hard bread.
Oh, I'm exhausted. Oh.
Take on the phone!
Adui wapi? Adui yako. Oh Lord, we are climbing to the pitch. Huh?
This is a grade 5 reaching on the top of the mountain. We are on the top of Uganda. Right! Woo-woo! Yeah!
Preserving the mountain is capital. Unfortunately, due to climate change, the ice cap has reduced considerably over the years. With up to 350 days of rain per year, The Rwenzoris provide water to around 5 million people within the area of the mountain. This water flows to the River Nile, the longest river on earth, and continues its journey to Sudan and Egypt. Locals believe Khaleesi is a spiritual entity helping human beings enter into contact with nature to discuss with the wildlife and the mountain directly. That's how the local community receives knowledge from the trees, all types of plants, and medicinal herbs. People love and respect this mountain so much for the water, the medicine, and the incredible vegetation it offers. Rwenzori's glaciers, magnificent waterfalls, and lakes make it one of Africa's most beautiful alpine areas. Uganda Wildlife Authority has been actively protecting the many endangered species within the national park, such as the blue turako and the three-horned chameleon. This unique biosphere is a true gem that needs to be preserved not only for the many endemic species it contains, but also for the local community, which directly benefits and lives from the mountain's gifts.
We are going to rescue the drones because our drone is just hanging up there in the middle of the rocks. So we are going to climb up there and make sure we have to come along with it. But before that one, we are planning first to make sure we are safe. Everyone, especially the one who is coming to be removing the drone from down, is supposed to be safe on the rope. We're also going to be giving communication, especially directing him where he's supposed to go. This rock is just having moss which are very slippery. They contain some water.
Guys, be careful!
You're almost reaching. Are you okay? Hey! Have you got it? I have it! Super!
Carrying 50 kilograms. They are climbing. These are the porters. And these guys, they keep moving on speed. You think that these guys are immortal? They work with passion. They know every step, every corner.
We are around 75 porters, including the guides. We are now 85 people in the whole group.
Some of our colleagues have just arrived now from Hanwick's camp. They have given us information that our friends have just got stuck in the way. They have been weak. They have done a lot of work. They have moved long distances. Some are affected by altitude. So we are collecting ourselves together to rescue them.
There is great knowledge that they have. The skills that they have is comparable to none that I have seen elsewhere. They're superheroes. They're really super.
Many newly discovered waterfalls are tributaries flowing into the powerful Nyamukasani River that runs from the Rwenzori Mountains through Chalumba, Chondo, and Kisinga sub-counties to Lake Edward. They flow over rocks that present themselves like a silver lining to form a misty situation down the valley when viewed from a distance.
This is completely a new trail, which has even like 17 waterfalls just along this trail.
In 8 days, we have experienced so many things. Besides the experience of the mountain, there has been the experience with the different vegetation along the different altitudes. No wonder it is a UNESCO World Heritage as well.
I saw something too brown. At first, I was like, what is this? Then I saw it try to come towards me. I stood up. I looked at it. It is beautiful.
Rwenzori Mountain offers trails for all levels of hikers, which range from 1-day to 10-day trips. The shorter trips are not as physically demanding and still showcase the amazing beauty and the art of nature, including rare vegetation, rivers, and numerous waterfalls. Rwenzori National Park is located on the foothills of Queen Elizabeth National Park, one of Africa's most popular game drives, and a few hundred kilometers from the Bwindi impenetrable forest that inhabits the endangered silverback mountain gorillas. And to quote Winston Churchill, for magnificence, for variety of form and color, for profusion of brilliant life, bird, insect, reptile, beast. For vast scale, Uganda is truly the pearl of Africa.
I encourage my country men and women to take interest in our domestic tourism promotion, to visit, to scale, to go, to climb that mountain.
I'm still trying to look for the one word to describe Rwenzori. Right now it is indescribable, but it's just magical.
There's something about it. It just changes you. You're suddenly humbled just realizing how great this mountain is.
It's incredible, beautiful. I don't even know the words to say. Like, guys, 9 days in the mountains, no phone, nothing. It's stress-free. I encourage everyone to take on Rwenzori.
This mountain has many mountains on it. Before you reach on the top, you climb, you slope, you climb and slope. We all reached at the pitch. No one was looking handsome apart from me.
While the seed of modern government by discussion was planted way back in 1920, the work of documenting this history for posterity was undertaken when the Right Honorable Anita Annette Among was Speaker. Then, the documentary was launched during the 12th Parliament by the Speaker, the Right Honorable Jacob Maxwell's Oboth. The critical milestone of compiling and preserving this legislative history of Uganda was achieved during the tenure of Mr. Adolf Kasaija Mwesige as the Clerk to Parliament.
Long before the British colonial authorities created the Legislative Council in the Uganda Protectorate, many of the various tribal communities had rudimentary forms of parliament. These included
the Luchiko in Buganda and Busoga, Orkurato in Bunyoro and Toro, then Eishenjero in Ankole.
The non-kingdom areas also had councils, even if they were not as organized as the ones cited above, and the most enduring proof of the existence of these councils are the various courts of arms found on the main gates of Uganda's parliament. The significance of these barazas would, however, manifest itself decades later when our first native members to the Legislative Council emerged from these units. They simply can't be ignored.
By an order in council dated 29th June 1920, the Uganda Protectorate got its first executive and legislative councils. However, the order said nothing about representation for any entity or even elections to those bodies. The first Legislative Council, or Legico, which sat on 23rd March 1921, was presided over by the Governor of the Uganda Protectorate in the role of Speaker. It had 6 other members, 4 of who were government officials, while 2 were private individuals. Numbering just over 1,000, the Europeans held all Legico positions, while Uganda's 5,000 Asians and over 3 million Africans held none. To borrow from George Orwell's Animal Farm, some of the British Empire's subjects were clearly more equal than others.
24 years after the birth of Legco, the first native Ugandans were finally appointed in 1945.
Buganda was represented by Katikiro or Prime Minister, the Honorable Michael Kawalia Kagwa. Bunyoro, Toro and Ankole were represented by the Honorable Petro Nyangabyaki, Omhikirwa or Prime Minister of Bunyoro, with the provision that the seat would periodically rotate among the Prime Ministers of the 3 Western Uganda kingdoms. Busoga, Bugisu, Bukedi and Teso were represented by the Honorable Yokonia Zirabamuzale, Secretary General of Busoga, but representation would rotate among the Secretaries General of these Eastern Uganda constituencies. And at last, in 1949, the first native Ugandan representative for Northern Uganda, the Honorable Anthony Opua, entered Legico.
Official records at Parliament Library show that by 1955, Legco membership had risen to 60, but there were still no signs of actual democratic representation via elections. It must, however, not be forgotten that Uganda was still a British colony.
You will certainly wonder why this period records no political party activity and may even assume that there were no parties. But in 1952, Ignatius Kangave Musazi unveiled the Uganda National Congress, and 2 years later, in 1954, the Democratic Party was formed with Joseph Kasolo as President General. As we shall subsequently show, these 2 parties would play a crucial part in the development of Uganda's parliament. In 1958, colonial governor Sir Frederick Crawford appointed Sir John Bowes Griffin to be Speaker of the Legico. Griffin, who had earlier served as Chief Justice of the Uganda Protectorate, began presiding over council meetings instead of the governor. Indeed, Uganda's modern parliament was emerging.
1961 was another watershed in the story of Parliament, for it is when the Uganda People's Congress and the Democratic Party first faced each other in a national election.
Of the 82 Legico constituencies demarcated, Benedicto Kiwanuka's Democratic Party won 43, Apollo Milton Obote's Uganda People's Congress 35, Ignatius Musazi's Uganda National Congress just won, while 2 of those elected were independents.
The first international assignment involving Uganda's directly elected legislators was the Uganda Independence Debate, which saw them flying to Britain for the famous Lancaster Conference. Among them was Uganda's first Chief Minister, Benedicto Kiwanuka, and Uganda's first leader of opposition, Apollo Milton Obote.
On 1st May 1962, Milton Obote's UPC formed the government that would lead Uganda into independence on 9th October and after. One of the first things the 92-member National Assembly did was to elect a speaker rather than have one appointed as in the past. And the lucky man was none other than Sir John Griffin, who had been Legico Speaker since 1958. The tradition of electing a speaker from directly elected MPs would come later.
Many Ugandans who see this new structure climbing into the skies beside the old Parliament building might think that legislative business in Uganda began at Parliament Avenue in Kampala. That is not true. The first session of the Uganda Legislative Council, or LEGCO, sat in the High Court buildings at Entebbe on 23 March 1921. It soon moved to Entebbe Town Council chambers. Records in our Parliament Library show that LEGCO moved to Kampala in 1945. Its new home was the High Court buildings, which still look elegant to date. In 1950, the LEGCO shifted to what we today know as City Hall Kampala and continued legislating from the very place where today's Kampala councillors conduct business.
Let us look at the distinguished ladies and gentlemen who have presided over Parliament since Uganda's independence in 1962.
In the heart of Uganda's capital city, Kampala, is this imposing edifice of parliamentary democracy, the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda.
While the seed of modern government by discussion was planted way back in 1920, the work of documenting this history for posterity was undertaken when the Right Honourable Anita Annette Among was Speaker. Then, the documentary was launched during the 12th Parliament under the tenure of Right Honourable Speaker Jacob Maxson Zoboth.
Long before the British colonial authorities created the Legislative Council in the Uganda Protectorate, many of the various tribal communities had rudimentary forms of parliament. These included
the Luchiko in Buganda and Busoga, Orkurato in Bunyoro and Toro, then Eishenjero in Ankole.
The non-kingdom areas also had councils, even if they were not as organized as the ones cited above, and the most enduring proof of the existence of these councils are the various courts of arms found on the main gates of Uganda's parliament. The significance of these barazas would, however, manifest itself decades later when our first native members to the Legislative Council emerged from these units. They simply can't be ignored.
By an order in council dated 29th June 1920, the Uganda Protectorate got its first executive and legislative councils. However, the order said nothing about representation for any entity or even elections to those bodies. The first Legislative Council, or Legico, which sat on 23rd March 1921, was presided over by the Governor of the Uganda Protectorate in the role of Speaker. It had 6 other members, 4 of who were government officials, while 2 were private individuals.
These were the Honourable Edward Blackwell Jarvis, Chief Secretary, the Honourable A.B. Hose, Attorney General, the Honourable A.E. Bory, Treasurer, the Honourable C.A. Wiggins, Chief Medical Officer, the Honourable Henry Hamilton Hunter, unofficial member, the Honourable Harry Edward Levis, unofficial member.
Numbering just over 1,000, the Europeans held all Legico positions, while Uganda's 5,000 Asians and over 3 million Africans held none. To borrow from George Orwell's Animal Farm, some of the British Empire's subjects were clearly more equal than others.
To be fair to the colonial authorities, they had offered Uganda's Asian community one position on Legco, but the Asians declined, saying one member could not represent them adequately. Five years later, the Asian community reconsidered, and on 28 May 1926, Mr. Shrunabai Jekabai Amin joined the Legislative Council. In 1933, the second Asian, Shankarlal Hajiwan Shah, joined Legco. It was now 10 members strong, but there was not even a whisper about representation for the largest community of the Uganda Protectorate. 24 years after the birth of Legco, the first native Ugandans were finally appointed in 1945.
Buganda was represented by Katikiro or Prime Minister, the Honorable Michael Kawaliakagwa. Bunyoro, Toro and Ankole were represented by the Honorable Petro Nyangabyaki, Omuhikirwa or Prime Minister of Bunyoro, with the provision that the seat would periodically rotate among the Prime Ministers of the three Western Uganda kingdoms. Busoga, Bugisu, Bukedi and Teso were represented by the Honorable Yokonia Zirabamuzale, Secretary General of Busoga, but representation would rotate among the Secretaries General of these Eastern Uganda constituencies. And at last, in 1949, the first native Ugandan representative for Northern Uganda, the Honorable Anthony Opua, entered Legiko.
Official records at Parliament Library show that by 1955, Legco membership had risen to 60, but there were still no signs of actual democratic representation via elections. It must, however, not be forgotten that Uganda was still a British colony. The constituencies of the Legislative Council were still defined by race and social status rather than political organizations. That is to say, European colonial administrators, European notables outside the administration, then Asians, and much later on Africans representing their tribes or regions. It was certainly a not yet Uhuru situation.
You will certainly wonder why this period records no political party activity and may even assume that there were no parties. But in 1952, Ignatius Kangave Musazi unveiled the Uganda National Congress, and 2 years later, in 1954, the Democratic Party was formed with Joseph Kasolo as President General. As we shall subsequently show, these two parties would play a crucial part in the development of Uganda's parliament. In 1958, colonial governor Sir Frederick Crawford appointed Sir John Bowles Griffin to be Speaker of the Legiko. Griffin, who had earlier served as Chief Justice of the Uganda Protectorate, began presiding over council meetings instead of the governor. Indeed, Uganda's modern parliament was emerging.
In 1958, Ugandans directly elected their representatives to the Legco for the first time, except in Buganda, Ankole, Bugisu, and Karamoja. The other Legco members were still appointed by authority of the governor, but the seed of directly electing representatives had been planted. 1961 was another watershed in the story of Parliament, for it is when the Uganda People's Congress and the Democratic Party first faced each other in a national election. The Kabaka's government of Buganda boycotted the exercise, but DP and the colonial government urged all citizens everywhere to participate. Kabaka's government accused Governor Crawford's appointment of a Legco speaker, contrary to the provisions of the 1955 Buganda Agreement, but Buganda lost the case. DP's victory in Buganda was made easier because of the directive of Kabaka's government to his subjects to boycott these elections. Of Buganda's 36,000 eligible voters, it is said that about 4 or 5% actually registered. As a result, DP won 20 of Buganda's 21 seats. Some DP candidates were returned unopposed, while others won with very few votes.
Of the 82 Legiko constituencies demarcated, Benedicto Kiwanuka's Democratic Party won 43, Apollo Milton Obote's Uganda People's Congress 35, Ignatius Musazi's Uganda National Congress just 1, while 2 of those elected were independents. The fact that UPC had won 35 seats outside Buganda, which was 12 seats more than the victorious DP's 23 seats outside Buganda, did not go unnoticed. its significance would emerge sooner than later.
Tupige kula letu kwa chama cha TP, tujenge taifa letu.
Kiwanuka realized the danger of an unhappy Buganda and promised to allay Kabaka Mutesa's concerns as a matter of first priority. However, Kiwanuka and his DP were still supervised by the colonial authorities, led by the Chief Secretary, who was the equivalent of Prime Minister. In addition to the Speaker, the crucial portfolios of Finance and Attorney General were still in colonial hands. However, Uganda's first elected government leaders were the following.
Benedicto Kiwanuka, Minister without portfolio and leader of Legislative Council. John Chrysostom Kiwanuka, Minister of Education. David Chisada Nabeta, Minister of Health. Basil Bataringaya, Minister of Local Government. C. Patel, Minister of Commerce. Balam Mukasa, Minister of Agriculture and Animal Industry. Matayo Mugwanya, Minister of Lands and Water Resources. Stanley Bemba, Minister of Labor and Social Development. Nicholas Opio, Minister of Works. Lawrence Sebalu, Minister of Economic Development.
On 2nd July 1961, the elected Ben Kiwanuka assumed the title Chief Minister and replaced the appointed Chief Secretary, who had been the equivalent of Prime Minister in the Legco. The first international assignment involving Uganda's directly elected legislators was the Uganda Independence Debate, which saw them flying to Britain for the famous Lancaster Conference. Among them was Uganda's first Chief Minister, Benedicto Kiwanuka, and Uganda's first leader of opposition, Apollo Milton Obote. Together with them were several other Legco members.
On 1st March 1962, Uganda attained what was called internal self-government, which was one step away from full independence. On that day, Uganda's 41-year-old Legislative Council henceforth came to be known as the National Assembly. The old practice of parliamentary business being dominated by appointed ex-officio legislators also ended, and Benedicto Kiwanuka graduated from being Uganda's first chief minister to Uganda's first prime minister. Uhuru was very, very close.
On 10th March 1962, the National Assembly was dissolved, paving way for fresh national elections, in which Buganda Kingdom had agreed to end its boycott and take part. But the condition was that it is only its directly elected Luchiko which would indirectly elect Buganda's MPs to the National Assembly. During the Lancaster Constitutional Conference, Benedicto Kiwanuka and DP had opposed this demand from Buganda, but had lost. the effort. The Kabaka's displeasure with Kiwanuka and DP would soon manifest itself in the election held on 25th April 1962. The new Kabaka Yeka, king-only party, secured all the 21 Buganda seats and formed an alliance with Obote's UPC, which had won 37 seats outside Buganda, while DP had secured only 24.
On 1st May 1962, Milton Obote's UPC formed the government that would lead Uganda into independence on 9th October and after.
This is the time to work for Uganda. This is the time to follow Obote. This is the time to work for Uganda. This is the time to follow. Oh, Uganda! Uganda way! UPC! 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 Everybody! Everyone! All of us!
One of the first things the 92-member National Assembly did was to elect a speaker rather than have one appointed as in the past. And the lucky man was none other than Sir John Griffin, who had been Legico Speaker since 1958. The tradition of electing a speaker from directly elected MPs would come later. Before we continue this journey into the composition of Uganda's parliament, let us explore the facilities which our legislative ancestors have used since the 1920s.
In order to respond to the changing requirements of modernity in a fast-moving world, Uganda is putting up a new structure for its legislature at Parliament Avenue. When complete, the facilities here will make parliamentary work even more efficient. However, that is a story for another day. Many Ugandans who see this new structure climbing into the skies beside the old Parliament building might think that legislative business in Uganda began at Parliament Avenue in Kampala. That is not true. Evidence available at our Parliament Library shows that the first session of the Uganda Legislative Council, or LEGCO, sat in the High Court buildings at Entebbe on 23 March 1921. It soon moved to Entebbe Town Council chambers. For the record, Entebbe, whose official name was Port Alice, was the political and administrative capital of the Uganda Protectorate. The colonial commissioners and governors worked and lived there, and to the present day, Uganda's State House is where it was when Great Britain colonized Uganda. Records in our Parliament Library show that LEGCO moved to Kampala in 1945 after the end of the Second World War. Its new home was the High Court buildings, which still look elegant to date. This coincided with the increase in number of members and the appointment of the first 3 African Ugandans to the LegCo. Although this may not have been the reason for the migration, it is logical to believe that the inclusion of African and Asian members who were not residents of Entebbe, like the Europeans, may have influenced the decision. In 1950, the LegCo shifted to what we today know as City Hall, Kampala, and continued legislating from the very place where today's Kampala councillors conduct business. Parliament came to its present premises in 1960, and the official account in our library best describes the event. Let us read it. On 19th September 1960, all Legislative Council members headed by a Sergeant-at-Arms, the Clerk and the Speaker moved in procession to their new premises, which had just been completed in the center of the country's capital. On that date, Uganda's Parliament House was formally inaugurated by the Secretary of State for the Colonies, Sir Ian MacLeod. Parliament House on Parliament Avenue, Kampala, was constructed following a resolution in the LegCo of 19th October 1956. It was to be a home for the legislature with offices for ministers and their respective ministries. But in 1959, this project was stiffly opposed by the Buganda Luchiko at Mengo. Why? Opposition to the new legislature came at a time when Buganda's demands for her own separate independence had just been summarily dismissed by Britain as impractical. It was also the period when Kabaka's government had declared that it would not participate in the coming LegCo elections, but the colonial authorities insisted that this would be in breach of the 1955 Buganda Agreement. A Luchiko member, Dr. Emmanuel Lumu, furiously stated,
"We have shown our dislike for this mere legislative council. How about something as big as a parliament? If we allow this building, we shall have surrendered ourselves to our enemies."
In response, however, the governor assured Luchiko members that the new parliament could not harm Buganda. He reminded them that ever since LegCo shifted from Entebbe, it had been sitting in Kampala for 13 years, and they had never opposed its presence. Luchiko member Bildad Muonge's response to the governor was loudly cheered when he observed that,
"We don't oppose the construction of government offices at all. What we oppose is the construction of more than one parliament in Buganda. As a custom, this parliament will also have a throne for Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, and this we cannot tolerate because we have our Kabaka."
The governor then reminded Luchiko members,
A very good afternoon to you, honorable members, and welcome back from the lunch break. We are starting our afternoon session in a few minutes. We are already fast spent on time, and we have some very key presentations, very key speakers this afternoon who are going to be speaking to us. I will be inviting the Deputy Clerk in charge of corporate affairs to introduce us into the next session. I would like to invite the honorable members who have already concluded their lunch to come in, and hopefully if the speakers are broadcasting the sound to the lunch area, we invite all the members of parliament who have finished having their lunch to make their way back to the conference hall. Would like to finish our program as early as possible today. Just a few quick announcements. Earlier I had talked about a lost and found Speke debit ATM card, but it has not been picked. In case it is yours, you can kindly reach out to me and I'll hand it to you. Otherwise, by the end of the day, we will take it to the security so that they can keep good custody of it. The Muslim brothers and sisters will be expected to have their prayers this evening. The prayer place is Nalubale Conference Room on level 1. Just up, that's where the prayer place has been set up for you. For the honorable members of parliament who had not yet received their iPads, the opportunity is right here. The ICT team is within the building in Semliki Hall on the ground floor to the left. If in case you do not have your iPad yet, you can go to Semliki Hall and you'll be able to access it. If you cannot trust Semliki Hall, we have an officer from the ICT department just at the back there who can guide you on how to get your iPad and have it set up. Also, in case you need some ICT support for your iPads, you can also get to the desk back there, and the team from the ICT department will help you set it up. The SACCO has also set up their desk at the entrance to the conference room. You're invited to join the parliamentary SACCO and start saving for the future being the next 5 years. Putting aside some saving is very key. It can always help you in the future to do a few things, and also in case you need some loan facilities, they're at hand. So their desk is just right at the entrance to this conference room. Finally, the honorable members of parliament are invited to the East African Community Parliamentary Week that is being organized by the Ministry of East African Community Affairs, and the venue will be Parliament of Uganda in the conference hall. The dates are 8th to 10th of July. That is next week from Wednesday up to Friday. And the program will be starting at 9 a.m. running through to 5 p.m. The theme is advancing the East African community agenda through legislative dialogue. So honorable members, you're invited to participate in the East African Community Week that will take place next week at Parliament of Uganda. Without wasting a lot of time, our presenters for the afternoon are already here, present with us. Our session chair is also here, present with us. Would also like to congratulate you, Honorable Catherine, on taking the mantle as the chairperson of the Acholi Parliamentary Group, and wish you all the best in your tenure in that position. She will be the session chair, and I will be inviting our deputy clerk to set the session rolling. Honorable members, kindly make your way into the conference room. We are starting shortly and would not like to start without you, the honorable members who are finishing some business in the lobby. You're kindly invited to come in right now. We are starting in a minute. We do not want you to miss anything to do with the opening remarks for this afternoon. Each and every sentence is vital for your apprehension ahead of the next 5 years, so it's key that we all get in and settle in, so that today we can also conclude the program early. So we're going to use about just a minute to get settled in. But before that, honorable members, much as it is belated, we have our very own woman member of parliament rather not woman member of parliament, county MP for Mawokota City North. The Honorable Amelia celebrated her birthday just 2 days ago. She closed off the month of June and celebrated her birthday. Honorable Amelia, happy birthday to you. Unfortunately, I'm not very good at singing. I would have led the honorable members to sing for you happy birthday. Wishing you many more returns as you celebrate a new year. And opening us for the month of July, Honorable Lenia Charity celebrated her birthday yesterday, the 1st of July. She's the Member of Parliament for Vura County. I don't know if she's around as well, so that we can wish you some good commendations. She's not in. Mr. Clerk, I think we can kick off now. I would like to invite you to set the ball rolling for this afternoon session.
Thank you so much, Maurice. And I would like to take the pleasure to welcome you back from the lunch break. We are set to begin. Others will find us on the way. This afternoon, we have a session chaired by Honorable Mark Catherine. It has 3 presentations. I'll begin by introducing Honorable Mark Catherine. Is a woman member of Parliament for Omoro District, serving her 3rd term in Parliament. Previously served as a resident district commissioner in Padel and Gul for 6 years. In the 10th Parliament, he was the vice chairperson of WOPA and served also as the vice chair of the Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry. He has served as the chairperson of Parliamentary Committee of Foreign Affairs in the 11th Parliament. She holds a master's degree in management studies, a bachelor's degree in women's studies, and a postgraduate diploma in public administration. I have the honor to invite you, Honorable Chair, to take the stage. Thank you.
The second Deputy Prime Minister in absentia and the third Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers, the Clerk, Honorable Members of the 12th Parliament, our invited distinguished presenters this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, I am here to chair this session for this afternoon where we shall have 3 presentations. I therefore would like to invite you to board with me this afternoon and we go international. We are looking at Uganda's affairs outside Uganda. And I am very pleased that we need to take note that Uganda cannot thrive alone. We can thrive best with other nations. Our nation's interest in the global spaces needs to be safeguarded and protected. So this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to look at safeguarding our interests in our global spaces, deepening our integration, understanding the integration agenda, which is very key to us members of Parliament. So it is important that we pay keen attention and follow the presentations. Of course, Uganda's foreign policy is guided by the Objective 28 of the national objectives and directive principles of state policy in the 1995 Constitution. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon our first topic is going to be presented by the Honorable Vincent Bagire, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It is my pleasure, colleagues, to introduce to you the Honorable Vincent Bagire, who is our PS in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Honorable Bagire worked in the information and communications technology field for over 20 years in Uganda and globally. He holds an MBA from Glasgow Caledonian University, Masters of Science with merit in microeconomics from University of Bradford, Bachelors of Science in Information Technology from the University of Derby. Honorable members, formerly the Honorable Vincent Bagire was the Chief Executive Officer of Bridges.org, a Washington, DC-based IT policy not-for-profit. He was the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. And currently, the Honorable Vincent Bagire is our Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Join me, honorable colleagues, in appreciating who he is as I let you know that prior to joining the Ministry of ICT and NG, he was a member of Parliament and chaired the Parliamentary Sessional Committee on Information and Communication Technology. Please, let's welcome the Honorable Vincent Bagire to make his presentation to us. You're most welcome, PS.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, of the session. Right Honorable Deputy Prime Ministers, the Honorable Ministers present, Honorable Members of Parliament, my senior colleague, the Clerk of Parliament, and the staff of Parliament. Good afternoon to you all. And I want to take this opportunity, first of all, to congratulate you all upon your election and or re-election to the 12th Parliament. Congratulations. I am here this afternoon to make a contribution and or a presentation on safeguarding Uganda's interests in regional and global spaces, the role of Parliament. I want to start with a confession that before I joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I knew very little about what it does and indeed its contribution to our economy. And I want to imagine that there are very many people who are in the same place as I was. And I want to invite you all to join us in this space because it's extremely important, as you'll hear my submission. In terms of setting the context, this presentation, I'll try to make it as brief as possible, but I'm going to look at the strategic context and national interest, basically to demonstrate Uganda's foreign policy anchor in the promotion of our national interests, our relations and diplomacy, to explain the relationship between international relations as a field and diplomacy as a practice, to look at the constitutional foundation, Madam Chair made reference to that, look at Uganda in the world, the role of the ministry as a coordinating center, and then parliamentary diplomacy and representation. Honorable members, as I said earlier, international relations is the framework and diplomacy is the instrument. And Uganda's foreign policy is grounded in objective Roman 28 of our Constitution. And the institutions that play a role in our foreign practice are indeed the executive and the legislature, which are central to the implementation. And then, of course, we have international conventions, such as the Vienna Convention on diplomatic relations. We have since moved from traditional diplomacy to economic and commercial diplomacy. And then I will also explain how Uganda operates simultaneously at bilateral and then regional and continental. Now, it's worth noting that indeed Parliament played its role in 1996 to set ground for diplomacy and/or the Foreign Service. In 1965, Parliament did enact the Diplomatic Privileges Act, and then went ahead and enacted the Diplomatic Property and Consular Conventions, 1950, and then Extradition Act of 1964. Now, these are extremely important. Now, why is this subject important? It is important because cross-border threats do not respect any frontiers. And then secondly, for us as Uganda, as you know, some have said we are landlocked, others say we are land-licked, but we are an economy that is largely dependent on regional access, especially if you look at how we get our goods in the country, the role that Mombasa as a port and the ports in Dar es Salaam play. And then, of course, in terms of well-being, the areas of climate, health, and migration that are global in nature. Now, as we know, Parliament gives the citizen a voice abroad, and later, the Right Honorable Emeritus, Right Honorable Ziwa, will talk about integration and perhaps make reference to IALA. And then certainly we have the Pan-African Parliament, and then IPU, as we all know. In terms of international relations, of course, we look at the politics, the laws, the economics, security, and global governance. We also look at the strategic imperative for external conduct, and then we define the environment within which national interests are pursued. Now, that's international relations. Now, when you go to the instrument, which is diplomacy, it is a practical tool through which states engage one another. Now, if we are talking about pursuing or safeguarding Uganda's interests, we need to be cognizant of how states engage with one another. And then, of course, there is the conduct of accreditation of officials. As you'll appreciate, every ambassador that you hear of in Kampala from a foreign country is accredited. He's accredited to the country. There is a process of accreditation. The sending state starts by communicating the name. Once they communicate the name, the receiving state considers that individual, and they may or may not accept them. And once they accept them, they issue what we call an agreement, and then that individual can come to the country, and when he comes, they must present credentials to the head of state because they are being sent by the head of state on the other side, so they must present credentials to the head of state in this case in Uganda. Now, policy is operationalized through negotiation, representation, and communication. And that's indeed how diplomacy is practiced. Now, there are foundational documents in Uganda for our foreign relations, and one such document is the Constitution, as I said again, Article 28, Roman 28. Uganda's Vision 2040 is another one. The National Development Plans, now National Development Plan 4, the 10-fold growth strategy for 2025, and the NRM manifesto, largely because the NRM is the ruling party at the moment. And then, of course, we have foundational international frameworks within which we operate and treaties, and that is the Charter of the United Nations. It is worth noting that Uganda joined the United Nations on the 25th of October in 1962. And as we all know, the UN currently has 193 member states. Now, in terms of diplomatic law, or the diplomacy law, it's the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations that governs interstate relations. What I just explained in terms of accrediting diplomats is well stipulated in this Vienna Convention. And for the record, the foundation of Uganda's foreign policy objectives is, among others, promotion of Uganda's national interest as the overriding aim of our external engagement. Peaceful coexistence and a non-alignment. So when we held the non-alignment movement summit here in Munyonyo, in this very hall, the question was, why is Uganda hosting the non-alignment movement summit? It's because Uganda is non-aligned, and this is clearly stipulated in our constitution. Peaceful settlement of disputes is what we stand for as a country. Opposition to domination, racism, oppression, and exploitation in all forms. Participation in international and regional organizations that advance humanity, regional and Pan-African cooperation and integration, a topic that Right Honorable Ziwa, I'm sure, will delve into. Now, what are Uganda's interests that we pursue, having seen what our objectives are? Uganda's number one interest is Uganda's citizens abroad. Uganda's citizens abroad are our number one interests. And indeed, they do contribute to our economy, our national economy. As you know, they send remittances into the country, and I think their remittances have reached around $1.8 billion US annually in terms of the resources that they send to their relatives for one reason or the other. Now, what we do at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is we make sure we take good care of these citizens in form of offering what we call consular services. As you may have learned, today at around 9:30 p.m., we shall be receiving Ugandans who have been staying in South Africa, and we are exiting them so that they do not fall victim of xenophobia in South Africa. We did lose one Ugandan in KwaZulu-Natal who was killed on account of the riots and protests against immigrants, what they call undocumented immigrants. In the recent past, we have returned Ugandans from Tehran, Ugandan students that were stuck in Tehran when the war started. We evacuated Ugandans that were in Khartoum, again when the war started. And during COVID, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, coordinating with the rest of government and the support of the President, returned quite a number of Ugandans that were stuck on account of the global lockdown. The other major core interest is peace and stability. And that's why our foreign policy, as I will elaborate later, starts from our foundation of foreign policy is our neighbors. So within East Africa, because as I said earlier, we are landlocked or land-linked, so it's imperative
that we are at peace with all our neighbors, so that adversaries do not use our neighbors' grounds to attack us. So we concentrate on the ring states, and that is to pursue peace and stability, which is important for inbound foreign direct investment and strategic partnerships that support industrialization. The other one is, the other core interest of Uganda is economic growth, which relates to expanding exports and market access for Uganda's products, and also attracting FDI and resource mobilization. We also have a very important one that we pursue, which is the preservation of our culture. You will appreciate that time and again, and in a number of instances, there has been an attempt to export from other places practices or cultures that are not consistent with what we Ugandans are accustomed to. So in pursuing our interests abroad, we must make sure that everything they do is consistent with what Uganda believes in. Now, as I said earlier, our major inclination in terms of interests is what we now call economic and commercial diplomacy. In the past, as we all know, diplomacy used to be one big party, celebration, one cocktail after another, but that has since changed across the globe. In Uganda here, I'll say this without fear of contradiction, our good friends, the Americans, have been plying State House, the Ministry of Finance, our colleagues in the Ministry of Transport, to make sure Uganda procures the Boeing aeroplanes. And we now know Uganda has since signed to buy some Boeing planes from an American company, Boeing Incorporated. So all diplomatic presence and or practice is now pursuing economic and commercial diplomacy. So what are we doing as Uganda in terms of interests? We are doing trade promotion, expanding exports and markets for Ugandans' products, attracting inbound foreign direct investment, and also promoting tourism as much as possible. You may have seen in a number of capitals where Uganda is represented, our embassies working with UTB have embarked on a campaign where they brand buses with Uganda's tourist attraction in the capitals. And these buses are many, and indeed have made some reasonable impact in the capitals where they are moving. And the purpose of that is to ensure that we receive as many tourists, increase visibility of our country, but also to attract as many tourists as possible. And then the other core aspect of economic and commercial diplomacy is resource mobilization in all aspects. Working with HE, the President's Office, and HE, the President himself, our mission in the UAE was in position to attract, led by His Excellency the President, to attract the construction of Chidepo International Airport, whose groundbreaking happened last month. And that airport is now under construction. I'm just giving that as an example. As I said earlier, Uganda has a concentric approach to our foreign policy to safeguard and promote our national interests. And with that, we start with the ring states. Those are extremely important because it's not fair to look for markets in Europe, yet the product you're trying to take to Europe can be consumed in Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, and or DRC. So our foreign policy starts next door with the neighbors and looking at what we call the ring states. And then thereafter, we expand to the region, that is the continent in Africa, and then go to the rest of the world. As you know, honorable members, we operate at a bilateral level, and at bilateral level, we engage in what we call joint permanent commissions. These joint permanent commissions assist us as a country to engage and remove impediments such as non-tariff barriers. So non-tariff barriers have been a major challenge here in the region, and we've always, and I mean always, engaged through joint permanent commissions to remove non-tariff barriers for some of the products in Uganda that may be denied access in the neighboring countries. For instance, we've had challenges with milk, our milk accessing markets in the region. We have challenges with eggs, and the eggs are quite interesting. We buy chicks, as you know, from our neighbors in Kenya, and when these chicks produce eggs, at times the eggs are denied entry, yet the chicken that produced them came from the other side. So those are some of the things that we, on a regular basis, try as much as possible to deal with. And then, of course, we have bilateral and strategic partnership with members of the UN Security Council, such as the United States of America, the People's Republic of China, Russia, France, and the United Kingdom. And we maximize our relationship with those countries for a number of reasons. The UN Security Council has a big voice when it comes to supporting our operations in countries such as Somalia. In terms of our parliament in regional spaces, I did mention about IALA, the Pan-African Parliament. We have other institutions such as IGAD and COMESA, where indeed members of parliament are invited to participate. As we all know, the African Union has a number of organs that you may be aware of, and we have time and again worked with the parliament to have members of parliament participate in these ones, in the African Union organs. The top organ is the Assembly, which is the summit of the heads of state, as you know. Then they have the Executive Council of Ministers. We have the African Union Commission. We have the Permanent Representatives Committee, the Peace and Security Council, for which Uganda has been a member for a considerable period now. And then, of course, there is the African Union Peace and Security Council and Uganda's role and how that works. Uganda has been a member of the Peace and Security Council, which stands for peacemaking and peace building, sanctions in the case of unconstitutional change of government. As you know, in the Sahel region, there are countries that have changed government unconstitutionally, and this, the Sanctions Committee of the Peace and Security Council has taken action. There's the human rights and rule of law, and then there's the early warning and preventive diplomacy, where the African Union notices that there is something that is about to happen in country X, and they take action. In terms of parliament in global spaces, if you can move to slide 16, if you don't mind. In terms of parliament in global spaces, of course, there is Interparliamentary Union, there is the Commonwealth Parliamentary Assembly, and then, of course, UN engagements. And then we have the parliamentary friendship groups, such as OIC, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. And then we have envoys, delegations, and MOU. Now, the Speaker and members of Parliament receive envoys, sign parliamentary MOUs, and speak on issues from cross-border, that are cross-border, such as health responses, child advocacy, among others. In terms of international and regional organization, Uganda's global diplomacy is phased in 4 areas. We have solidarity and collective voice, and the non-aligned movement is for solidarity and collective voice. So is the G77 and China, the Commonwealth, the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, OIC, and the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Those are for solidarity. Now, certainly, we have UN bodies, and these are quite a number. We have the United Nations Center for Trade and Development, UNESCO, UNHCR, UNDP, among others. And then we have trade and development finance also has a number of organizations for which Uganda does operate. Among these are the IMF, and I know for a fact that a number of members of parliament have been a part and parcel of the spring meetings in Washington, D.C., organized by the IMF and the World Bank, among others. Then we have standards, safety and cooperation. These are extremely important for us because as lawmakers, you will find that some laws that are being brought to you may not be consistent with the standards. For instance, we have the International Civil Aviation Organization. That one takes care of standards in the aviation space, and we must comply as a country. We have the International Maritime Organization, we have the International Telecom Union, we have the International Telecommunications Satellite Organization, we have the Universal Postal Union, among others. All these institutions require that we, as a member state that has signed on these treaties, indeed do, by and large, abide by them. Honorable members, allow me to talk about some of the countries that Uganda may or may not recognize for one reason or the other. And in a number of parliaments, 9th where I was, we had some individuals coming in from Taiwan and requesting that we create a Friends of Taiwan parliamentary group. Now, I want to say that Uganda subscribes to the One China policy and does not believe that Taiwan is a country on its own. So I kindly request that should they invite you to create a parliamentary group called the Friends of Taiwan, you reconsider that, because otherwise it will injure Uganda's relationship with China. And then, of course, we know that Kosovo is a breakaway territory from Serbia. We don't recognize it as a country. Somaliland is another fairly controversial one. You'll get people coming from Somaliland and inviting you, giving you invitations. We believe in the Federal Republic of Somalia and not the breakaway Somaliland. Now, the other one that we recognize is Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, which is also recognized by the African Union. So that one we can engage, and indeed, they have their embassy here in Kampala. Now, Uganda, as a member of NAM, within NAM, there's a parliamentary group that was set up by Azerbaijan when they were chair. So we expect that members of parliament shall be invited to participate in that. But within NAM, under our chairmanship, we have had a challenge navigating a number of issues. Some of those are the conflict in the Middle East, such as the conflict in Gaza, Palestine, Iran, US, Israel, Russia, Ukraine. And we have been consistent that Uganda supports a peaceful resolution of all conflicts. And we have been indeed non-aligned without appearing to support one side or the other against the other. One extremely important aspect for us to know as members of parliament is the sanctions regime. The sanctions regime, sanctions of course are coercive and non-military, imposed to maintain and restore international peace and security. Now the instrument used in sanctions are arms embargo, like South Sudan has an arms embargo, travel bans. Travel bans I'm sure we are familiar with, financial restrictions, assets freezes. Just the other day, we received a note advising us of a number of individuals whose finances have been frozen on account of supporting the war in Sudan, Khartoum. Now, these sanctions are administered by the UN Sanctions Committee. Now, UN Sanctions Committee have effect. Once the UN Sanctions Committee sanctions you, those ones have effect. However, they are what we call unilateral sanctions, where the US sanctions an individual or a country. That may not have so much effect, but the UN sanctions regime, those ones have serious effect. UN Security Council especially. And then, of course, Uganda does not recognize unilateral sanctions by individual states because they are not binding. As I said earlier, those are not binding, so we don't recognize them. But if it's the UN Security Council, we have no shortcut. We must abide. Then there is monitoring and reporting. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and again, we have, I think, a Human Rights Committee in Parliament. We have a duty to report on what they call the Universal Periodical Review in Geneva on the state of human rights in Uganda. We have institutions such as the Committee on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. We have the Committee Against Torture, and we have the Committee on Rights of Children. Now, in terms of diplomacy, this includes compliance, periodic reporting, and constructive engagement with these oversight bodies. Now, the other aspect that is extremely important is selecting and supporting Uganda's candidatures. As you'll appreciate, within the scope of an organization such as the UN, there are so many opportunities that Ugandans should be taking advantage of. So at the ministry, we do support the placement of Ugandans in these organizations. Now, in terms of the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations that I referred to, it governs how diplomatic functions are conducted, and it says, this is extremely critical, Article 41, paragraph 2, it says, all official business with the receiving state entrusted to the mission shall be conducted with or through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the receiving state or such other ministry as may be agreed. What does this mean? I see my ministers here looking at me. It means clearly that you may not go directly to one embassy to engage with them without necessarily going through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And it's for good measure, extremely for good measure, because they may trap you into something that is irreversible. And normally, we want to avoid that. So the reason we have this article is to reinforce proper diplomatic channels, to ensure that there is a central place that knows what each and every embassy is doing with the government in Uganda. Otherwise, it will be chaotic if they just go to each and every ministry and do whatever they want to do. Then prevents bypassing official institutions and promotes order and the law that you just passed before you close the 11th Parliament, the Sovereignty Act. Otherwise, you might undermine your sovereignty by some ministries operating on their own. Now, in terms of the role of different arms, the executive, as we know, determines and formulates policy. The legislature makes laws that govern the treaties ratification and domestication, and then certainly the judiciary, in case of any challenge, does the interpretation. There's a bit of detail there, but I'll not go through that. Now, every time we have appeared before my chair of the session and my chair of foreign affairs in the last parliamentary, that last parliament, we were asked about ratification of treaties. Now, the Ratification of Treaties Act, I think, is the shortest law. It's probably one page law, the shortest law. And it requires that ratification, when we ratify, that is to give Uganda's consent, and that we shall be bound by that international agreement. And it requires that it is domesticated. Now, in a ratification, the line ministry, if there was something, let's say, within the African Union, it relates to agriculture, the Ministry of Agriculture must return, prepare a cabinet paper, take it to cabinet for ratification, for cabinet to associate with that treaty. Once that is done, they pass it to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Then the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is responsible. Our only role is to lay it on table in Parliament, after the sector ministry has done whatever they need to do. After laying it on table in Parliament, then we deposit it with, say, the African Union or the UN. That's our role. That's what we do as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So the MDA prepares a cabinet memorandum, the instrument of ratification is signed. If it requires a law is passed to integrate the obligations. As I said earlier, we had the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, 1961. Government of Uganda passed a law, the Diplomatic Privileges Act in 1965, and that was domesticated, and then we deposited the instrument within the UN. Honorable members, I want to emphasize the role of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Our role is literally coordination. Coordination. So we coordinate everything international relations across government, for all arms of government, the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive. And in so doing, we host a lot of interagency meetings to ensure that we are unified. Now, we have a challenge, and we are trying to help in this coordination. I don't know whether I'll be out of order to say this, but let me say it anyway. We have situations in our ministries where we know Minister X has been involved in subject matter X. And then a delegation is formed, and the senior minister also goes to the event. And the team is aware that the junior minister is actually more conversant of the subject matter, and we struggle. We struggle to undo the mess, and then the senior minister goes in, they are invited to talk, and we are on our own, so to say. So we need to improve coordination across government and even within Parliament. In some instances, we are oversubscribed. In the 9th Parliament, we were around 26 MPs in New York, and they only needed for a session only 3 people. So 23 found other things to do, largely because only 3 could be accommodated. So that oversubscription, I think, is something that we need to look into. Then as I move towards the end, as I said earlier, we need to work with MOFA so that our foreign engagements have clarity on official position, we define our boundaries, and agree on strategy on how to engage. I'll say this, a number of countries beat us because they plan better. and we must improve, both as the executive and as the legislature. Because there could be somebody from Parliament who is a better subject matter than me. There is no harm in, because it's Uganda you're representing, if you're out there, ask that person to deliver the message or even discuss it and debate it, as opposed to you who may not deliver it to the extent required. Now we coordinate foreign invitations, and in the case of Parliament, I request that members of Parliament channel invitations through the clerk to Parliament. If you want to invite, let's say, an ambassador to a function or whatever it is, you channel all that through the clerk to Parliament to us. And that's meant to maintain diplomatic consistency. And then, in case of doubt, we kindly request that you seek clarity. We're always there to support, but it's also critical that you document all your diplomatic engagements for one simple reason. Every time you engage a diplomatic entity that is sophisticated, everything that you say is documented, either in your presence or as you see or on a phone. And that is what is transmitted as a cable. Now, if you don't have a record of what you have said, and in the future it leaks and you're misrepresented, you have no fallback position. So it's critical that you keep records for future reference. As I conclude, honorable members, I want to say that there are some imperatives for safeguarding our interests. And those imperatives are, the first one is that you must align with official government policy. You must align with official government policy. For instance, if you're attracting an investor to come in Uganda, don't tell them lies or mislead them that VAT shall be at 15%. We all know VAT is 18%, isn't it? So we must all align with official government policy. And then, of course, certain things can be emotional. But recently, I will talk about this because it was in the public domain, the African CDC, Center for Disease Control in Addis, decided to lump Uganda and our brothers in DRC, and they said the number of Ebola cases in Uganda and Ethiopia are, and they gave a number. Now that number, I think, was more than 300, 300 plus. But we all know that in Uganda, we had 2 cases, 2 fatalities of foreigners that came to Uganda, and the total has not exceeded 19. Now, if you're in a meeting and you're discussing, it's very easy to be emotional and say, no, but Uganda has 19. But it's important that you maintain your calmness, but put your point across. In other words, do not engage in disagreements. Just state the points, and the points shall be taken. And in doing so, we engage by respecting each other. Now, I'll have the rare opportunity to welcome the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga. You're welcome, Right Honorable. And she came in as I was concluding. Right Honorable, I don't know whether that was deliberate, but I've just been presenting a paper on safeguarding Uganda's interests in the regional and global spaces. And that marks, ladies and gentlemen, the end of my submission. I thank you very much for listening to me.
Honorable members, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Vincent Bajire, gave us a very good presentation and indeed did justice to the topic. For those who came late, you've missed a lot. This is a critical topic for us members of Parliament. Because of time, I am not going to take a lot of time into what he's been presenting. But the highlights has been on the roles of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the coordination roles. He cited an example in the 9th Parliament. We do also recall of one issue in the 12th Parliament, where I think Uganda sent a delegation of a number that was a little quite higher than expected. So we need to know this as members of the 12th Parliament, and we need to coordinate. He spoke about the issues of parliamentary diplomacy, our national interests. And regarding our national interests, I just want to emphasize the issue of economic and commercial diplomacy. Most times when presentation is on foreign affairs, colleagues, we concentrate more on the issue of, we don't tend to pay keen interest. But we should be mindful that this is a ministry that brings a lot of funds into the economy of the country that gets to fund the budget. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to the next presentation. I'll request that you write your questions to the Permanent Secretary and pass it to our staffs who will be submitting it here to the Permanent Secretary as he prepares to respond at the end of the sessions. Meanwhile, we are going to have the next presentation on deepening East African community integration. And I am pleased to have the Right Honorable Dr. Margaret Nantongo Ziwa, the Speaker Emeritus of the East African Legislative Assembly, who is the one coming to make a presentation on this topic. It is my pleasure to introduce Right Honorable Dr. Margaret Nantongo Ziwa, the Speaker Emeritus, East African Legislative Assembly. Right Honorable Dr. Margaret Ziwa is a distinguished Ugandan legislator, regional leader, and advocate of regional integration, women's empowerment, and public service. She served as a Speaker of the 3rd East African Legislative Assembly from 2012 to 2017. Among the noble legislative achievements during her tenure were the enactment of the East African Axon Load Control Act 2013, among others. Prior to serving as Speaker, Right Honorable Dr. Ziwa was a member of the 2nd East African Legislative Assembly, honorable colleagues, where she served on several committees, including the Committee on Communication, Trade, and Investment. Before joining East African Legislative Assembly, Right Honorable Dr. Margaret Ziwa served as the woman member of Parliament for Kampala District in Uganda in the 6th and 7th Parliaments from 1996 to 2006. During that term, she also served as the Commissioner of Parliament, where they contributed to the health service scheme, which we are proud of today, among other things. Honorable members, Right Honorable Dr. Ziwa further served as chairperson of the Parliamentary Committee on Presidential and Foreign Affairs. She was also a member of the Constituent Assembly that debated, passed, and promulgated the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995. She has a rich profile. I will not go through all because of time, but Right Honorable Dr. Margaret Ziwa holds a bachelor's degree in economics from Makerere University, a master's degree in gender and women's studies from Makerere University, a master of science degree in applied social research, and a doctorate studies in policy and public management from University of Stirling. She holds a postgraduate diploma in education Diploma in Legislative Drafting, Diploma in Trade and Policy from the Trade Policy Training Center in Africa. Right Honorable Dr. Margaret Ziwa is a mother and happily married. Honorable members, join me in welcoming Right Honorable Dr. Margaret Ziwa to make a presentation. You're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the session, Honorable Catherine, the Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga in the House, the Right Honorable Second Deputy Prime Minister and Leader of Government Business, the Third Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers, dear friends, Honorable Members, Mr. Clerk, sir, and your staff. It gives me great pleasure to stand before you to address you on this important topic. First and foremost, let me take the opportunity to congratulate each one of you upon this very important opportunity to be a member of the 12th Parliament. Indeed, I want to congratulate the Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Jacob Oboth, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Thomas Tayewa, of course, the Honorable Ministers, we congratulate you, and all of you, dear members. And I want to wish you all a meaningful, resourceful, and an impactful term. This honor, which has been given to me, I want to appreciate it because for over 10 years, I've been a participant in the East African community integration, and I feel proud to be part of it. Honorable members, of course, the role of parliamentarians in the integration process may be very, very wide, but at least I've been requested that I talk about the deepening of the East African integration and the role of parliamentarians or partner state parliaments. And I'm going to be as brief as is possible because I know there is also a next presentation which is similar. If we talk about integration, integration actually refers to the act or process of combining separate elements or systems into a single, unified, and functioning whole. That is important. And East African community comprises today of 8 partner states. The original 3, which is Uganda, Kenya, United Republic of Tanzania. These were the original partner states who in 1967 were members of the East African community, which collapsed in 1977 and re-established in 1999. Rwanda and Burundi joined in 2007. South Sudan joined in 2012. DRC joined in 2019. Somalia joined in 2023. And the population is estimated to be 525 million people. And we have a belief that these are similar people. We are one people for one destiny. The treaty for the establishment of the East African Community was signed in 1999, and every joining partner state had to assent to the treaty and to abide to the principles. Also, the treaty spells out the objectives, it spells out the undertakings and the implementation of the integration process. And this is the foundation law. It defines the stages through which the integration process will follow. Also, the treaty establishes the organs and institutions of the East African Community. And here, EALA, East African Legislative Assembly, is one of the organs. It also defines the roles of each of the organs. For instance, specifically, the objectives of the integration agenda are spelled out in Article 5.1, mainly to develop policies and programs aimed at widening and deepening cooperation among partner states in critical sectors. There are many, but those listed include political, economic, social, cultural, research, technology, security, defense, legal, and judicial affairs. And each of these has a chapter in the treaty with spelled out roles and responsibilities. Article 5.2 defines the path or the stages or the pillars of the integration, namely the customs union, which was signed in 2005, the common market, which was signed in 2010, the monetary union, which was signed in 2014 and is still ongoing, and ultimately the political federation. Although to date, there is a confederation framework which is being followed. And to date, the organs and institutions, including the summit, the Council of Ministers, where Right Honorable Kadaga now is the chair, and Uganda actually is the chair of the summit also, His Excellency the President, and EALA. These have already been put in place, and they have also put in place various legislations and acts and policies to facilitate the integration agenda. These are very strategic to the deepening of the EAC. Article 50 and Article 65 enjoins parliamentarians and national parliaments to be part of the deepening process of the East African Community agenda. For instance, the elections of members, and this relates with EALA directly, because these members are the ones to debate the bills and the acts, and they are the ones who are the representatives of Uganda, for instance, or the partner states where they come from, to the East African Legislative Assembly. Widely speaking, East African community integration has registered success towards the widening scope. For instance, from 3 partner states to 8 partner states, that's not a mean achievement. It's a very big achievement. The intricacies involved in those negotiations are very, very deep. And we congratulate all the members of the organ. But we have not received yet an equally corresponding deepening scope. Because in many areas of cooperation, you may find that you ask people about the East African community, and many of them may not give you the actual answer, or they may not even know the opportunities which are available. So there is a very big role which we parliamentarians, who are the representatives of the people, which we have to do. I want briefly to talk about the strategic roles of Parliament. First and foremost, the most important role is the legislative role. And IALA, for instance, enacts laws to operationalize all the areas of cooperation listed in the treaty, and the protocols and the policies passed by the summit and the council. And these laws have to be domesticated, as Honorable Jire has just told us. Some of them have to be followed. They must be our rules which we make in Uganda, for instance, or in partner states, must align with those passed in the East African community. Every year, the Appropriation Act is passed. We've passed some, for instance, the Axel Lord Act, the One-Stop Border Post Act, the Interconnected Customs Systems, among others. These ones must be critically followed, and they help to find that the benefits of the integration are realized. Also, harmonization of national legislation with regional frameworks. For instance, the laws of trade. For instance, the mutual recognition, for instance, of academic and professional qualifications is very important. And in many cases, we find that those aspects have not been followed through, and some of the institutions who are responsible for pushing for some of those areas are trying, but not successfully. The Inter-University Council, for instance, Inter-University Council of East Africa, has a great job to do around professional and academic qualification harmonization. Facilitate implementation of treaties and agreements in all sectors. And these are key sectors. Sectors like trade, sectors like security, sectors like education, communication, amongst others. The single customs territory, for instance, is a very key framework which must be followed through. And Parliament has a role to play, particularly where some of the areas may not be in harmony. The other responsibility Parliament has is the oversight function. This is a key function because Parliament must hold executive accountable, especially in the implementation of East African Community commitments. Members, for instance, should put questions to the Council. They should always make sure that they act like the watchdogs, also in the East African Community institutions, which are many. They need also to monitor commitments like those which are critical to our people, particularly people in business, like the removal of non-tariff barriers. This is critical, but every day, if you drive on those roads, you'll see the non-tariff barriers, and they are still on the roads. They are also responsible to ensure transparency and harmonized budgeting programs. In most cases, you find that some of those programs are desirable, but they are not funded. So there is a role to play, particularly committees which are responsible, for instance, for the East African community. The representative role is a very critical role. It includes citizen participation and relationship with them. As members of Parliament, it's very important to popularize the East African community. Popularize it, its benefits, its opportunities, and how it works, the modus operandi, how it works. If I want to get an export license, what do I do? I've grown my maize, and I want to take it to Kenya. I have a lot of matoke. I want to take it to Kenya. I have a lot of pineapples. I wanted to take it. How do I go about it? So they must know that they have to go to the Ministry of Trade and get an export license. And they must know what it takes. And all those small details of phytosanitary issues which must be followed. So in your constituency, you may be responsible for actually explaining some of this. I know the Ministry of ESC holds sessions with the communities, but they are not sufficient to reach every corner of the country. We as representatives will have a very big responsibility there. Ensure visibility of the East African community. This is very important. When the anthem is sung, it's very important that you relate with it. And for instance, if the Uganda anthem is sung, I think I want to salute Uganda, because His Excellency the President said, let the East African anthem be sung along with this Uganda anthem. And that has made a very big impact. Let us continue to ensure that even in our local constituencies, let these anthems be sung. It makes a meaning when somebody hears that anthem. In schools, the usage of national IDs when we're traveling, the presence of joint programs, for instance, the programs of security, we thank them. They hold joint programs, and they are very, very effective and meaningful. Even the inter-school games, the parliamentary games. Thank you very much, members of parliament, for this very important activity. It helps us to build bond amongst others. Committee visits. If a committee of agriculture of Uganda visits the committee of agriculture of Kenya, that will create a lot of bond and deepening and understanding of issues. Let's also foster a people-centered integration process. Let people know and understand. Let it not be an elitist subject. Let people know that if we integrate, it's for their benefit. Let's try to use the common language, the Swahili. Most of us, particularly in Uganda, we are very, very, very poor in Swahili. Now, we as leaders, as parliamentarians, let's, Mr. Clerk, organize for us some little course, and at least we know habari za asubuhi, pole na kazi, those small words, so that we are able to relate. Also, let's promote the common values. I want to appreciate the Ministry of Education and Sports for the AFCOM, which is coming in 2007, which is going to be played throughout East Africa. It's a very big achievement, and I think it will enable us, East Africans, to move from one corner to another of East Africa so that we're able to really feel as East Africans. You know what is going on in the World Cup? Others are in Canada, others are in, that's what we need to do. We also have the duty to strengthen the parliamentary diplomacy. The feel of a parliamentarian out there is still very strong. People take you as their person, our representative, our mother, our father. They name us differently. Let this be enhanced through us taking their issues, and in taking their issues, we are able also to elevate them to the East African level and also reciprocate. Let's relate with committees responsible for the East African community integration. Let's also revamp those committees or activities which were relating within our partner states. For instance, the Nanyuki series, some of the members of Parliament of Uganda were very key in establishing the Nanyuki series. Now, I don't know, it feels a bit lukewarm, but it needs to be done. There has to be also the Amani Forum. Some of the members of the Parliament of Uganda were even the chairpersons of the Amani Forum. Let's revive these ones. They help us to strengthen the parliamentary diplomatic relations, which is key in deepening the East African community integration. Let's promote joint sessions and the interparliamentary dialogue. Even where there is crisis or conflict, parliamentary dialogue can help. Let's foster a people-centered integration process. Let's have stakeholders meetings. Let's have the media. Let's have the university students. Let's have seminars for traders, for youth, for women, for professionals, engineers, lawyers. Let them share so that they are able to bring out that East Africanness. Let's also share best practices across partner states, basically on academic, in research, medicine, governance, among others. For instance, there are required institutional mechanisms, and we must note that Parliament has a role. IALA has to take this role to be the legislative anchor. There are some times when we find that there are some vacuums of legislations in partner states. So some of these legislators must say, can we have this kind of legislation? And it is initiated. Let's also find an opportunity to ensure that the regional legislative frameworks exist. Let's pass the laws for the community. Let's also follow through implementation of programs and activities by our institutions. Some of the institutions, like Inter-University Council of East Africa, the Lake Victoria Fisheries, a very, very key institution for East Africans, Lake Victoria Basin Commission, CASOA, Swahili Commission, the Science and Technology Commission, and the East African Development Bank. Some of these are very key institutions of the East African community, but they're also fundamental in deepening the East African community integration. Some of our other responsibilities, some of them have been ably mentioned by Honorable Jide. Let's domesticate the regional laws so that these are in tandem with our laws. Let's align national policies with ESC objectives. As we elect members of IALA, let's make sure that there is accountability, particularly reporting back and giving a feedback from IALA. I think we have a weak arrangement here. I'm talking about it previously. We didn't have a lot of opportunities to come and meet with you as our voters or as our parliament. Let's improve on this. Follow through on popularization programs, that is media, talk shows. It feels good when you see a program or a talk show which is concerning East African community, or those many matters of trade. He talked about the chicks. The chicks are brought in, the eggs cannot go back. And definitely, these are key issues which we must talk about. Support the common values of the community. Let's have a campaign to talk about eating our food. Some of those, we ignore them, and later on, they hurt us. People like to take needle, but very few take little. Some of those small things, they're important, but they promote what we call integration of East Africa. Enhance grassroots engagements. Those grassroots engagements where there are barazas, let's go there. And as we conclude, let's talk about East African community. For instance, also in the parliamentary forums, let's ensure that we re-establish the interparliamentary seminar groups. For instance, the Committee on Trade, let them meet as committees of trade of East Africa. This will help us to strengthen what the Council has approved, what IALA has approved, and to help to deepen the East African community opportunities. Let's share the progress on the East African community integration. The progress is there, it's real, and it's enormous. Let's share it. People today must know that it took us a whole negotiation even to have the national identity card, just that identity card. And now you can go from Katuna to Gatuna with an identity card, or from Namanga of Kenya to Namanga of Tanzania with a national identity card. It was never the case. You needed a passport. But today we have it. Let the people know. When they know, then they can actually move within. Let's try to identify the challenges and areas of divergence, and we build consensus among legislators. Of course, you know, there are a lot of stereotypes among us. People will say, Uganda. You know, they were Tanzania, call us, all of us, Uganda. Uganda iko na waizeka. So that's how they perceive us. But when they perceive you, others perceive others as lazy. These Tanzanians are lazy. But let's start to understand these stereotypes and see how do we build synergies, how do we remove those perceptions, and we're able to move forward. Let's also try to understand and appreciate and popularize the progress of the ESC in our respective constituencies. Like in border communities, I don't see why anymore our people are still using panya across borders. Let them know that if something is not 20 or 100 kilos, they can go through the border. They don't need to go in those footsteps. You remember those footpaths around borders. Let them understand that you can take a passion fruit from Uganda to Kenya and vice versa. Some of the key challenges which we are facing, first and foremost, is the limited funding of the ESC. For instance, the withdrawal of partnership fund support affected many programs of the East African community. For instance, I would testify and say, during the time when I was Speaker, and we worked upon our strategic plan. For instance, this strategic plan was funded by the Westminster Foundation Democracy. They were able to fund it. You know very well that the headquarters was part funded by the German government. So the withdrawal affected the East African community very heavily. Subsequently, there is a lot of inadequacy of funding for many, many activities. There is insufficient budget funding, and the Right Honorable Minister, Honorable Kadaga, will tell you, and I want to congratulate her, because at least now they have moved ahead to move and say, let's have 50% equal contribution, and then the 50% should be according to your strength of the GDP. And I want to pray that this can move, at least to improve on the status of the East African community. The weak institutions, some of them are weak, not because they should be weak, but they are, for instance, very understaffed. Now, as the community grows bigger, the committees remain the same, funded by the same staff, and indeed, there is a lot of, I would say, non-palatableness. Limited citizen awareness, and this in itself, we call upon higher civic education. And if you look in the East African community budget, you may see that there is virtually a nil budget around there. But this is where we should put most of our effort so that we are able to draw many of our East Africans towards appreciating and deepening what we call the East African community. Leveraging political goodwill, both at summit level and at Council of Ministers level and Assembly. When I talk about goodwill, this integration is driven by goodwill. And I want to congratulate and appreciate His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. He's been very passionate about the East African community integration. And likewise, we pray that the Council of Ministers, yesterday we were sharing somewhere, and I heard that Sometimes other ministers of Council of Ministers don't attend the assembly, and only Right Honorable Kadaga is seated. And, it becomes difficult. If the members raise issues, how will they be picked, and how will they be championed? So, leveraging political goodwill is very, very important, but also at the level of the assembly. Even the assembly members must know that they have a very important role to play. Of course, the biggest challenge is clinging on political sovereignty. Many of us don't want to cede some of our powers to the supra authority. We want to remain, we Ugandans, sisi wa Tanzania. When I say that, you know what I mean. Even when we go there, there's a bit of caucusing, and that caucusing in itself is defeatist to the East African Community integration. Of course, those loose joint parliamentary initiatives must be made permanent. Let's find a framework to make them permanent. Maybe once every quarter, let's have the committees meet, the Committee on Trade and Investment, the Committee of Agriculture, the Committee of Social Services. Let's look at the universities. Under the Common Market Protocol, we are talking about free movement of people. If you have got a job in Arusha or in Nairobi, you have to move with your children. For instance, he's in P5. When he goes to Kenya, I don't know whether it's P5, because for them they go to P8. It becomes difficult. So we need that harmonization to be done. And I know it's still a very big job. And this is where deepening comes in. That would be the deepening. If for instance, I get a job in Tanzania or in Kenya, can I move with my social security benefits? And what I get there can also be transferred to my social benefit in Uganda, among us others. So all these are still areas which would prove that really we are enjoying the East African community opportunities, and we are deepening the East African community. As I conclude, the East African community integration is a very necessary step to support the well-being of the 525 million people, markets, production, among us others. We as parliamentarians, we need to be good custodians of the good vision of prosperity. The widening is happening spontaneously, but the deepening is not felt, yet even key stakeholders do not feel it. Even among us as parliamentarians, we are key stakeholders, but we don't even feel it. So parliamentarians and YALA, who are the custodians of the EAC vision, they have a big role to play and must purposefully legislate with integrity. They must oversee the process. They must also follow the projects and programs, and also help the collaborative border communities with a purpose. Let those who are living among us each other know that they are brothers and sisters. Let's also have purposeful civic education using media, and also, for instance, grassroots structures. When you go to meet your LCs or the sub-county council, let's talk about these benefits. Where you feel that your constituency is strong, let it tap in the East African community market. Encourage the summit members to remain committed to the cause and the vision. This I'm saying it out so that every other time we know that the summit is so critical, is a critical driver in the East African community integration. Let's move from integration on paper to integration in practice. Let integration, East African community integration, not be viewed as an elite project, but as a citizen reality. Let the sovereignty ego not supersede the EAC vision of prosperity. Thank you very much. Asante sana weshimiwa, for God and my country.
Honorable members, join me once again in thanking the Right Honorable Dr. Margaret Ziwa in a very special way for her presentation this afternoon. Right Honorable, thank you for doing justice to your paper on deepening the integration of East Africa. Honorable members, with the struggle the clerk made in ensuring that we get the best of the best to come and share with us in this retreat, we cannot afford to have a house where some members are too reluctant, some are dozing. I would like to invite Coach Bob. Coach Bob to come in front here and let members rise up, shake a bit, wake us up properly as we prepare to receive the next presentation.
May we stand up, please? Simple movements, waking up our bodies and minds. Simple, simple, we'll take it simple. We raise the hands, both of them, we keep the smiles. We all say that health is wealth, happiness is vital, exercise is medicine, exercise is medicine, exercise is medicine. Simple movements, we keep the smiles. Get ready for the great presentation. Okay, we turn around like this. We count together. 1, 2, 3, 4. We keep the smiles. We just count together as a team. Teamwork. One team, one dream. One team, one dream. Repeat after me. One team, one dream. One team, one dream. One team, one dream. One team, one dream. Okay, we finish up. 7, 8, 9, and 10.
From the moment jena kwe kwatanti ebyange byachuka kati ndi mwana wa mwami onkoleteri runjina imba onkoleteri runjina tamba onkoleteri runjina kutenda onkoleteri runjina bitagambika. I will praise you all my life. Dance for Jesus. Jesus.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Coach Bob, for that. I want to believe that members are now feeling better. Honorable members, I continue to remind you to write your questions concerning the topic that the Right Honorable Dr. Margaret Ziwa presented, and you pass them to our staffs who will forward them to the presenter to respond at the end of the session. Allow me now invite you together so that we move to the next topic, and that is the integration agenda. It is very critical that after looking at safeguarding Uganda's interests, deepening the integration of East Africa, now we look at the integration agenda, current projects under the East African Community. And honorable members, this topic is going to be presented to us by the Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga. It is my pleasure, therefore, at this juncture, to introduce to you briefly the Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga. The Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga is a distinguished Ugandan lawyer, stateswoman, and one of the country's most accomplished parliamentary leaders. She currently serves as the first Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda and the Minister of East African Community Affairs, a position she has held since 2021. Honorable members, she has also represented the people of Kamuli. She's also representing the people of Kamuli district as the district woman representative in Parliament since 1989. Right Honorable Kadaga previously made history as the first woman to serve as Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, leading the 9th and 10th Parliament after serving as Deputy Speaker of the 7th and 8th Parliament. Earlier in her public service career, she held several ministerial portfolios, including Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, Minister of State for Communication, and Minister of State for Regional Cooperation. The Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga was the first Ugandan woman to establish a legal firm. She was the president of the International Federation of Women Lawyers, a respected leader at the national, regional, and international level. Right Honorable Kadaga has served in numerous parliamentary and professional bodies, advancing democratic governance, regional integration, and parliamentary diplomacy. She is widely recognized for championing gender-sensitive legislation and was instrumental in enactment of the Certificate of Gender and Equity Compliance under Uganda's Public Finance Management Act. Honorable members, the Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga is the godmother of dual citizenship law of Uganda. She championed it and made sure it was passed when she was the Speaker. We look forward to her becoming the midwife of the East African Federation. Allow me at this juncture to invite her to come and take the podium and make her presentation. Right Honorable, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon. Right Honorable the Second Deputy Prime Minister, Right Honorable the Third Deputy Prime Minister, the Leader of Opposition, Members of Parliament, the Clerk, I'm happy to be here today. It's really a pleasure to be able to interact with you, and I congratulate you on being elected to represent your people in the 12th Parliament. I must take this opportunity to appeal to this Parliament to have the courage to embrace Swahili. I remember we developed the rules of procedure for Parliament in Swahili, developed the prayers in Swahili, but the outgoing Parliament leaders were afraid of Swahili. So it did not allow members to study Swahili. I want to ask the clerk, at least one day a week, have the prayers in Swahili, because they are there in the office. It's part of our work in the region. You've been told about the East African community. Honorable Zawaz talked about it. I just want to add a few things. That this is a regional market from the Indian Ocean up the Atlantic. So there are very, very many opportunities. Somalia alone comes with 3,000 kilometers of coastline. All these opportunities for trade for our people. You have been told about the customs union, which is the premier pillar, which is supposed to ease integration milestone and its foundation, which has been in force since 2005. We established a common external tariff and a free trade zone. We also have the Common Market Protocol, assuring the freedom of movement of goods, of persons, of labor, of services, of capital, the right of residence, and the right of establishment. We also have the monetary union, which is still not yet in place. This is one of the biggest headaches we have, in that each time I go to the borders, the people of Uganda and the other countries complain about the fluctuations in currency, the money they lose. You come from Sudan, change money, go to Congo, change money, you lose, then go to Malaba, change money. So this is one of the things we want to fast track. Within the treaty, we are supposed to have a convergence criteria, but we are 8. So it's not possible to have a convergence criteria altogether. We have agreed that we shall use the principle of variable geometry so that those who are ready can move, have a common currency, as we wait for the others to catch up. The big one is the political confederation. Honourable members, African continent, if we don't unite, we are finished. Small Uganda, small Kenya, small Tanzania, we are finished. So it's really, really important that we market the issue of the political confederation and embrace it. As I speak now, the government of Rwanda, Burundi, Uganda, and Kenya have completed consultations on the political confederation. We await Tanzania, South Sudan, Congo, and DRC. DRC and the Republic of South Sudan conduct their consultations. However, we have agreed that using the principle of variable geometry, those who are ready can start the confederation, and the others can join us later. Because time has gone, we have lost time. So I'm hoping that now with the 4 which have conducted consultations, we're working on a framework to see whether we can move with the 4, and others will join us later. There are a number of projects we have asked to talk about. We've talked about the single customs territory. This allows transit times to be reduced. For instance, goods from Mombasa to Busia used to take 21 days. We've now reduced it to 2 to 5 days. We also have the simplified trade regime. Small traders at the border who trade not more than $2,000 are able to trade without tax. Although one of the things we need to do is to ensure that our people at the borders actually know this regime. One day I went to Malaba, and the woman told me that they still swim in River Malaba to cross with the goods. And yet the border is there, and if they have their simplified trade regime, they can use it, but they're still swimming in the river to carry goods on their back, sometimes being attacked and so on. So we need to inform our people about these opportunities. We also have the customs bond. We launched it recently. It will allow traders to secure their cargo with a single journey bond and reduce costs, ease border delays, and free up business capital. We also have the issue of elimination of non-tariff barriers. This is my biggest headache in the community. This last weekend, I've been battling with the government of Kenya on their Finance Act because it imposed new taxes on sugar, on cement, on tiles, and yet we are together. Last year I was fighting with Tanzania. They had stopped our small people from, you can't operate a salon, you cannot operate a small hotel, you can't cut hair, you cannot sell telephones in Tanzania. That was so I had the whole of last year I was battling with Tanzania over that matter. Now I'm battling with the Kenya on the issue of sugar and other things. So we are together, but not quite together. People still believe in their sovereignty, their rights, their money, their revenue. So this one area we need to work on to ensure that we agree. That's why it's important to have the confederation. If we had the confederation, we would have one finance bill for the whole community. But now they have, each country has got their own, and it's their right because they're a sovereign state. We also have the support to micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises. Every year we hold a trade fair where our people go and market their goods. I'm happy to say that out of this, the government of Rwanda has been buying beds from Uganda, made by our local people, to use in the hospitals. So the opportunity is there, and in the SMEs. We are looking at quality management, to promote quality of culture and inspire excellence. We have the regional quality awards every year, recognizing achievements of the enterprises which have excelled. We also have in road transport a number of things. We are working on Kavingo, Kasulu, Manyovu, Rumonge, Gitaza Road, Malindi, Lugalunga, Hororo, Tanga, Bagamoyo, Rusahunga, Rusumo, Kayonza, Kigali roads. We are doing Masaka, Mutukula Chaka, Ugena and Kasulu, Kumnazi roads. The study for Uganda-Kenya Express project has been concluded, and we had the Vestas conference last year. We are looking for funds to have detailed study on the Rwanda-Burundi, Akanyeru Belt roads. And we also have designs for the Elegu, Gulu, Nimule, Juba route, and upgrade of Moroto, Lodwa, Todonyang, Kibish road, so that we're able to transit. On road transport, rail transport, the standard gauge railway from the port of Mombasa to Kampala via Malaba will progress to Kigali. Recently, we're in Kisumu to launch the sector from Kisumu to Malaba. Soon to be crossing Malaba onto Kampala and then Kasese, and onward to DRC via Mpondwe. We also have studies for Toro, Gulu, Nimule, Juba route, and there are Gulu, Pakwach, Arua, Vura, Aru line, and also Isaka, Kigali, Mirama Hills, Bihanga, Kasese, Mpondwe, 500 kilometers railway. We have a common power pool, East African Common Power Pool, tapping the power supply within the region. We have a number of transboundary interconnection projects between Uganda, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, which have enabled Uganda to export power to these countries, generating revenue for the economy. We also have one plant for Uganda RSS in Juba. Hydropower, we have a common project in Hikagati Murongo, 14 megawatts, which are shared between Uganda and Tanzania. We have the Shongezi hydropower project between Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, that's 39 megawatts. On the maritime projects, we have the Lake Victoria multimodal transport communication project. Search and rescue centers have been built at Entebbe, Kazi, Mwanza, among others. Bokassa Port development is ongoing. Port Belt has been refurbished to connect to the Mwanza and Kisumu. And we're also working on developing Toroko and Kasenyi ports. We have 20 one-stop border posts to facilitate 24 operations around gazetted borders. This quickens business. For instance, they are on Busia, Malaba, Mutukula, Katuna, Mirama Hills, Elegu, Mpondwe, Swam, Goli, among others. We also encourage partner states to identify and gazette more borders. I've been telling the people for Busia that I'm working hard to ensure that we have another 2 more border posts at Rwanda and whatever, so that we can decongest Busia and Malaba. On tourism and wildlife development, we have the common Visit East Africa, Feel the Vibe. We were the international tourism boss in Germany in 2025 to amplify the brand of East Africa, and it's working. Although I think we need to do more, especially in Uganda. More tourists are ending up in Tanzania and Kenya than coming to Uganda. So we need to do some more work on that one. Agriculture and food security, we have a list of harmonized guidelines for testing of veterinary ectoparasites in order to ensure safety, efficiency, and quality. We have the standardization of quality assurance, methodology, and testing. I think those are majorly all. Now, with the monetary union, we have done most of the laws. We have done majorly 2 of the laws. There's only 1 which is pending. But as I said, we have been trying very hard to make sure that we move quickly. And last month, we had a meeting with the Secretary General of the EAC and the President, and we agreed that we should invite the governors of central banks so that we take a decision and start moving on those which are ready to start with the common currency as we develop and wait for the others. So, friends, those are in summary some of the things that we are doing in the community. We also have on security, on the EAC-led Nairobi peace process on peace in the Eastern DRC, we have a joint EAC-SADC oversight committee led by President Obasanjo. It has President Uhuru, President Masisi, President Samba, President Zode. They're working on the peace process in DRC. As you know, it's a big headache. We also have, we have launched the Africa Leaders Council for peaceful coexistence. We have been working with the Kenya, Uganda, South Sudan, Ethiopia to ensure that our Arctic communities are living peacefully and are working for the development of the region. So I want to thank you so much. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you. Please support East African community, support integration.
Okay. Thank you, honorable members. Join me in thanking in a special way the Right Honorable Rebecca Litwala-Kadaga for her presentation this afternoon to us and for really keeping time. She's done very well. Honorable members, from the first presentation, we've heard of our interest in the global space. Global spaces, honorable members. And we've had a presentation from the Permanent Secretary on safeguarding Uganda's interests in the regional and global spaces. The second presentation in deepening East African community. And finally, the integration agenda that has been presented to by the Right Honorable Rebecca Litwala-Kadaga. We are going to have responses to the questions, and the presenters will stay where they are, except we'll request that you try to make good use of about 5 minutes to respond to the questions that were written to you. However, I received a concern which we've decided to okay the request made by the youth member of parliament, an urgent issue from a young youth member of parliament, the Honorable Mercy. I'll give time for Honorable Mercy to ask a question on the microphone from wherever she is. Then after Honorable Mercy, I'll request the Permanent Secretary, the Honorable Vincent Bajire, to respond to the questions that were raised to his attention. Is Honorable Mercy there? Seems she's not in the house. Okay, honorable members, let me...
Yes, I'm here.
Proceed.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. To all the presenters, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. But my question goes to the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. There is a case that is going on in this country of human trafficking. Many Ugandans are being trafficked to India, to China, to Cambodia, and these are young people. And when they get to those countries, they are forced into prostitution. And people who are taking them are benefiting from them. They get money. Like these young people, they start doing prostitution, and these traffickers get money. So my question goes to the Permanent Secretary. what have you done as a ministry to track these human traffickers? Because they keep doing that and they are benefiting from this. Then also, what have you done as a Ministry of Foreign Affairs to make sure that you sensitize the country, especially the young people who are being promised for jobs in India, in China, then they end up in prostitution? And as we talk right now, I think last week I got a call from the young people in Cambodia who are stranded and they need help from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So my request to you is to see these young people are repatriated back to Uganda. I thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me now request the Permanent Secretary to respond from where you're seated.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I spoke about oversubscription, and as you can see, I'm oversubscribed. But let me start by addressing the Honorable Kanyesi's issue. First of all, it is true that there are many Ugandans who have been trafficked. Even as we are seated here talking, there are some who are on the planes departing and they're being trafficked. That's how absurd it is. You made mention of Ugandans in Myanmar working with IOM, the International Organization for Migration, and with support from HE, the President. We returned in excess of 100 Ugandans from Myanmar. The unfortunate thing is, on the flights on which Ugandans were returning, there were Ugandans who had been misled that there were jobs in Thailand, and indeed, as soon as they land in Thailand, they are taken across the border back to Myanmar. Unfortunately, as you'll appreciate, we don't have appropriation for returning Ugandans as such. The operation that is happening right now has had, again, HE, the President's intervention, where he requested or directed Uganda Airlines to fly to South Africa and bring back these Ugandans that are in distress. The other unfortunate aspect is that fellow Ugandans are trafficking Ugandans. The case of India, we have tried our level best within our means to try and track these ladies that traffic fellow women, young women, and take them in prostitution in India. We have rescued a number of them from captivity because they actually held as captives. They're used as a business. They are a product of some individual or the other. It's extremely sad. What we need indeed is to work with all arms of government, external security, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, to apprehend these individuals. Otherwise, what they are doing is extremely unacceptable. But having said that, we've done our level best to return Ugandans. But also, we have another scenario. When you are returning Ugandans from Tehran, where war had started, some of them told us to leave them alone. And indeed, we left them alone because we could not force them. We could not force them to board and return home. And even those who are trafficked, some indeed determine that they have better welfare even in a state of being trafficked. Madam Chair, if I may, as I said, I'm oversubscribed. I have a number of issues. But there is one that relates to South Africa. In terms of, somebody has asked the Honorable Swale Mpata has asked about the proportion of Uganda's investment in South Africa versus what they have here? And I think that's a very relevant question for us to delve into. What I'm certain is South Africa as a country makes a lot more than Uganda makes. If you look at the businesses that I have in Uganda, I mean, if you talk about MTN, it's the largest telecom company here. They repatriate resources back to South Africa. If you talk about Speke, the largest bank here, again, they repatriate resources back to South Africa. And if you look at the composition of these small businesses by Ugandans who are actually surviving, it's quite inconsequential. What we are doing is that as a ministry, first of all, we've been engaging with the authorities to make sure that they do not penalize Ugandans that have overstayed, because we have a challenge. There are many Ugandans who are undocumented who have overstayed their visas. Someone got a visa to go as a tourist. He has been there for the last 10 years. Now, what we've done is to begin with to negotiate that those ones are left to live without being penalized. Otherwise, South Africa reserves the right to penalize any individual who has overstayed. Luckily, the authorities have accepted. So those are returning. Now, there's another layer. There are those who had actually extremely big businesses. Some of them owned schools that are there. Some of them owned factories. And they're asking us that at government, how do you assist us to bring some of the infrastructure that we have back into the country? So our minister, my minister, will be traveling to South Africa to have that next level of negotiation. As it is right now, it's safety first, return the individuals back home, and then we see how we proceed with their businesses. The third question related to South Africa was, how are you going to reintegrate them in Uganda when they return? And that's a legitimate question. Honorable members, I want you to support a plan that is still in the pipeline that HE is going to propose that we undertake for purposes of reintegrating these individuals. There are those who have not been to Uganda in the last 15 years. There are those who actually don't even know where their relatives are. They left and they've not been in touch. So they need to be organized and put in some sort of integration program for them to be able to fit. And I think that's where programs such as PDM, Myoga, and so on shall come in to see how they assist these Ugandans who are in distress. The other, as I said, the questions were many. The other issue was about Justice Lydia Mugambe, who was arrested in the UK. Indeed, we have corresponded with the competent authorities in the UK to request that, if possible, the judge returns and serves her sentence back here in Uganda. We are waiting for their response. Should they accept, she will be returned to Uganda. Now, on the issue of clarification, someone wanted me to clarify the issue of, my apologies, I'm not mentioning names, but I'm addressing the issues in the interest of time. The issue of where I spoke about oversubscription. Colleagues, as you know, I've been a member of parliament before, and I know when I was in ICT, my committee had its own money, thanks to the Right Honorable here, Right Honorable Kadaga, and all committees have their own resources. Now, there could be a meeting, and 7 committees are sending individuals to that very meeting. But the organizers, on account of the hall being perhaps as big as this, can only accommodate 2,000 people. And they've decided only 4 seats for Uganda, but so many people have gone. My advice is that when you arrive in these countries, kindly reach out to our embassies, if there's an embassy in the country you're traveling, so that they assist in coordination of your visit, and also advise you in good hand that, colleagues, let the rest of us stay here at the mission and do some mission work, but only 4 will be accepted. I think that's the issue on a subscription that I thought I could raise. Now, the other one, again, it has been raised, I'm glad I'm not reading names, is about, my presentation was about safeguarding Uganda's interests. You cannot safeguard Uganda's interests without protecting the image of the country. It's extremely important. These two go hand in hand. For instance, you cannot go to Kenya to negotiate non-tariff barriers and they rob you in a hotel that is less than $50 and you're a member of parliament, and it makes headlines in the nation media that Mbunge wa Uganda alikuwa and so on and so forth, you know, and they robbed you in did someone say Chester? Yes, in Chester Hotel in Nairobi. So it's critical, colleagues as members, as a way of preserving and promoting the image of the country, that we look into the spaces, and again, for your own safety. The other one is about the denial of visas to many Ugandans. Friends, honorable members, visas are a sovereign matter. Even Uganda, in some cases, denies people visas, and we may not have much in terms of recourse. But in most cases, they will give a reason why they've denied a visa, but I don't expect that any member of parliament shall be denied or can be denied a visa for whatever purpose, unless otherwise. As I conclude, because they gave me 5 minutes, allow me to talk about, someone wanted to know what we are doing about the Ugandan who was killed. Indeed, this is a matter we are handling with the authorities. We are assisting in repatriating the body. That's not the best scenario, but that's what we are doing. And we are engaging the authorities to see that those who committed the crime of murder are apprehended. Now, someone asked a question on passports, the types of passports that MPs should have. As you'll appreciate, we have an entire law on passports and how they are administered. This law is managed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and it prescribes who is entitled to which passport. Ministers, for instance, have a red passport, and all diplomats in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs indeed hold diplomatic passports. However, members of parliament, I think, use the service passport, and that is what they have been assigned. As I conclude, or in conclusion, there was an issue on whether we have a list of all the treaties that have been ratified. Yes, indeed, the ministry has a profile, a portfolio of all the treaties that have been ratified, and we are happy to share that with Parliament. We have shared it with our committee in the past on our foreign affairs, but we're happy to share it in general. And then now, there are Ugandans indeed in Dubai whose passports are confiscated until they have paid dues to their traffickers. That is true. Fortunately, with the UAE, the laws are very clear. This is prohibited. And if our embassy knows that there are any Ugandans who are being trafficked and their passports are being confiscated, we can work with the authorities in Dubai or the UAE in general to apprehend those individuals and return the passports. Honorable members, allow me to submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, honorable members, allow me to give time to the Right Honorable Dr. Margaret Ziwa to respond to the questions that were raised.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I'm lucky I don't have many questions, but I want also to say that some of them are cross-cutting. I may have to send them to the Right Honorable Alitwala Kadaga, because they really are seeking the current status and what do we envisage to be done. A member wanted to find out what linkages do we have between IALA and African Parliament, and how do we assess this cooperation if it exists. First, I want to say that the East African community is a bloc, and as we know, the ultimate goal would be to have one Africa. And in itself, the effort of establishing the African Parliament was also very important, and we elect members from the national parliament and send them to the African Parliament. But the African Parliament at the moment does not have legislative powers, and they are still working to see to it that they can secure some of these legislative powers, because the parliament, as a parliament, one of its key roles is legislation. But at the level of East African community, which has legislative powers, there has been opportunities of collaboration, sharing what I may call issues of concern. And in this kind of meetings, we have opportunity to meet at least with the several members of the African Parliament on topical issues. Normally they have the opportunity to encourage, for instance, Yala to take up some of these issues in perspective of legislation, or likewise they have to maybe encourage the respective members to go back to their respective parliaments to ensure that those areas of concern are legislated upon. I think it's still within a working process to see that the African Parliament should get some legislative powers, which in itself can also add to the strength of the collaboration and deepening the African spirit, the Pan-Africanism. I think in principle, it would be very good. But there is no framework which is established, but we meet in those kind of forums where there are issues which are common for purposes of interface. Another member, I think this one I'll also bring it to the attention of the Right Honorable, is concerned that, let me read it. I have seen East African passports produced and they are being used alongside national passports. How is the passport project faring? And in the same breath, in the same framework, could we experiment with developing the East African currency initially used alongside the country's currencies? And he was saying, what would be your take? So this is important, and I would appreciate that Right Honorable Kadaga would at an appropriate time make a comment. If I can mention some of the countries which took on the common currency, including the EU, initially when they were taking it up, some countries were also using their respective currencies until at a time when they phased them out. But I think we may get a clear position from the Right Honorable Kadaga. There is this very important concern that, in fact, he puts it as a request, kind request, government to put in writing the agreed positions on free trade at the borders. People still pay for their goods, whether small or big. So this is a concern, and I think let it be known so that the ministry would help and will have this put in writing, and the border posts should be informed so that this is clear. He's also concerned that there is no Ebola anywhere. Now, can government kindly free the country? Otherwise, we are losing a lot of business and tourism. This is a concern that has been raised, and I think it is all of us, maybe Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we need to have a take on this. Another member, Honorable Kadaga, is bringing, we thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, who is the chair of the East African Community Summit, and in their tenure, they had assented to 2 bills this year, the East African Appropriation Bill and the East African Statistics Bureau Bill. The 2 bills will contribute to deepening and widening the EAC integration. This is a statement, and I think it's very important and it's appreciated. These 2 bills truly will contribute to the deepening of the East African integration. This one is from my member from Maracha. In the spirit of deepening East African integration, key international joint border roads and infrastructure projects have to be jointly financed. What plans does EAC and Yala have in financing the construction of West Nile DRC Uganda Road that has 165 kilometers? It's a security and international border road. That one, I think, I'm not going to answer it now. At an appropriate time, it should be a question to the minister responsible on the floor of the House. I think I'm not going to have a take on it, but it's going to be framed and put as a question to the minister responsible. Of course, it's continuing, saying this road would deepen integration, open trade markets. Why doesn't EAC and Yala leave government of Uganda alone, or is financing the DRC-Uganda border roads? What plans are there for the Goli Zombo Arua Marachakoboko DRC-Uganda road, which is not along the border but is just in a border state? I think this is a very important question, but I think it will be brought and answered fully. It should come in the question time on the floor of the House. There are several questions which have come in, and this one also I'll request the Right Honorable to also chip in. Ugandan traders still face non-tariff barriers, particularly at Malaba, Busia, despite the EAC Trade Act. Which Uganda laws are currently conflicting with EAC law, and what is Parliament doing to repeal them? I think this is a very technical question. We need to see what law was put in place to allow the free trade between countries, particularly allowing those goods of origin from Uganda or from Kenya. Maybe we need to start looking at it from that technical point of view. But again, the Honourable Minister will make a comment on it. The second one is Uganda contributes 27 billion to the EAC yearly. Can this Parliament track how that money is spent by the EAC Secretariat? If not, how do we call it integration when there is no financial oversight? I think it is important. Our committees, respective committees, which include the committee, the budget committee, but also the respective committees, both at the Yala level and at the East African, rather at the Uganda Parliament, have the role to scrutinize how this money is being spent. So let's not put it just in block. Let's disaggregate this amount, what was allocated where, and what was used for what. And then we shall be able to follow it up. Yes, there is follow-up. There is follow-up. And I know the committees, both of Yala and the East African Community Committee, follows on these expenditures. there's a concern here that integration is driven by summit of the heads of state. Parliament is informed or is just informed. What mechanisms exist for Parliament of Uganda to bind the government before it commits Uganda in Arusha or not after? We have a council, and that council has the obligation and the duty to make sure that whatever comes to the floor or to Parliament has been thoroughly discussed and approved. So I think there is no opportunity or there is no mishap of thinking that something will pass without being discussed. Everything which is handled, which goes to Arusha and approved, has been discussed. There is a bottom-up approach. From the Ministry of ESC, that's when the matters are taken to the East African community. Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda parliaments pass laws at different speeds. What joint mechanism exists for simultaneous harmonization? Or with Uganda, or will Uganda always be waiting for others? I don't think so. I think different parliaments have different time frame. Unless if you feel that there are those laws which were passed, which have not been domesticated or harmonized, then you are bound to bring up these laws to the attention of the Minister of the East African Community or the Minister of Internal Affairs. I think that is your job, and you can actually do it. Someone is concerned. Why is the ESC integration taking too long to be effected? Yes, yesterday we had an opportunity to share at a forum where we met, and one member was actually saying between 2001 and 2010, there was a lot of activities of the East African community implementation than maybe what is happening now. But I would say, if it's really my personal opinion, that now the necessary infrastructure, legal infrastructure, has been put in place. What is required is to translate or to see to it that these laws, programs, projects are seen to be put in place in various areas where they must be. Where, of course, some people have not been sensitized, they may not even know. For instance, the roads, some of the roads we see are very critical roads, and they are influenced or they are supported by the fact that they are truck roads, and they must be made. But in most cases, some of our people may not know. So I think we need a lot more sensitization, and maybe also to talk about them periodically in the East African community, maybe to update what has been done in this period, say a quarter or a year, so that eventually our people get to know. But the program is going on. The customs union is in place. The common market is in place. People are moving across borders. Yes, there are maybe some, I should call them some hiccups here and there, but I think there is a lot of progress being made. I think the last one, I have another one, I don't think so. Okay, there is a last one here. Okay. We had an East African community which collapsed. What strategies do we have to protect this one from the past mistakes which led the collapse of the first one? I think today we have more, I would call them it's more open. It is put to the people. We have different layers, whereby even if some of the things which put the previous community to collapse was poor governance, poor leadership. Today, there is a lot of dialogue at those levels. And you know that if there is a problem within the East Africa itself, there are mechanisms where maybe previous leaders of members of the summit are sent to help or to build consensus or to help in collaboration so that there is what we would call harmony. I think there are mechanisms today which are better than what existed in 1977. So at least I'm more optimistic that this one is a more strong East African community than the previous one we had. My sister from Hoima had several questions, but is looking towards the practical measures that should be put in place so that the East African citizens can equally access employment and other opportunities arising out of the East African community integration. What I can reassure all of you, dear members, try to tell our citizens, our people, to do three things. Let them know the other languages. For instance, there is opportunity that you can get a job, for instance, in Kenya or Tanzania, but if you don't know Swahili, it's a limitation. Encourage our people to know the languages. And then the Inter-University Council of East Africa is helping us to make sure that if, for instance, you qualify with a law degree of Makerere University, is it the same law degree of University of Dar es Salaam, for instance? So those harmonizations and equating will help a lot of people to be able to freely move as the customs union and common market states. And I think we are on the right track. I think I can end here so that, Chairperson, I don't overstep. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Margaret Siwa, for responding to the issues that were raised to your attention.
Thank you very much.
Let me give Right Honorable Kadari.
I have several questions. Now, Honorable Sawa, good day. You wanted to know why there is no PWD in the East African Legislative Assembly, but this is a function of the House. I can confirm that when I was Speaker, we had a PWD. It was called Kasamba. But I don't know what happened during this time. So it's important that during the next election, we must ensure that the structure of the House is reflected. Opposition, independent, PWD, it is used, and so on. That's what should be according to the treaty. Now, Honorable Begumisa wants a border post either in Maziba, Buhara, or Kakondo. I will go discuss with Rwanda, because he has given us 3 points. I should discuss with Rwanda which is the most convenient, so that we can see which one to work, because we need one side and also their side. So I'll follow it up. Then there's also the honorable members from West Nile have got big issues on Goli, on Dei, and all the others. There's one from Honorable Munyonyo. She says she wants to know where the border market in Goli will be operationalized. I'm going to check with the Ministry of Trade. We have been battling with the government to see that markets at the border are put into place. So I'm going to follow up this one of Goli to make sure that at least we build some markets. Badaya, Onderi, Dei, Gulaju border post should be upgraded. We are going to look at that together with the government of Congo to see how it can be done. And also, it's also Ovura, Lira.
Guidance.
We are ready. For my side, we are ready. The agreement is ready. I'm waiting for the presidents to agree a date, and we sign that agreement. Ruakaka border post, there's a small one there, but I think we shall again discuss with the Kenya government to see which one is the most convenient. This is Mr. Wataka, the owner of Wataka, who's inquiring about Wakaka. Let us discuss it with the Kenyans and see how we can improve it. Bernard Mugoya on the restrictions. Like I said, I've been battling with the Tanzanians over their finance bill the whole of last year because of restrictions on so many things. You know, you win some, they put on new ones, you clear one, and then they put another one. But we just need to keep on discussing because we can't force them. And until we have a federation where we can plan together and govern together, each government is sovereign. So they say I want my money, this is my finance bill, I want my taxes. So it's really a problem, but we are going to continue working on it and discussing it. There's a question, when shall we have a leader in the East African community? That's what we are talking about, the confederation. If we have a confederation, we shall have leadership at the top, agreed upon by all the countries. That will help us to plan roads, finance, etc. But for now, we are still discussing. I want you to join me in demanding for the confederation. I wish we could have a debate in the House to demand a confederation, so that the Kenyans hear that you are demanding, the Tanzanians hear you are demanding, the Congolese hear that you are demanding. It will also help us in our campaign. Ismail Sowedi, we talked about the work permit fees, but I thought we had solved the issue of work permits. Ona Wataka, what is it, Sowedi? What is the issue of work permit at the border? Ona Sowedi, where is he? Sowedi, Ismail, Obusia?
Can you speak on the microphone?
Can you speak on the microphone?
Thank you, Right Honorable Kadaga. The issue of working permit, it's now when we are crossing to Kenya, especially we still have the issue of if we have trucks, they still ask for COMESA, and also they ask for COMESA if you are entering Kenya, if a trucker from Uganda is entering from Kenya. They ask for COMESA. Yet trucks which are coming from Kenya to Uganda to load from Busia, they are not asked for COMESA. Then the other thing is also about transit. Every truck which enters Kenya or Rwanda, they want that transit permit. If at all we are having integration, why do we still pay for COMESA and transit, yet we are still in East Africa?
Thank you very much. I was not aware that the COMESA rates are applying also at the border, but I will take it up. And also we have a tripartite meeting at the end of this month, East Africa, COMESA, and SADC. So we shall take it up on the issue of the trucks.
Then it's about the same on that line. We still also have issue whereby Kenyans are blocking milk from Uganda to enter Kenya. Even there is a time whereby our maize was banned from entering Kenya.
These are the battles I've been fighting, and I continue to fight.
Thank you.
Like I said, you clear one, they agree. Before you reach the border, they have issued a new permit. We go to Nairobi, we discuss, we take pictures, presidents are smiling. By the time we reach the border, a ministry has issued another permit. So it's really hard, but we are doing what we can. Now, Ono Kasaya, Patrick, please help me to advocate for the fast tracking of the ESC. It has taken long. People of East Africa are hungry for the community. We want to move and work together. Honorable Masiko, you talked about the common currency. Again, if you can help me to lobby for it, in the committee there, I'm the only voice who's talking about a common currency because I want to wait for convergence. But I've told them we can't wait for 8 countries. Let us move with the 3 or 4 which are ready. We start doing what the EU did. You use your currency and use the common currency until you ease it out. So help me to lobby on that one. Thank you so much. Is there anything else?
Further clarification, Right Honorable Speaker Emeritus, through you, Madam Chair. Fungaro Caps Hassan seeking for clarification.
Honorable Fungaro.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker Emeritus. I am seeking clarification about the operation of the East African Court of Justice. I have seen that the Parliament, IALA, does sittings on a rotational basis. They sit in the member states. We have seen them sit here in our Parliament. I have also seen the heads of state, that's the summit, sitting in a rotational manner. Here and in Tanzania, at least I witnessed one of their sittings. But I've not seen the East African Court of Justice operating in Uganda. How do aggrieved citizens of the East African community of Uganda particularly bring a case to the East African Court of Justice? That is issue number 1. Issue number 2, there is a case of old people who worked in the former East African Railways and Harbors organization seeking for their terminal payment of retirement benefits. I have personally followed this issue up to your office, Right Honorable Speaker Emeritus, as Minister of East African Affairs. We went to the Minister of Finance. These people have failed to get their payment. Even some of them have died when following their terminal payments. Where should these people go? We have presented the issue in Parliament, it has not worked. We presented it to the Minister of Finance, it has not worked. We presented it in your office, it has not worked. Now we want to go to court. Where is the court?
Okay, on the East African Court of Justice, they were convened in Uganda in 2024. They were here for 2 months. So they do rotate. And also go to the other countries. Now, concerning the mediation agreement, what I've done is to make the law because there was no law. I've made the law on the East African mediation agreement. Anyone who wants relief can follow the law. The act is there. Follow it and get the benefits. At least I made that law after 40 years. It's now a law in this country.
Thank you, honorable members. Join me in thanking our presenters this afternoon in responding to the questions that were raised to their attention.
Oh, by the way, Chair, you know, I think this debate and yesterday we had the Katega Memorial Lecture, but I think that we need to get time, maybe every quarter, to discuss the community, so that people can own it, advocate for it. It's not enough to come for induction, because I will not see you again until next year. So I think, Clerk, we should find ways of interaction, more regular. I don't know how our committee is doing, the committee on the forum. We have a forum of East Africa. I don't know whether members are here. So we need to wake up. And member from the forum, I'm opening your meeting next week.
Information?
Yes.
Some information, Right Honorable.
Information on the question, yes.
Thank you so much, Your Honorable Minister and all the presenters. My name is Dr. Siranda Gerald. I'm a member of IALA, serving for the first time. First term, I will be seeking for the second term for continuity. And these are my employers. This coming week from the 8th, thank you, from the 8th to the 10th, there will be the East African Community Awareness Week, specifically for the all members of Parliament, organized by the, in conjunction with MIACA, but the Committee on East African Community that will be taking through the processes. And this is a meeting that Right Honorable will be opening, but also the Secretary General of the East African Community will be here as well to open this meeting. And we will be going all across, engaging together for interaction. But I think there is also a process and a time for reporting. I think what we need to do is to make sure that the time you're doing the reporting, there is an awareness week where these issues are discussed. So I would implore that members join the awareness week so that we do a lot of interaction. And if there are areas for that require registration in the House, we will also take on from there so that we push a lot of these matters, even on question and answer during the session of Council. I beg to submit.
Thank you, honorable members. That announcement was passed earlier. I'm glad the honorable was able to explain it further. So let us make good use of the opportunity next week for East African Community Week and understand more about EAC. We are coming towards the end of this session. Honorable members, chairing this session has been very easy for me because of very knowledgeably fine guest speakers that were identified by the clerk to Parliament. And join me in thanking them again for doing justice to the topics that were given to them. They are very sensitive people to diplomacy, so as chair, I enjoyed the session. So honorable members, allow me at this juncture to recognize the presence of Honorable Marshal Alengo, Jonam County MP, who previously worked in the Ministry of Internal Affairs as Senior Legal Officer, who designed the East African Community Passport. Thank you for being present. This house is rich to have people like you. Honorable members, let me also request the members of the East African Legislative Assembly to rise up for recognition. The current members of East African Legislative Assembly. Thank you. Let me now ask the former members of EALA to join the current members. I see the Honorable Wanyoto there. Thank you very, very much. We appreciate your work in East African Legislative Assembly. Honorable members, allow me to recognize in a special way the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Aruna Chayune Kasolo. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for being around. From the beginning of the session, he has been there. I think he has just stepped out. Thank you for being in the House. Members, with this, we have come to the end of our session. I would like to thank you for being a good audience. I request that we take serious issues of East African community, and we take serious issues that concerns our interest in the global spaces as members of the 12th Parliament. Those who will join the Committee of Foreign Affairs, you will have more time to understand more about our foreign relations. With this, I would like to thank you once again, and I would like to thank the clerk for giving me the time to chair this session. I now hand over to the Deputy Clerk. There was a request, Deputy Clerk. There was
Information.
A request. Kindly, please.
We
Deputy
also
Clerk,
have
please,
Honorable Santa Lumugwang in the House, but she has not been recognized.
The Honorable Santa Alum, may you kindly rise up for recognition.
Thank you, Chair, but it was done in the morning hours. Thank you, my colleague.
She's a minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Clerk. I now hand over the microphone to you for the next process. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
To end with the EAC anthem. It was written to me that since the last presenter is the Minister for East African Community, we close the session with EAC anthem. You will guide accordingly, Clerk.
Thank you so much. There was a question on Ebola. Tomorrow at 4, we shall have a presentation on the status of Ebola in the country. So I urge you to be present. At this moment, I'd like to thank you so much for your participation. I'd like to thank all the presenters for your presentations. We are humbled and very much grateful. I'd like to request our team to play the East African anthem as requested. Thank you. And after that, we shall depart at our own leisure.
Are we singing the anthems? But it will be both. Can't have only one.
Please. National anthem. Thank you very much, Mr. Waiswa, and many big thanks to our session chair, Honorable Amwaka, for taking us through. Honorable members, just a quick announcement. The transport departing Parliament will be found in the main parking just next to the gate. So the buses will come all the way to the gate, so you can walk towards the gate. But you are invited for a cup of tea served outside before you depart. Please grab a cup of tea and a snack before you take leave from the conference center. Ideally, we will still commence as early as possible tomorrow. We shall start the program by 8:30, so you're invited to be here, especially in the conference hall, by 8:30, so that we can start early and be able to finish the day very early. Thank you very much. And just a quick reminder that there's an ATM card, a Stanbic ATM card, that could have been misplaced. In case it belongs to you, please get in touch so that it can be given back to you. A reminder that the transport departing for Parliament will be found at the main parking, just near the gate, the entrance or rather exit of Munyonyo. And also, please grab a cup of tea before you depart. Thank you and have a good evening.